Section 1 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry. The Underground Railroad, Part 4, by William Still, Section 1. Arrival from Belleair, Julius Smith, wife Mary, and boy James. Henry and Edward Smith, and Jack Christie. While this party was very respectable in regard to numbers and enlisted much sympathy, still they had no wounds or bruises to exhibit, or very hard reports to make relative to their bondage. The treatment that had been metered out to them was about as tolerant as slavery could well afford, and the physical condition of the passengers bore evidence that they had been used to something better than herring and corn cake for a diet. Julius, who was successful enough to bring his wife and a boy with him, was a wonderful specimen of muscular proportions. Although a young man of but 25, he weighed 225 pounds. He was tall and well-formed from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. Nor was he all muscle by a great deal. He was well balanced as to mother wit and shrewdness. In looking back into the pit from which he had been delivered, he could tell a very interesting story of what he had experienced, from which it was evidence that he had not been an idle observer of what had passed relative to that peculiar institution. Especially was it very certain that he had never seen anything lovely or of good report belonging to the system. So far as his personal relations were concerned, he acknowledged that a man named Mr. Robert Holland had assumed to impose himself upon him as master, and that this same man had also wrongfully claimed all his time, denied him all common and special privileges. Besides, he had deprived him of an education, etc., which looked badly enough before he left Maryland. But in the light of freedom, and from a free state standpoint, the idea that man's inhumanity to man should assume such gigantic proportions as to cause him to seize his fellow man and hold him in perpetual bondage was marvelous in the extreme. Julius had been kept in the dark in Maryland, but on free soil the light rushed in upon his astonished vision to a degree almost bewildering. That his master was a man of means and pretty high standing, Julius thought was not much to his credit, since they were obtained from unpaid labor. In his review, allusion was made not only to his master, but also to his mistress, in which he said that she was a quarrelsome and crabbed woman, middling stout. In order to show a reason why he left as he did, he stated that there had been a fuss 2 or 3 times previous to the escape, and it had been rumored that somebody would have to be sold soon. This was what did the mischief so far as the running away was concerned. Julius's color was nearly jet black, and his speech was very good, considering his lack of book learning. His bearing was entirely self-possessed and commendable. His wife and boy shared fully in his affections, and seemed well pleased to have their faces turned Canada-ward. It is hardly necessary to say more of them here. Henry was about 23 years of age, of an active turn, brown skin, and had given the question of freedom his most serious attention, as his actions proved. While he could neither read nor write, he could think. From the manner in which he expressed himself with regard to Robert Holland, no man in the whole range of his recollections will be longer remembered than he. His enthrallment while under Holland will hardly ever be forgotten. Any being who had thus been deprived of his rights could hardly fail to command sympathy. In cases like this, however, the sight and language of such an one was extremely impressive. Of this party, Edward, a boy of 17, called forth much sympathy. He too was claimed by Holland. He was of good physical make-up, and seemed to value highly the great end he had in view, namely, a residence in Canada. Arrival from Maryland, 1858. John Wesley Combash, Jacob Taylor, and Thomas Edward Skinner. The revelations made by these passengers were painful to listen to, and would not have been credited if any room had existed for doubt. John Wesley was 32 years of age, of a lively turn, pleasant countenance, dark color, and ordinary size. In unburdening his mind to the committee, the all-absorbing theme related to the manner in which he had been treated as a slave and the character of those who had oppressed him. He stated that he had been a victim of a man or party named Johnson, in whose family John had been a witness to some of the most high-handed phases of barbarism. Said he, "These Johnsons were notorious for abusing their servants. A few years back one of their slaves, a coachman, was kept on the coach box one cold night when they were out at a ball until he became almost frozen to death. In fact, he did die in the infirmary from the effects of the frost about 1 week afterwards." Another case was that of a slave woman in a very delicate state, who was one day knocked downstairs by Mrs. Johnson herself, and in a few weeks after, the poor woman died from the effects of the injury thus received. The doctor who attended the injured creature in this case was simply told that she slipped and fell down the stairs as she was coming down. Colored witnesses had no right to testify, and the doctor was mute. Consequently, the guilty escaped wholly unpunished. Another case, said John Wesley, was a little girl, half-grown, who was washing windows upstairs one day, and unluckily fell asleep in the window, and in this position was found by her mistress. In a rage, the mistress hit her a heavy slap, knocked her out of the window, and she fell to the pavement, and died in a few hours from the effects thereof. The mistress professed to know nothing about it, simply said she went to sleep and fell out herself. As usual, nothing was done in the way of punishment. These were specimens of the inner workings of the peculiar institution. John, however, had not only observed slavery from a domestic standpoint, he had also watched master and mistress abroad as visitors and guests in other people's houses, noticed not only how they treated white people, but also how they treated black people. These Johnsons thought that they were first-rate to their servants. When visiting among their friends, they were usually very polite, would bow and scrape more than a little, even to colored people, knowing that their names were in bad odor on account of their cruelty, for they had been in the papers twice about how they abused their colored people. As to advertising him, John gave it as his opinion that they would be ashamed to do it, from the fact that they had already rendered themselves more notorious than they had bargained for, on account of their cruelty towards their slaves. They were wealthy and courted the good opinion of society. Besides, they were members of the Presbyterian Church, and John thought that they were very willing that people should believe that they were great saints. On the score of feeding and clothing, John gave them credit, saying that the clothing was good enough. They liked to see the house servants dressed. He spoke, too, of the eating as being all right, but added that very often time was not allowed them to finish their meals. Respecting work, John bore witness that they were very sharp. With John's intelligence, large observation, good memory, and excellent natural abilities, with the amount of detail that he possessed, nothing more would have been needed for a thrilling book than the facts and incidents of slave life as he had been conversant with it under the Johnsons in Maryland. As the other two companions of John Wesley were advertised in the Baltimore Sun, we avail ourselves of the light thus publicly afforded. $2,000 reward. Ran away from the subscriber, living on the York Turnpike, 8 miles from Baltimore City, on Sunday, April 11th, my Negro man, Jacob, aged 20 years, 5 feet 10 inches high, chestnut color, spare made, good features. I will give $50 reward if taken in Baltimore City or County, and $200 if taken out of the state and secured in jail so that I get him again. William J. B. Parlett. Jacob, answering to the description in Mr. William J. B. Parlett's advertisement, gave his views of the man who had enslaved him. His statement is here transferred from the record book. My master, said Jacob, was a farmer, a very rough man, hard to satisfy. I never knew of but one man who could ever please him. He worked me very hard. He wanted to be beating me all the time. This was a luxury which Jacob had no appetite for. Consequently, he could not resist signifying his unwillingness to yield, although resistance had to be made at some personal risk, as his master had no more regard for a colored man than he had for a stone under his feet. With him the following expression was common: "The niggers are not worth a D—n." Nor was his wife any better, in Jacob's opinion. She was a cross woman, and as much of a boss as he was. She would take a club and with both hands would whack away as long as you could stand it. She was a large, homely woman. They were common white people, with no reputation in the community. Substantially, this was Jacob's unvarnished description of his master and mistress. As to his age, and also the name of his master, Jacob's statement varied somewhat from the advertisement. For instance, Jacob Taylor was noticed on the record book as being 23 years of age, and the name of his master was entered as William Pollitt. But as Jacob had never been allowed to learn to read, he might have failed in giving a correct pronunciation of the name. When asked what first prompted him to seek his freedom, he replied, "Oh, my senses! I always had it in my mind to leave, but I was dubious of starting. I didn't know the way to come. I was afraid of being overtaken on the way." He fled from Near Baltimore, where he left brothers and other relatives in chains. $20 reward. Ran away at the same time and in company with the above Negro man, a bright mulatto boy named Thomas Skinner, about 18 years old, 5 feet 8 inches high, and tolerable stout made. He only has a term of years to serve. I will pay $20 reward if delivered to me or lodged in jail so I can get him again. George H. Carman. Towsontown, Baltimore County, Maryland. About the same time that this advertisement came to hand, a certain young aspirant for Canada was entered on the Underground Railroad book thus: Thomas Edward Skinner, a bright mulatto, age 18 years, well-formed, good-looking, and wide-awake, says that he fled from one G. H. Carman, Esquire, head clerk of the county court. He bore voluntary testimony to Carman in the following words: "He was a very good man. He fed and clothed well, and gave some money too occasionally." Yet Thomas had no idea of remaining in slavery under any circumstances. He hated everything like slavery, and as young as he was, he had already made 5 attempts to escape. On this occasion, with older and wiser heads, he succeeded. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry. The Underground Railroad, Part 4 by William Still. Section 2. Arrival from New Market, 1858, Elijah Shaw. This article reported himself as having been deprived of his liberty by Dr. Ephraim Bell of Baltimore County, Maryland. He had no fault to find with the doctor, however. On the contrary, he spoke of him as a very clever and nice man, as much so as anybody need to live with. But of his wife he could not speak so favorably. Indeed, he described her as the most tyrannical woman. Said Elijah, she would make a practice of wrapping the broomstick around the heads of either men, women, or children when she got raised, which was pretty often. But she never wrapped me, for I wouldn't stand it. I shouldn't have fared any better than the rest if I hadn't been resolute. I declared over and over again to her that I would scald her with the tea kettle if she ever took the broomstick to me, and I meant it. She took good care to keep the broomstick from about my head. She was as mischievous and stingy as she could live, wouldn't give enough to eat or wear. These facts and many more were elicited from Elijah when in a calm state of mind and when feeling much elated with the idea that his efforts in casting off the yoke were met with favor by the committee, and that the accommodations and privileges on the road were so much greater than he had ever dreamed of. Such luck on the road was indeed a matter of wonder and delight to passengers generally. They were delighted to find that the committee received them and forwarded them on without money and without price. Elijah was capable of realizing the worth of such friendship. He was a young man, 23 years of age, spare-made, yellow complexion, of quick motion, and decidedly collected in his bearing. In short, he was a man well adapted to make a good British subject. Arrival from Virginia, 1858. Mary Frances Melvin, Eliza Henderson, and Nancy Grantham. Mary Frances hailed from Norfolk. She had been in servitude under Mrs. Chapman, a widow lady, against whom she had no complaint to make. Indeed, she testified that her mistress was very kind, although fully allied to slavery. She said that she left, not on account of bad treatment, but simply because she wanted her freedom. Her calling as a slave had been that of a dressmaker and house servant. Mary Frances was about 23 years of age, of mixed blood, refined in her manners, and somewhat cultivated. Eliza Henderson, who happened at the station at the same time that Frances was on hand, escaped from Richmond. She was 28 years of age, medium size, quite dark color, and of pleasant countenance. Eliza alleged that one William Waverton had been wronging her by keeping her downtrodden and withholding her hire. Also, that this same Waverton had, on a late occasion, brought his fist violently against her jaws, which visitation, however kindly intended by her chivalrous master, produced such an unfavorable impression on the mind of Eliza that she at once determined not to yield submission to him a day longer than she could find an Underground Railroad conductor who would take her north. The blow that she had thus received made her almost frantic. She had, however, thought seriously on the question of her rights before this outrage. In Waverton's household, Eliza had become a fixture, as it were, especially with regard to his children. She had won their affections completely, and she was under the impression that in some instances their influence had saved her from severe punishment, and for them she manifested kindly feelings. In speaking of her mistress, she said that she was only tolerable. It would be useless to attempt a description of the great satisfaction and delight evinced by Eliza on reaching the committee in Philadelphia. Nancy Grantham also fled from near Richmond, and was fortunate in that she escaped from the prison house at the age of 19. She possessed a countenance peculiarly mild, and was good-looking and interesting, and although evidently a slave, her father belonged strictly to the white man's party, for she was fully half white. She was moved to escape simply to shun her master's evil designs. His brutal purposes were only frustrated by the utmost resolution. This chivalric gentleman was a husband, the father of 9 children, and the owner of 300 slaves. He belonged to a family bearing the name of Christian, and was said to be an M.D. He was an old man, but very cruel to all his slaves. It was said that Nancy's sister was the object of his lust, but she resisted, and the result was that she was sold to New Orleans. The auction block was not the only punishment she was called upon to endure for her fidelity to her womanhood, for resistance to her master, but before being sold she was cruelly scourged. Nancy's sorrows first commenced in Alabama. 5 years previous to her escape, she was brought from a cotton plantation in Alabama, where she had been accustomed to toil in the cotton field. In comparing and contrasting the usages of slaveholders in the 2 states in which she had served, she said she had seen more flogging under Old Christian than she had been accustomed to see in Alabama. Yet she concluded that she could hardly tell which state was the worst. Her cup had been full and very bitter in both states. Nancy said, "The very day before I escaped, I was required to go to her master's bedchamber to keep the flies off of him as he lay sick, or pretended to be so. Notwithstanding, in talking with me, he said he was coming to my pallet that night, and with an oath he declared if I made a noise he would cut my throat. I told him I would not be there. Accordingly, he did go to my room, but I had gone for shelter to another room. At this his wrath waxed terrible. Next morning I was called to account for getting out of his way, and I was beaten awfully." This outrage moved Nancy to a death struggle for her freedom, and she succeeded by dressing herself in male attire. After her harrowing story was told with so much eagerness and intelligence, she was asked as to the treatment she had received at the hand of Mrs. Christian, her mistress. In relation to her, Nancy said, "Mrs. Christian was afraid of him, master. If it hadn't been for that, I think she would have been clever. But I was often threatened by her, and once she undertook to beat me, but I could not stand it. I had to resist, and she got the worst of it that time. All that may now be added is, that the number of young slave girls shamefully exposed to the bare lust of their masters, as Nancy was, truly was legion. Nancy was but one of the number who resisted influences apparently overpowering. All honor is due to her name and memory. She was brought away secreted on a boat, but the record is silent as to which one of the 2 or 3 Underground Railroad captains, who at that time occasionally brought passengers, helped her to escape. It was hard to be definite concerning minor matters while absorbed in the painful reflections that her tale of suffering had naturally awakened. If one had arisen from the dead, the horrors of slavery could scarcely have been more vividly pictured. But in the multitude of travelers coming under the notice of the committee, Nancy's story was soon forgotten, and new and marvelous narratives were told of others who had shared the same bitter cup, who had escaped from the same hell of slavery, who had panted for the same freedom and won the same prize. End of Section 2.
Section 3 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Underground Railroad, Part 4, by William Still, Section 3. Arrival from Richmond, 1858. Orlando J. Hunt. When Orlando escaped from Richmond, the Underground Railroad business was not very brisk. A disaster on the road, resulting in the capture of 1 or 2 captains, tended to damp the ardor of some who wanted to come, as well as that of sympathizers. The road was not idle, however. Orlando's coming was hailed with great satisfaction. He was 29 years of age, full black, possessed considerable intelligence, and was fluent in speech, fully qualified to give clear statements as to the condition of slavery in Richmond, etc. While the committee listened to his narrations with much interest, they only took note of how he had fared and the character of the master he was compelled to serve. On these points the substance of his narrations may be found annexed. I was owned by High Holsler, a hide sorter, a man said to be rich, a good Catholic, though very disagreeable. He was not cruel, but was very driving and abusive in his language towards colored people. I have been held in bondage about 18 years by Holsler, but have failed so far to find any good traits in his character. I purchased my mother for $100 when she was old and past labor, too old to earn her hire and find herself. But she was taken away by death before I had finished paying for her. $25 only remained to be paid to finish the agreement. Owing to her unexpected death, I got rid of that much, which was of some consequence, as I was a slave myself, and had to work to raise the money to purchase her. Thus, finding the usages of slavery so cruel and outlandish, he resolved to leave old Virginia, and took out by the Underground Railroad. He appeared to be of a religious turn of mind, and felt he had a call to preach. After his arrival in Canada, the following letter was received from him. St. Catharines, C.W., May 6, 1858. My dear friend, William Still. Mr. Orlando J. Hunt, who has just arrived here from Richmond, Virginia, desires me to address to you a line on his behalf. Mr. Hunt is expecting his clothing to come from Richmond to your care, and if you have received them, he desires you to forward them immediately to St. Catharines in my care, in the safest and most expeditious way in your power. Mr. Hunt is much pleased with this land of freedom, and I hope he may do well for himself and much good to others. He preached here in the Baptist Church last evening. He sends his kind regards and sincere thanks to you and your family, and such friends as have favored him on his way. Very respectfully yours, Hiram Wilson, for Orlando Hunt. Arrival from Norfolk, Virginia, 1858. William Mackey. William made no complaint against his master of a serious nature touching himself. True, he said, his master was a frolicker and fond of drink, but he was not particularly unkind to him. His name was Tunis. He was a military man and young. Consequently, William had not been in his hands long. Prior to his being owned by the young master, he had lived with old Mistress Tunis. Concerning her, the following is one of William's statements. My sister, about the 1st of this month, 3 weeks after her confinement, had word sent to her by her mistress, Mrs. Tunis, that she thought it was time for her to come out and go to work, as she had been laying by long enough. In reply to this message, William said his sister sent word to her mistress that she was not well enough, and begged that her mistress would please send her some tea and sugar until she got well enough to go to work. The mistress' answer was to the effect that she did not intend to give her anything until she went to work, and at the same time she sent word to her that she had better take her baby down to the back of the garden and throw it away, adding, I will sell her, etc. It was owing to the cruelty of Mrs. Tunis that William was moved to flee. According to his statement, which looked reasonable and appeared truthful, he had been willed free by his master, who died at the time that the plague was raging in Norfolk. At the same time, his mistress also had the fever and was dreadfully frightened, but recovered. Not long after this event, it was William's belief that the will was made away with through the agency of a lawyer, and in consequence thereof the slaves were retained in bondage. Arrival from near Baltimore, 1858. Henry Tucker. Henry fled from Baltimore County. Disagreement between him and his so-called master was the cause of his flight. Elias Snevely, a farmer, known on the Arabella Creek place as a hard swearer, an old bachelor, and a common tormentor of all around him, was the name of the man that Henry said he fled from. Not willing to be run over at the pleasure of Snevely, on 2 occasions just before his escape, serious encounters had arisen between master and slave. Henry being spirited and hungering for freedom, while his master was old and hardened in his habits, very grave results had well nigh happened. It was evident, therefore, in Harry's opinion, that the sooner he took his departure for Canada, the better. His father's example was ever present to encourage him, for he had escaped when Henry was a little boy. His name was Benjamin Tucker. A still greater incentive, however, moved him, which was that his mother had been sold south 5 years prior to his escape, since which time he had heard from her but once, and that vaguely. Although education was denied him, Henry had too much natural ability to content himself under the heel of slavery. He saw and understood the extent of the wrongs under which he suffered, and resolved not to abide in such a condition, if by struggling and perseverance he could avoid it. In his resolute attempt he succeeded without any very severe suffering. He was not large, rather below the ordinary size, of a brown color, and very plucky. End of section 3.
Section 4 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Dorr. The Underground Railroad, Part 4, by William Still. Section 4. Arrival from Virginia, 1858. Peter Nelson. Resembled an Irishman. The coming of this strange-looking individual caused much surprise, representing as he did, if not a full-blooded Irishman, a man of Irish descent. He was sufficiently fair to pass for white anywhere with his hat on. With it off, his hair would have betrayed him. It was light, but quite woolly. Nor was he likely to be called handsome. He was interesting, nevertheless. It was evident that the white man's party had damaged him seriously. He represented that he had been in the bonds of one James Ford of Stafford County, Virginia, and that this Ford was a right tough old fellow who owned about 24 head. "How does he treat them?" he was asked. "He don't treat them well, no way," replied the passenger. "Why did you leave?" was the next question. "Because of his fighting, knocking, and carrying on so," was the prompt answer. The committee fully interviewed him, and perceived that he had really worn the fetters of slavery, and that he was justified in breaking his bonds and fleeing for refuge to Canada. He was entitled to aid and sympathy. Peter was about 24 years of age. He left 9 brothers and sisters in bondage. Arrival from Washington, 1858. Mary Jones and Susan Bell. These weaker vessels came from the seat of government. Mary confessed that she had been held to service as the property of Mrs. Henry Harding, who resided at Rockville, some miles out of Washington. Both Mr. and Mrs. Harding she considered bad enough, but added, if it had not been for the young set, I could get along with them. They can't be pleased. Yet Mary had not fared half so hard under the Hardings as many slaves had under their claimants. Intellectually, she was quite above the average. She was tall, and her appearance was such as to awaken sympathy. Through the permission of her claimant, she had been in the habit of hiring her time for $3 per month and find herself. She was also allowed to live in Washington. Such privileges with wages at so low a rate were thought to be extra, and could only be obtained in exceptional cases. In 9 years, said Mary, I have not even as much as received an apron from them, her owners. The meanness of the system under which she had been required to live hourly appeared clearer and clearer to her as she was brought into contact with sympathizing spirits such as she had never known before. Susan, who was in Mary's charge, was an invalid child of 4 years of age, who never walked, and whose mother had escaped to Canada about 3 years before, under circumstances which obliged her to leave this child, then only a year old. Susan had been a great sufferer, and so had her mother, who had been a long time anxiously looking and praying for her coming, as she had left her in charge of friends who were to take care of her until the way might open for her safe delivery to her mother. Many letters fitted to awaken very deep feelings came from the mother about this child. It was a satisfaction to the committee to feel that they could be the medium in aiding in the reunion of mother and child. Arrival from Virginia, 1858. William Carpenter. Escaped from the father of the fugitive slave law, Senator Mason. It was highly pleasing to have a visit from a chattel belonging to the leading advocate of the infamous Fugitive Slave Bill. He was hurriedly interviewed for the sake of reliable information. That William possessed a fair knowledge of slave life under the senator there was no room to doubt, although incidents of extreme cruelty might not have been so common on Mason's place as on some others. While the verbal interchange of views was quite full, the hour for the starting of the Underground Railroad train arrived too soon to admit of a full report for the record book. From the original record, however, the following statement is taken as made by William, and believed to be strictly true. We give it as it stands on the old Underground Railroad book. I belonged to Senator Mason. The senator was down on colored people. He owned about 80 head, was very rich and a big man, rich enough to lose all of them. He kept terrible overseers. They would beat you with a stick the same as a dog. The overseers were poor white trash. He would give them about $60 a year. The Fugitive Slave Law and its father are both numbered with the Lost Cause and the Year of Jubilee is come. End of section 4.
Section 5 of The Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Underground Railroad, Part 4, by William Still. Section 5. Arrival from the Old Dominion. 9 very fine articles. Lou Jones, Oscar Payne, Mose Wood, Dave Diggs, Jack, Hen and Bill Dade, and Joe Ball. The coming of this interesting party was as gratifying as their departure must have been disagreeable to those who had been enjoying the fruits of their unpaid labor. Stockholders of the Underground Railroad, conductors, etc., about this time were well pleased with the wonderful success of the road, especially as business was daily increasing. Upon inquiry of these passengers individually, the following results were obtained. Lewis was about 52 years of age, a man of superior stature, 6 feet high, with prominent features, and about 1/3 of Anglo-Saxon blood in his veins. The apparent solidity of the man, both with respect to body and mind, was calculated to inspire the idea that he would be a first-rate man to manage a farm in Canada. Of his bondage and escape the following statement was obtained from him. "I was owned by a man named Thomas Sidon, a Catholic and a farmer. He was not a very hard man, but was very much opposed to black folks having their liberty. He owned 6 young slaves not grown up. It was owing to Sidon's mother's estate that I came into his hands. Before her death I had hoped to be free for a long time as soon as she died. My old mistress's name was Nancy Sidon. She was lame for 20 years, and couldn't walk a step without crutches, and I was her main support. I was foreman on the farm. Sometimes nobody but me would work, and I was looked up to for support. A good deal of the time I would have to attend to her. If she was going to ride, I would have to pick her up in my arms and put her in the carriage, and many times I would have to lift her in her sick room. Nobody couldn't wait upon her but me. She had a husband, and he had a master, and that was rum. He drank very hard. He killed himself drinking. He was a poor support. When he died 15 years ago, he left 3 sons, Thomas, James, and Stephen. They were all together then, only common livers. After his death about 6 years mistress died. I felt sure then I would be free, but was very badly disappointed. I went to my young masters and asked them about my freedom. They laughed at me and said no such thought had entered their heads that I was to be free. The neighbors said it was a shame they should keep me out of my freedom, after I had been making of the family, and had behaved myself so faithful. One gentleman asked Master John what he would take for me, and offered $1,000. That was 3 months before I ran away, and Massa John said $1,000 wouldn't buy 1 leg. I hadn't anything to hope for from them. I served them all my life, and they didn't thank me for it. A short time before I come away, my aunt died, all the kin I had, and they wouldn't let me go to the funeral. They said the time couldn't be spared. This was the last straw on the camel's back." In Lewis's grief and disappointment he decided that he would run away the first chance that he could get, and seek a home in Canada. He held counsel with others in whom he could confide, and they fixed on a time to start, and resolved that they would suffer anything else but slavery. Lewis was delighted that he had managed so cunningly to leave Master Tom and Mistress Margaret and their 6 children to work for their own living. He had an idea that they would want Lou for many things. The only regret he felt was that he had served them so long that they had received his substance and strength for half a century. Fortunately Lewis's wife escaped 3 days in advance of him, in accordance with a mutual understanding. They had no children. The suffering on the road cost Lewis a little less than death, but the joy of success came soon to chase away the effects of the pain and hardship which had been endured. Oscar, the next passenger, was advertised as follows: $200 reward. Ran away from the service of the Reverend J.P. McGuire, Episcopal High School, Fairfax County, Virginia, on Saturday, 10th. Negro man, Oscar Payne, aged 30 years, 5 feet 4 inches in height, square built, mulatto color, thick bushy suit of hair, round full face, and when spoken to has a pleasant manner. Clothes not recollected. I will give $200 for his recovery if taken out of the state, or $150 if taken in the state, and secured that I can get him. T. D. Fendall. Such announcements never frightened the Underground Railroad Committee. Indeed, the committee rather preferred seeing the names of their passengers in the papers, as, in that case, they could all the more cautiously provide against Messrs. Slave hunters. Oscar was a prime first-class article, worth $1,800. The above description of him is endorsed. His story ran thus: I have served under Miss Mary Dade of Alexandria. Miss Dade was a very clever mistress. She hired me out. When I left I was hired at the High School of Virginia. With me times had been very well. No privilege was allowed me to study books. I cannot say that I left it for any other cause than to get my freedom, as I believe I have been used as well as any slave in the district. I left no relatives but 2 cousins. My 2 brothers ran away, Brooks and Lawrence, but where they went I can't tell, but would be pleased to know. 3 brothers and 1 sister have been sold South. Can't tell where they are. Such was Oscar's brief narrative, but he was truthful, there was no room to doubt. The next passenger was Moses, or Mose, who looked as though he had been exceedingly well cared for, being plump, fat, and extra smart. He declared that General Briscoe of Georgetown, D.C., had been defrauding him out of $13 per month, this being the amount for which he was hired, and, instead of being allowed to draw it for himself, the general pocketed it. For this kind treatment he summed up what seemed to be a true bill for 10 years against the general. But he made another charge of a still graver character. He said that the general professed to own him, but as he, Moses, was thoroughly tired and believed that slavery was no more justifiable than murder, he made up his mind to leave and join the Union party for Canada. He stated the general owned a large number of slaves, which he hired out principally. Moses had no special fault to find with his master, except such as have been alluded to, but as to Mistress Briscoe, he said that she was pretty rough. Moses left 4 sisters in bondage. David, the next member of this freedom-loving band, was an intelligent man. His manners and movements were decidedly prepossessing. He was about 37 years of age, dark, tall, and rather of a slender stature, possessing very large hopes. He charged Dr. Josiah Harding of Rockville, Montgomery County, with having enslaved him contrary to his wish or will. As a slave, David had been required at one time to work on a farm, and at another time to drive carriage, of course, without pay. Again he had been bound as a waiter on the no-pay system, and again he had been called into the kitchen to cook, all for the benefit of the doctor, the hire going into the doctor's pocket. This business David protested against in secret, but when on the Underground Railroad his protestations were over and above board. Of the doctor David said that he was clever, but a Catholic. He also said that he thought his wife was tolerable clever, although he had never been placed under her where he would have had an opportunity of learning her bad traits if she had any. The doctor had generously bargained with David that he could have himself by paying $1,000. He had likewise figured up how the money might be paid, and intimated what a nice thing it would be for Dave to wake up some morning and find himself his own man. This was how it was to be accomplished. Dave was to pay $85 annually, and in about 12 years he would have the 1,000, and a little over, all made up. On this principle and suggestion Dave had been digging faithfully and hard, and with the aid of friends he had nearly succeeded. Just when he was within sight of the grand prize, and just as the last payment was about to be made, to Dave's utter surprise, the doctor got very angry one day about some trifling matter, all pretension, and in his pretended rage he said there were too many free niggers going about, and he thought that Dave would do better as a slave, etc. After that, all the satisfaction that he was able to get out of the doctor was simply to the effect that he had hired him to Mr. Morrison for $150 a year. After his lying and cheating in this way, David resolved that he would take his chances on the Underground Railroad. Not a spark of faith did he have in the doctor. For a time, however, before the opportunity to escape offered, he went to Mr. Morrison as a waiter, where it was his province to wait on 6 of the judges of the Supreme Court of the United States. In the meantime his party matured arrangements for their trip, so Dave took out and left the judges without a waiter. The more he reflected over the nature of the wrongs he had suffered under, the less he thought of the doctor. Joe, who also came with this band, was half Anglo-Saxon, an able-bodied man, 34 years of age. He said that Miss Elizabeth Gordon, a white woman living in Alexandria, claimed him. He did not find much fault with her. She permitted him to hire his time, find his own clothing, etc., by which regulation Joe got along smoothly. Nevertheless, he declared that he was tired of wearing the yoke, and felt constrained to throw it off as soon as possible. Miss Gordon was getting old, and Joe noticed the young tribe of nephews and nieces was multiplying in large numbers. This he regarded as a very bad sign. He therefore gave the matter of the Underground Railroad his serious attention, and it was not long ere he was fully persuaded that it would be wisdom for him to tarry no longer in the prison house. Joe had a wife and 4 children, which were as heavy weights to hold him in Virginia, but the spirit of liberty prevailed. Joe also left 2 sisters, one free, the other a slave. His wife belonged to the widow Irwin. She had assured her slaves that she had provided for them in her will, and that at her death all would be freed. They were daily living on the faith thus created, and obviously thought the sooner the Lord relieved the old mistress of her earthly troubles the better. Although Joe left his wife and children, he did not forget them, but had strong faith they would be reunited. After going to Canada, he addressed several letters to the secretary of the committee concerning his family, and as will be seen by the following, he looked with ardent hopes for their arrival. Toronto, November 7th, 1857. Dear Mr. Still, as I must again send you a letter, feeling myself obliged to you for all you have done and your kindness. Dear Sir, my wife will be on to Philadelphia on the 8th, 7th, and I would like you to look out for her and get her an ticket and send her to me, Toronto. Her name are Mary Ball with 5 children. Please send her as soon as you can. Yours very truly, Joseph Ball. Will you please to telegrape to me, number 31 Dummer Street. Jake, another member of the company of 9, was 22 years of age, of dark hue, round made, keen eyes, and apparently a man of superior intelligence. Unfortunately, his lot had been of such a nature that no helping opportunity had been afforded for the cultivation of his mind. He condemned in very strong terms a man by the name of Benjamin B. Chambers, who lived near Elkton, but did not there require the services of Jake, hiring Jake out just as he would have hired a horse, and likewise keeping his pay. Jake thought that if justice could have been awarded him, Chambers would either have had to restore that of which he had wronged him, or expiate the wrong in prison. Jake, however, stood more in awe of a young master, who was soon likely to come into power, than he did of the old master. This son had already given Jake to understand that once in his hands, it wouldn't be long before he would have him jingling in his pocket, signifying that he would sell him as soon as his father was gone. The manner of the son stirred Jake's very blood to boiling heat, it seemed. His suffering and the suffering of his fellow bondsmen had never before appeared so hard. The idea that he must work and be sold at the pleasure of another made him decide to pull up stakes and seek refuge elsewhere. Such a spirit as he possessed could not rest in servitude. Mary Ann, the wife of Jake, who accompanied him, was a pleasant-looking bride. She said that she was owned by Elias Rhodes, a farmer, and a pretty fair kind of a man. She had been treated very well. John and Henry Dade, ages 20 and 25 years, were from Washington. They belonged to the class of well-cared-for slaves. At least they said that their mistress had not dealt severely with them, and they never would have consented to pass through the severe sufferings encountered on their journey, but for the strong desire they had to be free. From Canada, John wrote back as follows: St. Catharines, Canada. Mr. Still, Sir, I arrived on Friday evening, but I had right smart trouble for my money gave out at the bridge, and I had to fut at to St. Catharine, though I went right to work at the Willard House for $8 a month, bargained for to stay all the winter, but I haven't any clouse nor money. Please send my trunk if it 'as come. Direct it to St. Catharines, to the Willard House, to John Dade, and if it ain't come, please write for it soon as possible. Direct your letter to Rosen Dade, Washington. Send your direction, please, tend to this right away, for I have made a good start. I think that I can gate a long in these place. If my brother as well send him on for I have a place for him. Ef he an't well, please don't send him, for this as no place for a sick possen. The way I got this place, I went to see a fran o' mine from Washington, Dan all well, and he gave me work. Please answer this as soon as you get at you must excuse this bad writing, for my chance wars but small to line this much. John H. Dade. If yon have to send for my trunk to Washington, send the name of John Trowhart. Sir, please write as soon as you get this, for it is important. John H. Dade. End of Section 5. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. Section 6 of The Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Underground Railroad, Part 4 by William Still. Section 6. Arrival from Delaware, 1858. George Laws and comrade, tied and hoisted with block and tackle, to be cowhided. George represented the ordinary young slave men of Delaware. He was of unmixed blood, medium size, and of humble appearance. He was destitute of the knowledge of spelling, to say nothing of reading. Slavery had stamped him unmistakably for life. To be scantily fed and clothed, and compelled to work without hire, George did not admire, but had to submit without murmuring. Indeed, he knew that his so-called master, whose name was Denny, would not be likely to hear complaints from a slave. He therefore dragged his chain and yielded to his daily task. One day, while hauling dirt with a fractious horse, the animal manifested an unwillingness to perform his duty satisfactorily. At this procedure the master charged George with provoking the beast to do wickedly, and in a rage he collared George and bade him accompany him upstairs of the soap-house. Not daring to resist, George went along with him. Ropes being tied around both his wrists, the block and tackle were fastened thereto, and George soon found himself hoisted on tiptoe, with his feet almost clear of the floor. The kind-hearted master then tore all the poor fellow's old shirt off his back, and addressed him thus: "You son of a B—H, I will give you pouting around me. Stay there till I go up town for my cowhide." George begged piteously, but in vain. The fracas caused some excitement, and it so happened that a show was to be exhibited that day in the town, which, as is usual in the country, brought a great many people from a distance. So, to his surprise, when the master returned with his cowhide, he found that a large number of curiosity seekers had been attracted to the soap-house to see Mr. Denny perform with his cowhide on George's back, as he was stretched up by his hands. Many had evidently made up their minds that it would be more amusing to see the cowhiding than the circus. The spectators numbered about 300. This was a larger number than Mr. Denny had been accustomed to perform before. Consequently he was seized with embarrassment. Looking confused, he left the soap-house and went to his office, to await the dispersion of the crowd. The throng finally retired, and left George hanging in mortal agony. Human nature here made a death struggle. The cords which bound his wrists were unloosed, and George was then prepared to strike for freedom at the mouth of the cannon or point of the bayonet. How Denny regarded the matter, when he found that George had not only cheated him out of the anticipated delight of cowhiding him, but had also cheated him out of himself, is left for the imagination to picture. George fled from Kent. He was accompanied by a comrade whose name inadvertently was not recorded. He, however, was described as a dark, round, and full-faced, stout-built man, with bow legs, and bore the appearance of having been used hard and kept down, and in ignorance, etc. Hard usage constrained him to flee from his sore oppression. Arrival from Delaware, 1858. John Weems, alias Jack Herring. Although Jack was but 23 years of age, he had tasted the bitter cup of slavery pretty thoroughly under Kendall B. Herring, who was a member of the Methodist Church, and in Jack's opinion a mere pretender, and a man of a very bad disposition. Jack thought that he had worked full long enough for this Herring for nothing. When a boy 12 years of age, his mother was sold South. From that day until the hour that he fled he had not heard a word from her. In making up his mind to leave slavery, the outrage inflicted upon his mother only tended to increase his resolution. In speaking of his mistress, he said that she was a right fine woman. Notwithstanding all his sufferings in the Kendall family, he seemed willing to do justice to his master and mistress individually. He left one sister free and one brother in the hands of Herring. Jack was described as a man of dark color, stout, and well made. Arrival from Maryland, 1858. Ruth Harper, George Robinson, Priscilla Gardner, and Joshua John Anderson. Ruthie's course in seeking her freedom left John McPherson a woman less to work for him, and to whip, sell, or degrade at his pleasure. It is due to candor, however, to say that she admitted she had not been used very roughly by Mr. McPherson. Ruth was rather a nice-looking young woman, tall and polite in her manners. She came from Frederick, Maryland. George Robinson stated that he came from a place about 1½ miles from the Chesapeake Bay, 1 mile from Oldtown, and 5 miles from Elkton, and was owned by Samuel Smith, a farmer, who was pretty cross and an ill man. George's excuse for withdrawing his valuable services from Mr. Smith at the time that he did was attributable to the fact that he entertained fears that they were about to sell him. Having cautiousness largely developed, he determined to reach Canada and keep out of danger. George was only 21, passable looking in appearance, and of a brown color, and when speaking stammered considerably. Priscilla Gardner fled from the widow Hilliard. Her master departed to his long home not a great while before she left. Priscilla was a young woman of about 30 years of age, ordinary size, and of a gingerbread color, modest in demeanor. She first commenced her bondage in Richmond under the late Benjamin Hilliard, of whom she said that he was a very bad man, who could never be pleased by his servant, and was constantly addicted to fighting, not only with others, but also with herself. So cruelly had Priscilla been treated, that when he died, she did not hesitate to say that she was glad. Soon after this event, sick of slavery and unwilling to serve the widow any longer, she determined to escape, and succeeded. Joshua John Anderson fled from a farmer who was said to be a poor man, by the name of Skelton Price, residing in Baltimore County, near a little village called Alexandria, on the Harford County Turnpike Road. Price, not able to own a farm and slaves too, rented one, and was trying to get up in the world. Price had a wife and family, but in the way of treatment Joshua did not say anything very hard against him. As his excuse for leaving them, he said coolly that he had made up his mind that he would get along better in freedom than he could in slavery, and that no man had a right to his labor without paying him for it. He left his mother, and also 3 brothers and 2 sisters owned by Price. Joshua was about 22 years of age, of a coarse make and a dark hue. He had evidently held but little intercourse with any class, save such as he found in the cornfield and barnyard. Arrival from North Carolina and Delaware. Dick Beasley, Murray Young, and Charles Andrew Bolden. Physically, Dick was hardly up to the ordinary stature of slaves, but mentally he had the advantage of the masses. He was too sharp to be kept in slavery. His hue was perfect, no sign of white about him, if that were any advantage. From Dick's story, it appeared that he had seen hard times in North Carolina, under a man he designated by the name of Richard Smallwood. He was a farmer, living near Weldon. One of the faults that he found with Smallwood was, that he was a tough drinking man. He also charged him with withholding 260 slaves in bonds, the most of whom he came in possession of through his wife. She, Dick thought, was pretty fair. He said that no slave had any reason to look for any other than hard times under his master, according to what he had seen and known since he had been in the institution, and he fancied that his chances for observation had been equally as good as the great majority of slaves. Young as he was, Dick had been sold 3 times already, and didn't know how much oftener he might have to submit to the same fate if he remained. So, in order to avoid further trouble, he applied his entire skill to the grand idea of making his way to Canada. Manfully did he wrestle with difficulty after difficulty, until he finally happily triumphed and reached Philadelphia in a good condition. That is, he was not sick, but he was without money, home, education, or friends, except as he found them among strangers. He was hopeful, nevertheless. Mary Young was also of the unmixed blood class, and only 21 years of age. The spirit of liberty in him was pretty largely developed. He entertained naught against Dr. Lober of Newcastle, but rather against the doctor's wife. He said that he could get along pretty well with the doctor, but he could not get along with Mrs. Lober. But the very idea of slavery was enough for him. He did not mean to work for anybody for nothing. Andrew Bolden was still younger than Charles Murray, being only 18 years of age, but he was very well grown, and on the auction block he would, doubtless, have brought a large price. He fled from Newark. His story contained nothing of marked importance. End of section 6. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 7 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry. The Underground Railroad, Part 4 by William Still, Section 7. Arrival from Maryland. John Janey, Talbot Johnson, Sam Gross, Peter Gross, James Henry Jackson, and Sam Smith. $1,000 reward. Ran away from the subscriber August 14th. 2 Negro men, V. Bill Hutton, aged 48 or 50, dark brown, round face, 5 feet 7 or 8 inches high, rather stout, has a waddling walk, and small bald spot on top of his head. Talbot Johnson, aged about 35, is black, spare, and lean-visaged, about 5 feet 10 inches high, has lost some of his front teeth, leans forward as he walks. If taken in a slave state, I will give $200 each for their recovery. For their recovery from a free state, I will give 1/2 their value. B. D. Bond. Port Republic, Maryland. Ran away at the same time and in company, Negro man, Sam Gross. Aged about 35, is 5 feet 8 or 9 inches high, black color, rather bad teeth. For his recovery, if taken in a slave state, I will give $200. For his recovery in a free state, I will give half his value. George, Ireland. Port Republic, Maryland. Ran away at the same time and in company, 2 Negro men, viz. Peter Gross, aged 33, is light brown color, 5 feet 9 or 10 inches high, has a small scar over his right eyebrow, usually wears a goatee, has a pleasant countenance. John Janey, aged 22, light brown color, 5 feet 6 or 7 inches high, broad across the shoulders, has one of his front upper teeth broken, has a scar upon one of his great toes from the cut of an axe. For their recovery, if taken in a slave state, I will give $200 each. For their recovery from a free state, I will give half their value. Joseph Griffiths. St. Leonard's, Calvert County, Maryland. Refer to N. E. Berry, No. 63 Pratt Street, Baltimore. So far as Messrs. Bond, Ireland, and Griffiths may be concerned, if they are still living, they may not care to have the reward kept in view or to hear anything about the ungrateful fellows. It may be different, however, with the other parties concerned. This company, some of whom bore names agreeing with those in the above advertisement, are found described in the record book as follows. September 10th, 1858. John Janey is a fine specimen of the peculiar institution, color brown, well-formed, self-possessed, and intelligent. He says that he fled from Master Joseph Griffiths of Colbert County, Maryland, that he has been used to tight work, allowed no chances, and but half fed. His reason for leaving was partly hard treatment, and partly because he could get along better in freedom than in slavery. He found fault with his master for not permitting him to learn to read, etc. He referred to his master as a man 50 years of age, with a wife and 3 children. John said that she was a large, portly woman with an evil disposition, always wanted to be quarreling and fighting, and was stingy. He said, however, that his master's children, Anna Rebecca, Dorcas, and Joe, were not allowed to meddle with the slaves on the farm. 30 head of slaves belonged on the place. Peter Gross says that he too was owned by Joseph Griffiths. Peter is, he thinks, 39 years of age, tall, of a dark chestnut color, and in intellect mediocre. He left his wife and 5 children behind. He could not bring them with him, therefore he did not tell them that he was about to leave. He was much dissatisfied with slavery, and felt that he had been badly dealt with, and that he could do better for himself in Canada. Talbot Johnson is 35 years of age, quite dark, and substantially built. He says that he has been treated very badly, and that Duke Bond was the name of the tyrant who held him. He pictured his master as a lean-faced man, not stout, of 38 or 39 years of age, a member of the Episcopal Church. He had a wife and 2 children. His last wife was right pleasant. He was a farmer and was rich, had sold slaves, and was severe when he flogged. Talbot had been promised a terrible beating on the return of his master from the Springs, whither he had gone to recruit his health, as he was poorly. This was the sole cause of Talbot's flight. Sam Gross is about 40, a man of apparent vigor physically and wide awake mentally. He confesses that he fled from George Island, near Port Republic, Maryland. He thought that times with him had been bad enough all his life, and he would try to get away where he could do better. In referring to his master and mistress, he says that they are both Episcopalians, hard to please, and had as bad dispositions as could be, would try to knock the slaves in the head sometimes. This spirit Sam condemned in strong terms, and averred that it was on account of such treatment that he was moved to seek out the Underground Railroad. Sam left his wife Mary Ann and 4 children, all under bonds. His children, he said, were treated horribly. They were owned by Joseph Griffiths, spoken of above. James Henry Jackson is 17 years of age. He testifies that he fled from Frederica, Delaware, where he had been owned by Joseph Brown. Jim does not make any serious complaint against his master, except that he had him in the market for sale. To avert this fate, Jim was moved to flee. His mother, Ann Jackson, lived 9 miles from Milford, and was owned by Jim Laughlin, and lived on his place. Of the going of her son she had no knowledge. These narratives have been copied from the book as they were hastily recorded at the time. During their sojourn at the station, the subjoined letter came to hand from Thomas Garrett, which may have caused anxiety and haste. Wilmington, 9th month, 6th, 1858. Esteemed friends, J. M. McKim and William Still, I have a mixture of good and bad news for you. Good in having passed 5 of God's poor safely to Jersey and Chester County last week, and this day sent on 4 more that have caused me much anxiety. They were within 20 miles of here on 6th day last, and by agreement I had a man out all 7th day night watching for them, to pilot them safely, as $1,000 reward was offered for 4 of the 5, and I went several miles yesterday in the country to try to learn what had become of them, but could not hear of them. A man of tried integrity just called to say that they arrived at his house last night about midnight, and I employed him to pilot them to a place of safety in Pennsylvania tonight, after which I trust they will be out of reach of their pursuers. Now for the bad news. That old scoundrel who applied to me some 3 weeks since, pretending that he wished me to assist him in getting his 7 slaves into a free state to avoid the sheriff, and which I agreed to do if he would bring them here, but positively refused to send for them. 10 days since I received another letter from him, saying that the sheriff had been there and taken away 2 of the children, which he wished me to raise money to purchase and set free, and then closed by saying that his other slaves, a man, his wife, and 3 children, had left the same evening, and he had no doubt I would find them at a colored man's house. He named here, and wished me to ascertain at once and let him know. I at once was convinced he wished to know so as to have them arrested and taken back. I found the man had arrived, but the women and children had given out, and he left them with a colored family in Cecil. I wrote him word the family had not got here, but said nothing of the man being here. On the 7th day evening I saw a colored woman from the neighborhood. She told me that the owner and sheriff were out hunting 5 days for them before they found them, and says there is not a greater hypocrite in that part of the world. I wrote him a letter yesterday, letting him know just what I thought of him. Your friend, Thomas Garrett. End of section 7.
Section 8 of The Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Underground Railroad, Part 4 by William Still. Section 8. Arrival from Maryland. Birthday present from Thomas Garrett. Wilmington, 8th month, 21st, 1858. Esteemed friend, William Still, this is my 69th birthday, and I do not know any better way to celebrate it in a way to accord with my feelings than to send to thee 2 fugitives, man and wife. The man has been here a week, waiting for his wife, who is expected in time to have at 9 this evening in the cars for thy house with a pilot, who knows where thee lives. But I cannot help but feel some anxiety about the woman, as there is great commotion just now in the neighborhood where she resides. There were 4 slaves betrayed near the Maryland line by a colored man named Jesse Perry a few nights since. One of them made a confidant of him, and he agreed to pilot them on their way, and had several white men secreted to take them as soon as they got in his house. He is the scoundrel that was to have charge of the 7 I wrote you about 2 weeks since. Their master was to take or send them there, and he wanted me to send for them. I have since been confirmed it was a trap set to catch one of our colored men and me likewise, but it was no go. I suspected him from the first, but afterwards was fully confirmed in my suspicions. We have found the 2 Rust boys, John and Elsie Bradley, who the villain of a bust took out of jail and sold to a trader of the name of Morris, who sold them to a trader who took them to Richmond, Virginia, where they were sold at public sale 2 days before we found them, for $2,600. But fortunately the man had not paid for them. Our attorney had them by habeas corpus before a judge, who detained them till we can prove their identity and freedom. They are to have a hearing on 2nd day next, when we hope to have a person on there to prove them. In haste, thine, Thomas Garrett. Unfortunately, all the notice that the record contains of the 2 passengers referred to is in the following words: 2 cases not written out for want of time. The boys alluded to as having been found, etc., were free-born, but had been kidnapped and carried south and sold. 3 days after the above letter, the watchful Garrett furnished further light touching the hairbreadth escape of the 2 that he had written about, and at the same time gave an interesting account of the efforts which were made to save the poor kidnapped boys, etc. Second letter from Thomas Garrett. Wilmington, 8th month, 25th, 1858. Esteemed friend William Still, thine was received yesterday. Those two I wrote about to be with thee last 7th day evening, I presume thee has seen before this. A. Allen had charge of them. He had them kept out of sight at the depot here till the car should be ready to start, in charge of a friend, while he kept a lookout and got a ticket. When the Delaware cars arrived, who should step out but the master of both man and woman, as they had belonged to different persons. They knew him, and he knew them. He left in a different direction from where they were secreted, and got round to them, and hurried them off to a place of safety, as he was afraid to take them home for fear they would search the house. On first day morning the boat ran to Chester to take our colored people to the camp at Media. He had them disguised, and got them in the crowd, and went with them. When he got to Media, he placed them in care of a colored man, who promised to hand them over to thee on 2nd day last. We expect 3 more next 7th day night, but how we shall dispose of them we have not yet determined. It will depend on circumstances. Judge Layton had been on with a friend to Richmond, Virginia, and fully identified the 2 Bradley boys that were kidnapped by Clem Rust. He has the assurance of the judge there that they will be tried and their case decided by Delaware laws, by which they must be declared free and returned here. We hope to be able to bring such proof against both Rust and the man he sold them to, who took them out of the state, to teach them a lesson they will remember. Thy friend, Thomas Garrett. Arrival from the District of Columbia, 1858. Rebecca Jackson and daughter, and Robert Shorter. The road to Washington was doing about this time a marvelously large business. William Penn and other friends in Washington were most vigilant, and knew where to find passengers who were daily thirsting for deliverance. Rebecca Jackson was a woman of about 37 years of age, of a yellow color, and of bright intellect, prepossessing in her manners. She had pined in bondage in Georgetown under Mrs. Margaret Dick, a lady of wealth, and far advanced in life, a firm believer in slavery and the Presbyterian Church, of which she was a member. Rebecca had been her chief attendant, knew all her whims and ways to perfection. According to Rebecca's idea, she was a peevish, fretful, ill-natured, but kind-hearted creature. Being very tired of her old mistress and heartily sick of bondage, and withal desiring to save her daughter, she ascertained the doings of the Underground Railroad, was told about Canada, etc. She therefore resolved to make a bold adventure. Mrs. Dick had resided a long time in Georgetown, but owned 3 large plantations in the country, over which she kept 3 overseers to look after the slaves. Rebecca had a free husband, but she was not free to serve him, as she had to be digging day and night for the white people. Robert, a son of the mistress, lived with his mother, while Rebecca regarded him as a man with a very evil disposition. She nevertheless believed that he had some sense enough to see that the present generation of slaves would not bear so much as slaves had been made to bear the generation past. Arrival from Honeybrook Township, 1858. Frank Campbell. Frank was a man of blunt features, rather stout, almost jet black, and about medium height and weight. He was not certain about his age, rather thought that he was between 30 and 40 years. He had been deprived of learning to read or write, but with hard treatment he had been made fully acquainted under a man named Henry Campbell, who called himself Frank's master, and without his consent managed to profit by his daily sweat and toil. This Campbell was a farmer, and was said to be the owner of about 100 head of slaves, besides having large investments in the other directions. He did not hesitate to sell slaves if he could get his price. Every now and then one and another would find it his turn to be sold. Frank resolved to try and get out of danger before times were worse, so he struck out resolutely for freedom and succeeded. End of section 8. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Section 9 of The Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Underground Railroad, Part 4, by William Still. Section 9. Arrival from Alexandria, Virginia, 1858. Richard Bain, Carter Dowling, and Benjamin Taylor. Richard stated that a man named Rudolph Massey, a merchant tailor, hard rum drinker, card player, etc., claimed to own him, and held him up to the time of his escape, as with bands of brass. Richard said, "I was hired out for $10 a month, but I never suffered like many, didn't leave because I have been abused, but simply to keep from falling into the hands of some heirs that I had been willed to." In case of a division, Richard did not see how he could be divided without being converted into money. Now, as he could have no foreknowledge as to the place or person into whose hands he might be consigned by the auctioneer, he concluded that he could not venture to risk himself in the hands of the young heirs. Richard began to consider what slavery was, and his eyes beheld chains, whips, handcuffs, auction blocks, separations, and countless sufferings that had partially been overlooked before. He felt the injustice of having to toil hard to support a drunkard and gambler. At the age of 23, Richard concluded to lay down the shovel and the hoe and look out for himself. His mother was owned by Massey, but his father belonged to the superior race, or claimed so to do, and if anything could be proved by appearances, it was evident that he was the son of a white man. Richard was endowed with a good share of intelligence. He not only left his mother, but also one sister to clank their chains together. Carter, who accompanied Richard, had just reached his majority. He stated that he escaped from a maiden lady living in Alexandria, known by the name of Miss Maria Fitzhugh, the owner of 25 slaves. Opposed to slavery as he was, he nevertheless found no fault with his mistress, but on the contrary, said that she was a very respectable lady, and a member of the Episcopal Church. She often spoke of freeing her servants when she died. Such talk was too uncertain for Carter to pin his faith to, and he resolved not to wait. Such slaveholders generally lived a great while, and when they did die, they many times failed to keep their promises. He concluded to heed the voice of reason, and at once leave the house of bondage. His mother, father, 5 brothers, and 6 sisters, all owned by Miss Fitzhugh, formed a strong tie to keep him from going. He conferred not with flesh and blood, but made a determined stroke for freedom. Benjamin, the third in this company, was only 25 years of age, but a better-looking specimen for the auction block could hardly be found. He fled from the Meade estate. His mistress had recently died, leaving her affairs, including the disposal of the slaves, to be settled at an early date. He spoke of his mistress as a very clever lady to her servants, but since her death he had realized the danger that he was in of being run off south with a coffle gang. He explained the course frequently resorted to by slaveholders under similar circumstances. Thus, frequently slaves would be snatched up, handcuffed, and hurried off south on the night train without an hour's notice. Fearing that this might be his fate, he deemed it prudent to take a northern train via the Underground Railroad without giving any notice. He left no parents living, but 6 brothers and 4 sisters, all slaves with the exception of one brother who had bought himself. In order to defend themselves if molested on the road, the boys had provided themselves with pistols and dirks, and declared that they were fully bent on using them rather than be carried back to slavery. Arrival from the seat of government: Hanson Williams, Nace Shaw, Gusta Young, and Daniel Norton Smith, $200 reward. Ran away from the subscriber, Levi Pumphrey, 2 Negro men, one named Hanson, about 40 years old, with one eye out, about 5 feet 4 inches in height, full bushy hair, and whiskers and copper color. Gusta is about 21 years or 22 years of age, smooth face and thick lips, and stoops in his walk, black color, about 5 feet 5 or 6 inches in height. Took away sundry articles of clothing. I will give $100 for each of them if secured in jail so that I can get them. Levi Pumphrey, Washington City, D.C. S. 14 through 6T. These 4 fugitives were full of enthusiasm for Canada, although by no means among the worst abused of their class. Hanson was about 40 years of age, with apparently a good degree of intellect and of staid principles. In the above advertisement, clipped from the Baltimore Sun, he is more fully described by Mr. Levi Pumphrey. It can now be taken for what it is worth. But as Hanson left home suddenly without apprising his owner, or any of his owner's intimate white friends, of the circumstances which led him to thus leave, his testimony and explanation, although late, may not be wholly uninteresting to Mr. Levi Pumphrey and others who took an interest in the missing Hanson. "How have you had it in slavery?" he was asked. "I have had it pretty rough," answered Hanson. "Who held you in bondage, and how have you been treated?" "I was owned by Levi Pumphrey, an old man with one eye, a perfect savage. He allowed no privileges of any kind, Sunday or Monday." Gusta, who was also described in Pumphrey's advertisement, was a rugged-looking specimen, and his statement tended to strengthen Hanson's in every particular. It was owing to the bad treatment of Pumphrey that Gusta left in the manner that he did. After deciding to take his departure for Canada, he provided himself with a Colt's revolver, and resolved that if any man should attempt to put his hand on him while he was on the King's highway, he would shoot him down, not excepting his old master. $150 reward. Ran away from the subscriber, living near Upper Marlborough, Prince George's County, Maryland, on the 11th day of September, 1858. A Negro man, Nace, who calls himself Nace Shaw, is 45 years of age, about 5 feet 8 or 9 inches high, of a copper color, full suit of hair, except a bald place upon the top of his head. He has a mother living in Washington City, on South B Street, number 212 Island. I will pay the above reward no matter where taken, if secured in jail so that I get him again. Sarah Ann Talbert. Nace, advertised by Miss Sarah Ann Talbert, was a remarkably good-natured looking piece of merchandise. He gave a very interesting account of his so-called mistress, how he came to leave her, etc. Said Nace, "My mistress was an old maid, and lived on a farm. I was her foreman on the farm. She lived near Marlborough Forest, in Prince George's County, Maryland, about 12 miles from Washington. She was a member of the Episcopal Church. She fed well and quarreled a caution, from Monday morning till Saturday night, not only with the slaves, but among the inmates of the big house. My mistress had 3 sisters, all old maids, living with her, and a niece besides. Their names were Rebecca, Rachel, Caroline, and Sarah Ann, and a more disagreeable family of old maids could not be found in a year's time. To arise in the morning before my mistress, Sarah Ann, was impossible. Then, without making it appear that he or other of the slaves had been badly treated under Miss Talbert, he entered upon the cause of escape, and said, 'I left simply because I wanted a chance for my life. I wanted to die a free man if it pleased God to have it so.' His wife and a grown-up son he was obliged to leave, as no opportunity offered to bring them away with him. Dan was also of this party. He was well tinctured with Anglo-Saxon blood. His bondage had been in Alexandria, with a millwright known by the name of James Garnett. Dan had not been in Garnett's hands a great while. Mr. Garnett's ways and manners were not altogether pleasing to him. Besides, Dan stated that he was trying to sell him, and he made up his mind that at an early opportunity he would avail himself of a ticket for Canada via the Underground Railroad. He left his mother and brothers all scattered. End of Section 9. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 10 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry. The Underground Railroad, Part 4 by William Still, Section 10. Crossing the bay in a skiff. William Thomas Cope, John Boyce Gray, Henry Boyce, and Isaac White. These young bondmen, whilst writhing under the tortures heaped upon them, resolved at the cost of life to make a desperate trial for free land, to rid themselves of their fetters at whatever peril they might have to encounter. The land route presented less encouragement than by water. They knew but little, however, concerning either way. After much anxious reflection, they finally decided to make their Underground Railroad exit by water. Having lived all their lives not far from the bay, they had some knowledge of small boats, skiffs in particular, but of course they were not the possessors of one. Feeling that there was no time to lose, they concluded to borrow a skiff, though they should never return it. So one Saturday evening, toward the latter part of January, the 4 young slaves stood on the beach near Lewes, Delaware, and cast their longing eyes in the direction of the Jersey shore. A fierce gale was blowing, and the waves were running fearfully high. Not daunted, however, but as one man, they resolved to take their lives in their hands and make the bold adventure. With simple faith they entered the skiff. 2 of them took the oars, manfully to face uncertain dangers from the waves. But they remained steadfast, oft as they felt that they were making the last stroke with their oars, on the verge of being overwhelmed with the waves. At every new stage of danger, they summoned courage by remembering that they were escaping for their lives. Late on Sunday afternoon, the following day, they reached their much-desired haven, the Jersey shore. The relief and joy were unspeakably great, yet they were strangers in a strange land. They knew not which way to steer. True, they knew that New Jersey bore the name of being a free state, but they had reason to fear that they were in danger. In this dilemma, they were discovered by the captain of an oyster boat, whose sense of humanity was so strongly appealed to by their appearance that he engaged to pilot them to Philadelphia. The following account of them was recorded. William Thomas was a yellow man, 24 years of age, and possessing a vigorous constitution. He accused Shepherd P. Houston of having restrained him of his liberty, and testified that said Houston was a very bad man. His vocation was that of a farmer on a small scale. As a slaveholder he was numbered with the small fry. Both master and mistress were members of the Methodist Church. According to William Thomas's testimony, his mistress as well as his master were very hard on the slaves in various ways, especially in the matter of food and clothing. It would require a great deal of hard preaching to convince him that such Christianity was other than spurious. John stated that David Henry Houston, a farmer, took it upon himself to exercise authority over him. Said John, if you didn't do the work right, he got contrary, and wouldn't give you anything to eat for a whole day at a time. He said a nigger and a mule hadn't any feeling. He described his stature and circumstances somewhat thus. Houston is a very small man. For some time his affairs had been in a bad way. He had been broke. Some say he had bad luck for killing my brother. My brother was sick, but master said he wasn't sick, and he took a chunk and beat on him, and he died a few days after. John firmly believed that his brother had been the victim of a monstrous outrage, and that he too was liable to the same treatment. John was only 19 years of age, spare-built, chestnut color, and represented the rising mind of the slaves of the South. Henry was what might be termed a very smart young man, considering that he had been deprived of a knowledge of reading. He was a brother of John, and said that he also had been wrongfully enslaved by David Houston, alluded to above. He fully corroborated the statement of his brother, and declared, moreover, that his sister had not long since been sold South, and that he had heard enough to fully convince him that he and his brother were to be put up for sale soon. Of their mistress, John said that she was a pretty easy kind of woman, only she didn't want to allow enough to eat, and wouldn't mend any clothes for us. Isaac was 22, quite black, and belonging to the rising young slaves of Delaware. He stated that he had been owned by a blacksmith, a very hard man by the name of Thomas Kasper. Isaac was disgusted with his master's ignorance, and criticized him in his crude way to a considerable extent. Isaac had learned blacksmithing under Kasper. Both master and mistress were Methodists. Isaac said that he could not recommend his mistress, as she was given to bad practices, so much so that he could hardly endure her. He also charged the blacksmith with being addicted to bad habits. Sometimes Isaac would be called upon to receive correction from his master, which would generally be dealt out with a chunk of wood over his no-feeling head. On a late occasion, when Isaac was being chunked beyond measure, he resisted, but the persistent blacksmith did not yield until he had so far disabled Isaac that he was rendered helpless for the next 2 weeks. While in this state, he pledged himself to freedom and Canada, and resolved to win the prize by crossing the bay. While these young passengers possessed brains and bravery of a rare order, at the same time they brought with them an unusual amount of the soil of Delaware, their persons and old worn-out clothing being full of it. Their appearance called loudly for immediate cleansing. A room, free water, free soap, and such other assistance as was necessary, was tendered them in order to render the work as thorough as possible. This healthy process over, clean and comfortable clothes were furnished, and the change in their appearance was so marked that they might have passed as strangers, if not in the immediate cornfields of their masters, certainly among many of their old acquaintances, unless subjected to the most careful inspection. Raised in the country and on farms, their masters and mistresses had never dreamed of encouraging them to conform to habits of cleanliness. Washing their persons and changing their garments were not common occurrences. The coarse garment once on would be clung to without change as long as it would hold together. The filthy cabins allotted for their habitations were in themselves incentives to personal uncleanliness. In some districts this was more apparent than in others. For some portions of Maryland and Delaware, in particular, passengers brought lamentable evidence of a want of knowledge and improvement in this direction. But the master, not the slave, was blameworthy. The master, as has been intimated, found but one suit for working, and sometimes none for Sunday. Consequently, if Tom was set to ditching one day and became muddy and dirty, and the next day he was required to haul manure, his ditching suit had to be used. And if the next day he was called into the harvest field, he was still obliged to wear his barnyard suit, and so on to the end. Frequently have such passengers been thoroughly cleansed for the first time in their lives at the Philadelphia station. Some needed practical lessons before they understood the thoroughness necessary to cleansing. Before undertaking the operation, therefore, in order that they might be made to feel the benefit to be derived therefrom, they would need to have the matter brought home to them in a very gentle way, lest they might feign to fear taking cold, not having been used to it, etc. It was customary to say to them, quote, "We want to give you some clean clothing, but you need washing before putting them on. It will make you feel like a new man to have the dirt of slavery all washed off. Nothing that could be done for you would make you feel better after the fatigue of travel than a thorough bath. Probably you have not been allowed the opportunity of taking a good bath, and so have not enjoyed one since your mother bathed you. Don't be afraid of the water or soap. The harder you rub yourself, the better you will feel. Shall we not wash your back and neck for you? We want you to look well while traveling on the Underground Railroad, and not forget from this time forth to try to take care of yourself," etc., etc. By this course the reluctance where it existed would be overcome, and the proposition would be readily acceded to, if the water was not too cool. On the other hand, if cool, a slight shudder might be visible, sufficient to raise a hearty laugh. Yet, when through, the candidate always expressed a hearty sense of satisfaction, and was truly thankful for this attention. End of section 10.
Section 11 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Underground Railroad, Part 4, by William Still. Section 11. Arrival from Kent County, Maryland, 1858. Asbury Irwin, Ephraim Ennis, and Lydia Ann Johns. The party whose narratives are here given brought grave charges against a backsliding member of the Society of Friends, a renegade Quaker. Doubtless rare instances may be found where men of the Quaker persuasion, immigrating from free and settling in slave states and among slaveholders, have deserted their freedom-loving principles, and, led captive by the force of bad examples, have linked hands with the oppressor against the oppressed. It is probable, however, that this is the only case that may turn up in these records, to the disgrace of this body of Christians, in whom dwelt in such a signal degree large sympathy for the slave and the fleeing bondman. Many fugitives were indebted to friends, who aided them in a quiet way, not allowing their left hand to know what their right hand did, and the result was that the Underground Railroad operations were always pretty safe and prosperous where the line of travel led through Quaker settlements. We can speak with great confidence on this point, especially with regard to Pennsylvania, where a goodly number might be named if necessary, whose hearts, houses, horses, and money were always found ready and willing to assist the fugitive from the prison house. It is with no little regret that we feel that truth requires us to connect the so-called owner of Asbury, Ephraim, and Lydia with the Quakers. Asbury was first examined, and his story ran substantially thus. I run away because I was used bad. 3 years ago I was knocked dead with an axe by my master. The blood ran out of my head as if it had been poured out of a tumbler. You can see the mark plain enough. Look here," with his fingers on the spot. I left Millington at the head of Chester in Kent County, Maryland, where I had been held by a farmer who called himself Michael Newbold. He was originally from Mount Holly, New Jersey, but had been living in Maryland over 20 years. He was called a Hickory Quaker, and he had a real Quaker for a wife. Before he was in Maryland 5 years, he bought slaves, became a regular slaveholder, got to drinking and racing horses, and was very bad, treated all hands bad, his wife too, so that she had to leave him and go to Philadelphia to her kinsfolks. It was because he was so bad we all had to leave, etc. While Asbury's story appeared truthful and simple, a portion of it was too shocking to morality and damaging to humanity to be inserted in these pages. Asbury was about 40 years of age, a man of dark hue, size and height about mediocrity, and mental ability quite above the average. Ephraim was a fellow servant and companion of Asbury. He was a man of superior physical strength, and from all outward appearance he possessed qualities susceptible of ready improvement. He not only spoke of Newbold in terms of strong condemnation, but of slaveholders and slavery everywhere. The lessons he had learned gave him ample opportunity to speak from experience and from what he had observed in the daily practice of slaveholders. Consequently, with his ordinary gifts, it was impossible for him to utter his earnest feelings without making a deep impression. Lydia also fled from Michael Newbold. She was a young married woman, only 22 years of age, of a chestnut color and a pleasant countenance. Her flight for liberty cost her her husband, as she was obliged to leave him behind. What understanding was entered into them prior to her departure we failed to note at the time. It was very clear that she had decided never to wear the yoke again. Arrival from Washington, 1858, Josephine Robinson. Many reasons were given by Josephine for leaving the sunny South. She had a mistress, but was not satisfied with her, hadn't a particle of love for her. She was all the time fussing and scolding, and never could be satisfied. She was very well off, and owned 13 or 14 head of slaves. She was a member of the Methodist Church, was stingy and very mean towards her slaves. Josephine, having lived with her all her life, professed to have a thorough knowledge of her ways and manners, and seemed disposed to speak truthfully of her. The name of her mistress was Eliza Hambleton, and she lived in Washington. Josephine had fully thought over the matter of her rights, so much so that she was prompted to escape. So hard did she feel her lot to be that she was compelled to resign her children, uncle, and aunt to the cruel mercy of slavery. What became of the little ones, David, Ogden, and Isaiah, is a mystery. Arrival from Cecil County, 1858. Robert Johns and his wife, Sue Ann. Fortunately, in this instance, man and wife succeeded in making their way out of slavery together. Robert was a man of small stature and the farthest shade from white. In appearance and intellect he represented the ordinary Maryland slave, raised on a farm, surrounded with no refining influences or sympathy. He stated that a man by the name of William Casey had claimed the right to his labor, and that he had been kept in bondage on his farm. For a year or more before setting out for freedom, Robert had watched his master pretty closely, and came to the conclusion that he was a monstrous, blustery kind of man, one of the old-time fellows, very hard and rash, not fit to own a dog. He owned 12 slaves. Robert resolved that he would make one less in a short while. He laid the matter before his wife Sue, who was said to be the property of Susan Flinthrew, wife of John Flinthrew of Cecil County, Maryland. Sue, having suffered severely, first from one and then another, sometimes from floggings, and at other times from hunger, and again from not being half clothed in cold weather, was prepared to consider any scheme that looked in the direction of speedy deliverance. The way that they were to travel, and the various points of danger to be passed on the road were fully considered. But Robert and Sue were united, and agreed that they should not fare much worse than they had fared should they be captured and carried back. In this state of mind, as in the case of thousands of others, they set out for a free state, and in due time reached Pennsylvania, and the Vigilance Committee, to whom they made known the facts here recorded, and received aid and comfort in return. Sue was a young woman of 23, of a brown color and somewhat under medium size. End of section 11.
Section 12 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Underground Railroad, Part 4, by William Still. Section 12. Arrival from Georgetown, D.C., 1858. Perry Clexton, Jim Banks, and Charles Noel. This party found no very serious obstacles in their travels, as their plans were well arranged, and as they had at least natural ability sufficient for ordinary emergencies. Perry reported that he left a man by the name of John M. Williams, of Georgetown, D.C., who was in the wood business, and kept a wharf. As to treatment, he said that he had not been used very hard, but had been worked hard and allowed but few privileges. The paltry sum of 25 cents a week was all that was allowed him out of his hire. With a wife and one child, this might seem a small sum, but in reality it was a liberal outlay compared with what many slaves were allowed. Perry, being a ready-witted article, thought it was hardly fair that Mr. Williams should live by the sweat of his brow instead of his own, and able to work for himself in Perry's opinion. For a length of time the notion of leaving and going to Canada was uppermost in his heart. Probably he would have acted with more promptness, but for the fact that his wife and child rested with great weight on his mind. Finally the pressure became so great that he felt that he must leave at all hazards, forsaking wife and child, master and chains. He was a young man of about 25 years of age, of a dark shade, ordinary build, and full of grit. His wife was named Amelia. Whether she ever afterwards heard from her husband is a question. Jim, who accompanied Perry, brought the shoemaking art with him. He had been held a slave under John J. Richards, although he was quite as much a white man as he was black. He was a mulatto, 29 years of age, well made, and bore a grum countenance, but a brave and manly will to keep up his courage on the way. He said that he had been used very well, had no fault to find with John J. Richards, who was possibly a near relative of his. He forsook his mother, 4 brothers, and 3 sisters, with no hope of ever seeing them again. Charles bore strong testimony in favor of his master, Booker W. Hansborough, a farmer, and first-rate man to his servants, said Charles. "I was used very well, can't complain." "Why did you not remain, then?" asked a member of the committee. "I left," answered C., "because I was not allowed to live with my wife. She, with our 6 children, lived a long distance from my master's place, and he would not hire me out where I could live near my wife. So I made up my mind that I would try and do better. I could see no enjoyment that way." As the secret of his master's treatment is here brought to light, it is very evident that Charles, in speaking so highly in his favor, failed to take a just view of him, as no man could really be first-rate to his servants who would not allow a man to live with his wife and children, and who would persist in taking from another what he had no right to take. Nevertheless, as Charles thought his master first-rate, he shall have the benefit of the opinion, but it was suspected that Charles was not disposed to find fault with his kin, as it was very likely that the old master claimed some of the white blood in his veins. Arrival from Sussex County, 1858. Jacob Blockson, George Allagood, Jim Allagood, and George Lewis. The coming of Jacob and his companions was welcomed in the usual way. The marks of slavery upon them were evident, however they were subjected to the usual critical examination, which they bore with composure and without the least damage. The following notes in the main were recorded from their statements. Jacob was a stout and healthy-looking man, about 27 years of age, with a countenance indicative of having no sympathy with slavery. Being invited to tell his own story, describe his master, etc., he unhesitatingly relieved himself somewhat after this manner. "I escaped from a man by the name of Jesse W. Patton. He was a man of no business, except drinking whiskey, and farming. He was a light-complected man, tall, large, and full-faced, with a large nose. He was a widower. He belonged to no society of any kind. He lived near Seaford in Sussex County, Delaware. I left because I didn't want to stay with him any longer. My master was about to be sold out this fall, and I made up my mind that I did not want to be sold like a horse, the way they generally sold darkies then. So when I started, I resolved to die sooner than I would be taken back. This was my intention all the while. I left my wife and 1 child. The wife's name was Lear, and the child was called Alexander. I want to get them on soon too. I made some arrangements for their coming if I got off safe to Canada." George was next called upon to give his statement concerning where he was from, etc. "I 'scaped from Sussex too, from a man by the name of George M. Davis, a large man, dark complected, and about 50 years of age. He belonged to the Old Side Methodist Church, was a man with a family, and followed farming, or had farming done by me and others. Besides, he was a justice of the peace. I always believed that the master above had no wish for me to be held in bondage all my days. But I thought if I made up my mind to stay in slavery, and not to make a desperate trial for my freedom, I would never have any better times. I had heard that my old mistress had willed me to her children, and children's children. I thought at this rate there was no use of holding on any longer for the good time to come. So here I said, I am going if I die a-trying. I got me a dagger, and made up my mind if they attempted to take me on the road, I would have 1 man. As for my part, I have not had it so slavish as many, but I have never had any privileges to learn to read or to go about anywhere. Now and then they let me go to church. My master belonged to church, and so did I." For a young man being only 22 years of age, who had been kept from the light of freedom as much as he had, his story was thought to be exceedingly well told throughout. James, a brother of George, said, "I came from Horse's Cross Roads, not far from where my brother George came from. William Gray, railroad ticket agent at Bridgewater, professed to own me. He was a tolerable sized man, with very large whiskers and dark hair. He was rather a steady kind of a man. He had a wife, but no child. The reason I left, I thought I had served slavery long enough, as I had been treated none the best. I did not believe in working my life out just to support somebody else. My master had as many hands and feet as I have, and is able to work for his bread as I am, and I made up my mind that I wouldn't stay to be a slave under him any longer, but that I would go to Canada and be my own master." James left his poor wife and 3 children, slaves perhaps for life. The wife's name was Esther Ann, the children were called Mary, Henry, and Harriet. All belonged to Jesse Layton. George Lewis had more years than any of his companions, being about 40 years of age. He had been kept in as low a state of ignorance as the ingenuity of a slaveholder of Delaware could keep one possessed of as much mother wit as he was, for he was not quite so ignorant as the interests of the system required. His physical make and mental capacity were good. He was decidedly averse to the peculiar institution in every particular. He stated that a man named Samuel Laws had held him in bondage; that this Laws was a man of no business, just sat about the house and went about from store to store and sat; that he was an old man, pretty gray, very long hair. He was a member of a church in the neighborhood, which was called Radical. Of this church and its members he could give but little account, either of their peculiarities or creed. He said, however, that they worshipped a good deal like the Methodists, and allowed their members to swear heartily for slavery. Something told George that he had worked long enough as a slave, and that he should be man enough to take the Underground Railroad and go off to a free country. Accordingly, George set out. When he arrived at the station, he was so highly delighted with his success, and the prospect before him, that he felt very sorry that he hadn't started 10 years sooner. He said that he would have done so, but he was afraid, as slaveholders were always making the slaves believe that if they should ever escape they would catch them and bring them back and sell them down South, certain that they always did catch everyone who ran off, but never brought them home, but sold them right off where they could never run away any more, or get to see their relatives again. This threat, George said, was continually rung in the ears of the slaves, and with the more timid it was very effective. Jacob Blockson, after reaching Canada, true to the pledge that he made to his bosom's companion, wrote back as follows: St. Catharines, Canada West, December 26th, 1858. Dear Wife, I now inform you I am in Canada, and am well, and hope you are the same, and would wish you to be here next August. You come to Suspension Bridge, and from there to St. Catharines. Write and let me know. I am doing well, working for a butcher this winter, and will get good wages in the spring. I now get $2.50 a week. I, Jacob Blockson, George Lewis, George Allagood, and James Allagood are all in St. Catharines, and met George Ross from Lewis Wrights. Jim Blockson is in Canada West, and Jim Delaney, Plymouth Conan. I expect you, my wife Leah Ann Blockson, my son Alexander, and Lewis, and Ames will all be here, and Isabella also. If you can't bring all, Alexander surely. Write when you will come, and I will meet you in Albany. Love to you all, from your loving husband, Jacob Blockson. Fare through $12.30 to here. Mr. Still, Sir. You will please envelope this and send it to John Shepherd, Bridgeville, P., office in Sussex County, Delaware. Seal it in black, and oblige me, write to her to come to you. End of section 12. Section 13 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Underground Railroad, Part 4 by William Still, Section 13. Sundry Arrivals in 1859. Sarah Ann Mills, Boonesborough; Caroline Gasway, Mount Airy; Levin Holden, Laurel; William James Connor, with his wife, child, and 4 brothers; James Lazarus, Delaware; Richard Williams, Richmond, Virginia; Sidney Hopkins and Henry Wheeler, Havre de Grace. Sarah Mills set out for freedom long before she reached womanhood, being about 16 years of age. She stated that she had been very cruelly treated, that she was owned by a man named Joseph O'Neill, a tax collector and a very bad man. Under said O'Neill she had been required to chop wood, curry horses, work in the field like a man, and all one winter she had been compelled to go barefooted. 3 weeks before Sarah fled, her mistress was called away by death. Nevertheless, Sarah could not forget how badly she had been treated by her while living. According to Sarah's testimony, the mistress was no better than her husband. Sarah came from Boonesborough, near Hagerstown, Maryland, leaving her mother and other relatives in that neighborhood. It was gratifying to know that such bondwomen so early got beyond the control of slaveholders. Yet girls of her age, from having had no pains taken for her improvement, appealed loudly for more than common sympathy and humanity, but rarely ever found it. On the contrary, their paths were beset with great danger. Caroline Gasway, after being held to service by Somerset Walters until she had reached her 27th year, was forced, by hard treatment and the love of freedom, to make an effort for deliverance. Her appearance at once indicated, although she was just out of the prison house, that she possessed more than an ordinary share of courage, and that she had had a keen insight into the system under which she had been oppressed. She was of a dark chestnut color, well formed, with a large and high forehead, indicative of intellect. She had much to say of the ways and practices of slaveholders, of the wrongs of the system. She dwelt especially upon her own situation as a slave, and the character of her master. She told not only of his ill treatment of her, but described his physical appearance as well. He was a spare-made man, with a red head and quick temper. He would go off in a flurry like a flash of powder, and would behave shamefully towards the slaves when in these fits of passion. His wife, however, Caroline confessed, was of a different temper, and was a pretty good kind of woman. If he had been anything like his wife in disposition, most likely Caroline would have remained in bondage. Fortunately, Caroline was a single woman. She left her mother. Levin Holden, having been sold only a few weeks prior to his escape, was so affected by the change which awaited him that he was irresistibly led to seek the Underground Railroad. Previous to being sold, he was under a master by the name of Jonathan Bailey, who followed farming in the neighborhood of Laurel, Delaware, and as a master was considered a moderate man, was also well to do in the world, but the new master he could not endure, as he had already let the secret out that Levin was to be sent south. Levin had a perfect horror of a more southern latitude. He made up his mind that he would try his luck for Canada. Levin was a man of 27 years of age, smart, dark color, of a good size for all sorts of work. William James Connor, his wife, child, and 4 brothers came next. The brothers were hale-looking fellows, and would have commanded high prices in any market south of Mason and Dixon's line. It was said that they were the property of Kendall Major Lewis, who lived near Laurel, Delaware. It was known, however, that he never had any deed from the Almighty, but oppressed them without any just right to do so. They were perfectly justifiable in leaving Kendall Major Lewis and all his sympathizers to take care of themselves as best they could. No very serious charges were made against Lewis, but on the contrary they said that he had been looked upon as a moderate slaveholder. They also said that he had been a member of the Methodist Episcopal Church for 50 years, and stood high in that body. Furthermore, they stated that he sold slaves occasionally. 8 had been sold by him some time before this party escaped, 2 of them to Georgia. Besides, William James had been sold and barely found opportunity to escape. William James, Major Lewis, Dennis Betts, Peter, and Lazarus, with the wife and child of the former, not only found themselves stripped from day to day of their hard earnings, but fearful forebodings of the auction block were ever uppermost in their minds. While they spoke of Lewis as moderate, etc., They all said that he allowed no privileges to his slaves. Richard Williams gave a full account of himself, but only a meager report was recorded. He said that he came from Richmond, and left because he was on the point of being sold by John A. Smith, who owned him. He gave Smith credit for being a tolerable fair kind of a slaveholder, but added that his wife was a notoriously hard woman. She had made a very deep impression on Richard's mind by her treatment of him. In finding himself on free ground, however, with cheering prospects ahead, he did not stop to brood over the ills that he had suffered, but rejoiced heartily. He left his wife, Julia, who was free. Sidney Hopkins and Henry Wheeler. These young men made their way out of slavery together. While Sidney lives, he will forever regard Jacob Hoag of Havre de Grace as the person who cheated him out of himself, and prevented him from becoming enlightened and educated. Henry, his companion, was also from Havre de Grace. He had had trouble with a man by the name of Amos Barnes, or, in other words, Barnes claimed to own him, just as he owned a horse or a mule, and daily controlled him in about the same manner that he would manage the animals above alluded to. Henry could find no justification for such treatment. He suffered greatly under the said Barnes, and finally his eyes were opened to see that there was an underground railroad for the benefit of all such slavery-sick souls as himself. So he got a ticket as soon as possible, and came through without accident, leaving Amos Barnes to do the best he could for a living. This candidate for Canada was 21 years of age, and a likely-looking boy. Joseph Henry Hill. The spirit of freedom in this passenger was truly the one idea notion. At the age of 28, his purpose to free himself by escaping on the Underground Railroad was successfully carried into effect, although not without difficulty. Joseph was a fair specimen of a man physically and mentally, could read and write, and thereby keep the run of matters of interest on the slavery question. James Thomas, Jr., a tobacco merchant in Richmond, had Joe down in his ledger as a marketable piece of property, or a handy machine to save labor and make money. To Joe's great joy, he heard the sound of the Underground Railroad bell in Richmond, had a satisfactory interview with the conductor, received a favorable response, and was soon a traveler on his way to Canada. He left his mother, a free woman, and 2 sisters in chains. He had been sold twice, but he never meant to be sold again. Arrival from Richmond, 1859. Cornelius Henry Johnson. Face Canada ward for years. Quite an agreeable interview took place between Cornelius and the committee. He gave his experience of slavery pretty fully, and the committee enlightened him as to the workings of the Underground Railroad, the value of freedom, and the safety of Canada as a refuge. Cornelius was a single man, 36 years of age, full black, medium size, and intelligent. He stated that he had had his face set toward Canada for a long while. 3 times he had made an effort to get out of the prison house. Within the last 4 or 5 years, times have gone pretty hard with me. My mistress, Mrs. Mary F. Price, had lately put me in charge of her brother, Samuel M. Bailey, a tobacco merchant of Richmond. Both believed in nothing as they did in slavery. They would sooner see a black man dead than free. They were about second class in society. He and his sister own well on to 100 head, though within the last few years he has been thinning off the number by sale. I was allowed $1 a week for my board. $1 is the usual allowance for slaves in my situation. On Christmas week he allowed me no board money, but made me a present of 75 cents. My mistress added 25 cents, which was the extent of their liberality. I was well cared for. When the slaves got sick he doctored them himself. He was too stingy to employ a physician. If they did not get well as soon as he thought they should, he would order them to their work, and if they did not go, he would beat them. My cousin was badly beat last year in the presence of his wife, and he was right sick. Mr. Bailey was a member of St. James Church on 5th Street, and my mistress was a good communicant of the First Baptist Church on Broad Street. She led on to be very good. I am one of a family of 16. My mother and 11 sisters and brothers are now living. Some have been sold to Alabama and some to Tennessee. The rest are held in Richmond. My mother is now old, but is still in the service of Bailey. He promised to take care of her in her old age, and not compel her to labor, so she is only required to cook and wash for a dozen slaves. This they consider a great favor to the old grandmother. It was only a year ago he cursed her and threatened her with a flogging. I left for nothing else but because I was dissatisfied with slavery. The threats of my master caused me to reflect on the North and South. I had an idea that I was not to die in slavery. I believed that God would assist me if I would try. I then made up my mind to put my case in the hands of God, and start for the Underground Railroad. I bade good-bye to the old tobacco factory on 7th Street, and the First African Baptist Church on Broad Street, where he belonged, where I had so often heard the minister preach, "Servants, obey your masters." Also to the slave pens, chain gangs, and a cruel master and mistress, all of which I hoped to leave forever. But to bid good-bye to my old mother in chains was no easy job, and if my desire for freedom had not been as strong as my desire for life itself, I could never have stood it. But I felt that I could do her no good, could not help her if I stayed. As I was often threatened by my master with the auction block, I felt I must give up all and escape for my life. Such was substantially the story of Cornelius Henry Johnson. He talked for an hour as one inspired, and as none but fugitive slaves could talk. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Underground Railroad, Part 4, by William Still, Section 14. Arrival from Delaware, 1858. Theophilus Collins, Andrew Jackson Boyce, Handy Burton, and Robert Jackson. A desperate, bloody struggle, gun, knife, and fire shovel used by an infuriated master. Judged from their outward appearance, as well as from the fact that they were from the neighboring state of Delaware, no extraordinary revelations were looked for from the above-named party. It was found, however, that one of their number, at least, had a sad tale of outrage and cruelty to relate. The facts stated are as follows. Theophilus is 24 years of age, dark, height and stature hardly medium, with faculties only about average compared with ordinary fugitives from Delaware and Maryland. His appearance is in no way remarkable. His bearing is subdued and modest, yet he is not lacking in earnestness. Says Theophilus, "I was in servitude under a man named Houston, near Lewes, Delaware. He was a very mean man. He didn't allow you enough to eat, nor enough clothes to wear. He never allowed a drop of tea or coffee or sugar, and if you didn't eat your breakfast before day he wouldn't allow you any, but would drive you out without any. He had a wife. She was mean too, meaner than he was. 4 years ago last fall my master cut my entrails out for going to meet at Daniel Wesley's church one Sabbath night. Before day, Monday morning, he called me up to whip me, called me into his dining room, locked the doors, then ordered me to pull off my shirt. I told him no, sir, I wouldn't. Right away he went and got the cowhide, and gave me about 20 over my head with the butt. He tore my shirt off, after I would not pull it off. He ordered me to cross my hands. I didn't do that. After I wouldn't do that, he went and got his gun, and broke the breech of that over my head. He then seized up the fire tongs and struck me over the head ever so often. The next thing he took was the parlor shovel, and he beat on me with that, till he broke the handle. Then he took the blade and stove it at my head with all his might. I told him that I was bound to come out of that room. He run up to the door and drawed his knife, and told me if I ventured to the door he would stab me. I never made it any better or worse, but aimed straight for the door, but before I reached it he stabbed me, drawing the knife, a common pocket knife, as hard as he could rip across my stomach. Right away he began stabbing me about my head. Marks were plainly to be seen. After a desperate struggle, Theophilus succeeded in getting out of the building. I started, said he, at once for Georgetown, carrying a part of my entrails in my hands for the whole journey, 16 miles. I went to my young masters, and they took me to an old colored woman called Judah Smith, and for 5 days and nights I was under treatment of Dr. Henry Moore, Dr. Charles Henry Richards, and Dr. William Newall. All these attended me. I was not expected to live for a long time, but the doctors cured me at last. Andrew reported that he fled from Dr. David Houston. I left because of my master's meanness to me. He was a very mean man to his servants, said Andrew, and I got so tired of him I couldn't stand him any longer. Andrew was about 26 years of age, ordinary size, color brown, and was entitled to his freedom, but knew not how to secure it by law, so resorted to the Underground Railroad method. Handy, another of this party, said that he left because the man who claimed to be his master was so hard. The man by whom he had been wronged was known where he came from by the name of Shepherd Burton, and was in the farming business. He was a churchman, said Handy, but he never allowed me to go to church a half-dozen times in my life. Robert belonged to Mrs. Mary Hickman. At least she had him in her possession, and reaped the benefit of his hire, and enjoyed the leisure and ease thereof while he toiled. For some time prior to his leaving, this had been a thorn in his side, hard to bear. So when an opening presented itself by which he thought he could better his condition, he was ready to try the experiment. He, however, felt that, while she would not have him to look to for support, she would not be without sympathy, as she was a member of the Episcopal Church. Besides, she was an old-looking woman, and might not need his help a great while longer. Arrival from Richmond, 1859. Stepney Brown. Stepney was an extraordinary man, his countenance indicating great goodness of heart, and his gratitude to his heavenly Father for his deliverance proved that he was fully aware of the source whence his help had come. Being a man of excellent natural gifts, as well as of religious fervor and devotion to a remarkable degree, he seemed admirably fitted to represent the slave in chains, looking up to God with an eye of faith, and again the fugitive in Canada, triumphant and rejoicing with joy unspeakable over his deliverance, yet not forgetting those in bonds, as bound with them. The beauty of an unshakable faith in the good Father above could scarcely have shone with a brighter luster than was seen in this simple-hearted believer. Stepney was 34 years of age, tall, slender, and of a dark hue. He readily confessed that he fled from Mrs. Julia A. Mitchell of Richmond, and testified that she was decidedly stingy and unkind, although a member of St. Paul's Church. Still, he was wholly free from acrimony, and even in recounting his sufferings was filled with charity towards his oppressors. He said, "I was moved to leave because I believed that I had a right to be a free man." He was a member of the Second Baptist Church, and entertained strong faith that certain infirmities, which had followed him through life up to within 7 years of the time of his escape, had all been removed through the Spirit of the Lord. He had been an eyewitness to many outrages inflicted on his fellow men, but he spoke more of the sufferings of others than his own. His stay was brief but interesting. After his arrival in Canada, he turned his attention to industrial pursuits, and cherished his loved idea that the Lord was very good to him. Occasionally he would write to express his gratitude to God and man, and to inquire about friends in different localities, especially those in bonds. The following letters are specimens, and speak for themselves. Clifton House, Niagara Falls, August the 27th. Dear Brother, it is with pleasure I take my pen in hand to write a few lines to inform you that I am well, hoping these few lines may find you the same. I am longing to hear from you and your family. I wish you would say to Julius Anderson that he must really excuse me for not writing, but I am in hopes that he is doing well. I have not heard no news from Virginia. Please to send all the news. Say to Mrs. Hunt, and you also forever pray for me, knowing that God is so good to us. I have not seen Brother John Dungy for 5 months, but we have corresponded together, but he is doing well in Brantford. I am now at the Falls, and have been on here some time, and I shall, with the help of the Lord, locate myself somewhere this winter, and go to school. Excuse me for not answer your letters sooner, knowing that I cannot write well. You please to send me one of the earliest papers. Send me word if any of our friends have been passing through. I know that you are very busy, but ask your little daughter if she will answer this letter for you. I often feel that I cannot turn God thanks enough for his blessings that he has bestoweth upon me. Say to Brother Sewell that he must not forget what God has consigned to his hand. To do that he must pray in his closet that God might teach him. Say to Mr. Anderson that I hope he have retrad and has seeked the Lord and found him precious to his own soul, for he must do it in this world, for he cannot do it in the world to come. I often think about the morning that I left your house. It was such a sad feeling, but still I have a hope in Christ. Do you think it is safe in Boston? My love to all. I remain your brother, Stepney Brown. Brantford, March 3rd, 1860. Mr. William Still, Dear Sir, I now take the pleasure of writing to you a few lines. Write soon, hoping to find you enjoying perfect health, as I am the same. My joy within is so great that I cannot find words to express it. When I met with my friend Brother Dungy, who stopped at your house on his way to Canada, after having a long chase after me from Toronto to Hamilton, he at last found me in the town of Brantford, Canada, West, and ought we not to return Almighty God thanks for delivering us from the many dangers and trials that beset our path in this wicked world we live in. I have long been wanting to write to you, but I entirely forgot the number of your house. Mr. Dungy luckily happened to have your directions with him. Religion is good when we live right. May God help you to pray often to him that he might receive you at the hour of your final departure. Yours most respectfully, Stepney Brown. Per Jason A. Walk. P.S. Write as soon as possible, for I wish very much to hear from you. I understand that Mrs. Hunt has been to Richmond, Virginia. Be so kind as to ask her if she heard anything about that money. Give my love to all inquiring friends, and to your family especially. I now thank God that I have not lost a day in sickness since I came to Canada. Kiss the baby for me. I know you are busy, but I hope you will have time to write a few lines to me to let me know how you and your family are getting on. No more at present, but I am yours very truly, Stepney Brown, per Jace A. Walkinshaw. Brantford, October 25, '60. Dear Sir, I take the pleasure of dropping you a few lines. I am yet residing in Brantford, and I have been to work all this summer at the Falls, and I have got along remarkably well. Surely God is good to those that put their trust in him. I suppose you have been wondering what has become of me, but I am in the lands of living, and long to hear from you and your family. I would have wrote sooner, but the times has been such in the States I have not but little news to send you, and I'm going to school again this winter, and will you be pleased to send me word what has become of Julius Anderson and the rest of my friends, and tell him I would write to him if I knew where to direct the letter. Please send me word whether anybody has been along lately that knows me. I know that you are busy, but you must take time and answer this letter, as I am anxious to hear from you. But nevertheless, we must not forget our Maker, so we cannot pray too much to our Lord. So I hope that Mr. Anderson has found peace with God. For me myself really appreciate that hope that I have in Christ, for I often find myself in my slumber with you, and I hope we will meet some day. Mr. Dungy sends his love to you. I suppose you are aware that he is married. He is luckier than I am, or I must get a little foothold before I do marry, if I ever do. I am in a very comfortable room, all fixed for the winter, and we have had one snow. May the Lord be with you and all your household. I remain forever your brother in Christ, Stepney Brown. End of section 14.
Section 15 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Denise Nordell. The Underground Railroad, Part 4, by William Still. Section 15. Arrival from Maryland, 1859. Jim Kell, Charles Heath, William Carlisle, Charles Ringgold, Thomas Maxwell, and Samuel Smith. On the evening of the 4th of July, while all was hilarity and rejoicing, the above-named very interesting fugitives arrived from the troubled district, the eastern shore, of Maryland, where so many conventions had been held the previous year to prevent escapes, where the Reverend Samuel Green had been convicted and sent to the penitentiary for 10 years for having a copy of Uncle Tom's Cabin in his humble home, where so many parties on escaping had the good sense and courage to secure their flight by bringing their masters' horses and carriages a good way on their perilous journey. Sam had been tied up and beat many times severely. William had been stripped naked and frequently and cruelly cowhided. Thomas had been clubbed over his head more than a few times. Jim had been whipped with clubs and switches times without number. Charles had had 5 men on him at one time with cowhides, his master in the lead. Charles Heath had had his head cut shockingly with a club in the hands of his master. This well cared for individual, in referring to his kind master, said, "I can give his character right along. He was a perfect devil. The night we left he had a woman tied up. God knows what he done. He was always blustering. You could never do enough for him nohow. First thing in the morning and last thing at night you would hear him cussing. He would cuss in bed. He was a large farmer, all the time drunk. He had a good deal of money, but not much character. He was a savage, bluff, red-faced looking concern." Thus, in the most earnest as well as in an intelligent manner, Charles described the man, Aquila Cain, who had hitherto held him under the yoke. James left his mother, Nancy Kell, 2 brothers, Robert and Henry, and 2 sisters, Mary and Annie, all living in the neighborhood whence he fled. Besides these, he had 8 brothers and sisters living in Baltimore and elsewhere under the yoke. He was 24 years of age, of a jet color, but of a manly turn. He fled from Thomas Murphy, a farmer and regular slaveholder. Charles Heath was 25 years of age, medium size, full black, a very keen-looking individual. William was also of unmixed blood, shrewd and wide awake for his years, had been ground down under the heel of Aquila Cain. He left his mother and 2 sisters. Charles Ringgold was 18 years of age. No white blood showed itself in the least in this individual. He fled from Dr. Jacob Preston, a member of the Episcopal Church, and a practical farmer with 20 head of slaves. He was not so bad, but his wife was said to be a stinger. Charles left his mother and father behind, also 4 sisters. Thomas was of pure blood, with a very cheerful, healthy-looking countenance, 21 years of age, and was to come free at 25, but he had too much good sense to rely upon the promises of slaveholders in matters of this kind. He too belonged to Cain, who, he said, was constantly talking about selling, etc. He left his father and mother. After being furnished with food, clothing, and free tickets, they were forwarded on in triumph and full of hope. Sundry Arrivals, 1859. John Edward Lee, John Hillis, Charles Ross, James Ryan, William Johnston, Edward Wood, Cornelius Fuller and his wife Harriet, John Pinkett, Ansel Cannon, and James Brown. John came from Maryland and brought with him a good degree of pluck. He satisfied the committee that he fully believed in freedom, and had proved his faith by his works, as he came in contact with pursuers, whom he put to flight by the use of an ugly-looking knife, which he plunged into one of them, producing quite a panic. The result was that he was left to pursue his Underground Railroad journey without further molestation. There was nothing in John's appearance which would lead one to suppose that he was a bloodthirsty or bad man, although a man of uncommon muscular powers, 6 feet high and quite black, with resolution stamped on his countenance. But when he explained how he had been enslaved by a man named John B. Slade of Harford County, and how, in some way or other, he became entitled to his freedom, and just as the time arrived for the consummation of this long prayed for boon, said Slade was about to sell him. After this provocation it was clear enough to perceive how John came to use his knife. John Hillis was a tiller of the ground under a widow lady, Mrs. Louisa LeCount, of the New Market District, Maryland. He signified to the mistress that he loved to follow the water, and that he would be just as safe on water as on land, and that he was discontented. The widow heard John's plausible story, and saw nothing amiss in it, so she consented that he should work on a schooner. The name of the craft was Majestic. The hopeful John endeavored to do his utmost to please, and was doubly happy when he learned that the Majestic was to make a trip to Philadelphia. On arriving, John's eyes were opened to see that he owed Mrs. LeCount nothing, but that she was largely indebted to him for years of unrequited toil. He could not, therefore, consent to go back to her. He was troubled to think of his poor wife and children, whom he had left in the hands of Mrs. Harriet Dean, 3/4 of a mile from Newmarket, but it was easier for him to imagine plans by which he could get them off than to incur the hazard of going back to Maryland. Therefore he remained in freedom. Charles Ross was clearly of the opinion that he was free-born, but that he had been illegally held in slavery, as were all his brothers and sisters, by a man named Rogers, a farmer living near Greensboro in Caroline County, Maryland. Very good reasons were given by Charles for the charge which he made against Rogers, and it went far towards establishing the fact that colored men had no rights which white men were bound to respect in Maryland. Although he was only 23 years of age, he had fully weighed the matter of his freedom, and appeared firmly set against slavery. William Johnson was owned by a man named John Bosley, a farmer living near Gunpowder Neck, Maryland. One morning he, unexpectedly to William, gave him a terrible cowhiding, which, contrary to the master's designs, made him a firm believer in the doctrine of immediate abolition, and he thought that from that hour he must do something against the system, if nothing more than to go to Canada. This determination was so strong that in a few weeks afterwards he found himself on the Underground Railroad. He left one brother and one sister. His mother was dead, and of his father's whereabouts he knew nothing. William was 19 years of age, brown color, smart, and good-looking. Edward Wood was a chattel from Drummerstown, Accomack County, Virginia, where he had been owned by a farmer, calling himself James White, a man who drank hard and was very crabbed, and before Edward left owned 11 head of slaves. Edward left a wife and 3 children, but the strong desire to be free, which had been a ruling passion of his being from early boyhood, rendered it impossible for him to stay, although the ties were very hard to break. Slavery was crushing him hourly, and he felt that he could not submit any longer. Cornelius Fuller and his wife Harriet escaped together from Kent County, Maryland. They belonged to separate masters. Cornelius, it was said, belonged to the Diden estate, his wife to Judge Chambers, whose honor lived in Chestertown. "He is no man for freedom, bless you," said Harriet. "He owned more slaves than any other man in that part of the country. He sells sometimes, and he hired out a great many. Would hire them to any kind of master, if he half killed you." Cornelius and Harriet were obliged to leave their daughter Kitty, who was 13 years of age. John Pinkett and Ansel Cannon took the Underground Railroad cars at Newmarket, Dorchester County, Maryland. John was a tall young man of 27 years of age, of an active turn of mind, and of a fine black color. He was the property of Mary Brown, a widow, firmly grounded in the love of slavery, believing that a slave had no business to get tired or desire his freedom. She sold one of John's sisters to Georgia, and before John fled, had still in her possession 9 head of slaves. She was a member of the Methodist Church at East New Market. From certain movements which looked very suspicious in John's eyes, he had been allotted to the Southern market. He therefore resolved to look out for a habitation in Canada. He had a first-rate cornfield education, but no book learning. Up to the time of his escape, John had shunned entangling himself with a wife. Ansel was 25 years of age, well-colored, and seemed like a good-natured and well-behaved article. He escaped from Kitty Cannon, another widow, who owned 9 chattels. "Sometimes she treated her slaves pretty well," was the testimony of Ansel. He ran away because he did not get pay for his services. In thus being deprived of his hire, he concluded that he had no business to stay if he could get away. Arrival from Maryland, 1859. James Brown. A more giant-looking passenger than the above-named individual had rarely ever passed over the road. He was 6 feet 3 inches high, and in every respect a man of bone, sinew, and muscle. For one who had enjoyed only a field hand's privileges for improvement, he was not to be despised. Jim owed service to Henry Jones. At least he admitted that said Jones claimed him, and had hired him out to himself for $7 per month. While this amount seemed light, it was much heavier than Jim felt willing to meet solely for his master's benefit. After giving some heed to the voice of freedom within, he considered that it behooved him to try and make his way to some place where men were not guilty of wronging their neighbors out of their just hire. Having heard of the Underground Railroad running to Canada, he concluded to take a trip and see the country for himself. So he arranged his affairs with this end in view, and left Henry Jones with one less to work for him for nothing. The place that he fled from was called North Point, Baltimore County. The number of fellow slaves left in the hands of his old master was 15. Arrival from Delaware, 1859. Edward, John, and Charles Hall. The above-named individuals were brothers from Delaware. They were young, the eldest being about 20, the youngest not far from 17 years of age. Edward was serving on a farm under a man named Booth. Perceiving that Booth was running through his property very fast by hard drinking, Edward's better judgment admonished him that his so-called master would one day have need of more rum money, and that he might not be too good to offer him in the market for what he could bring. Charles resolved that when his brothers crossed the line dividing Delaware and Pennsylvania, he would not be far behind. The mother of these boys was freed at the age of 28, and lived in Wilmington, Delaware. It was owing to the fact that their mother had been freed that they entertained the vague notion that they too might be freed, but it was a well-established fact that thousands lived and died in such a hope without ever realizing their expectations. The boys, more shrewd and wide awake than many others, did not hearken to such stuff. The two younger heard the views of the elder brother, and expressed a willingness to follow him. Edward, becoming satisfied that what they meant to do must be done quickly, took the lead, and off they started for a free state. John was owned by one James B. Rogers, a farmer, and "a most every kind of man," as John expressed himself. In fact, John thought that his owner was such a strange, wicked, and cross character that he couldn't tell himself what he was. Seeing that slaves were treated no better than dogs and hogs, John thought that he was none too young to be taking steps to get away. Charles was held by James Rogers Sr., under whom he said that he had served 9 years, with faint prospects of sometime becoming free, but when was doubtful. End of Section 15. Recording by Denise Nordell, Modesto, California. Section 16 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Denise Nordell. The Underground Railroad, Part 4, by William Still. Section 16. Arrival from Virginia, 1859. James Taylor, Albert Gross, and John Greenwich. To see mere lads not 21 years of age, smart enough to outwit the very shrewdest and wisest slaveholders of Virginia, was very gratifying. The young men composing this arrival were of this keen-sighted order. James was only a little turned of 20, of a yellow complexion and intelligent. A trader by the name of George Ayler professed to own James. He said that he had been used tolerable well, not so bad as many had been used. James was learning the carpenter trade, but he was anxious to obtain his freedom, and finding his two companions true on the main question, in conjunction with them, he contrived a plan of escape, and took out. His father and mother, Harrison and Jane Taylor, were left at Fredericksburg to mourn the absence of their son. Albert was in his 20th year, the picture of good health, not homely by any means, although not of a fashionable color. He was under the patriarchal protection of a man by the name of William Price, who carried on farming in Cecil County, Maryland. Albert testified that he was a bad man. John Greenwich was only 20, a sprightly, active young man of a brown color. He came from Middle Neck, Cecil County, where he had served under William Flintham, a farmer. Sundry Arrivals from Maryland, 1859, and other places. James Andy Wilkins and wife Lucinda, with their little boy Charles. Charles Henry Gross. A woman with her 2 children, one in her arms, John Brown, John Roach, and wife Lammy, and Henry Smallwood. The above-named passengers did not all come from the same place, or exactly at the same time, but for the sake of convenience they are thus embraced under a general head. James Andy Wilkins gave the slip to a farmer by the name of George Biddle, who lived 1 mile from Cecil, Cecil County, Maryland. While he hated slavery, he took a favorable view of his master in some respects at least, as he said that he was a moderate man in talk, but sly in action. His master provided him with 2 pairs of pantaloons in the summer, and 1 in the winter, also a winter jacket, no vest, no cap or hat. James thought the sum total for the entire year's clothing would not amount to more than $10. Sunday clothing he was compelled to procure for himself by working of nights. He made axe handles, mats, etc., of evenings, and caught muskrats on Sunday, and availed himself of their hides to procure means for his most pressing wants. Besides these liberal privileges, his master was in the habit of allowing him 2 whole days every harvest, and at Christmas time from 25 cents to as high as $3.50 were lavished upon him. His master was a bachelor, a man of considerable means, and kept tolerable good company, and only owned 2 other slaves, Rachel Ann Dumpson and John Price. Lucinda, the companion of James, was 21 years of age, good-looking, well-formed, and of a brown color. She spoke of a man named George Ford as her owner. He, however, was said to be of the moderate class of slaveholders, Lucinda being the only slave property he possessed, and she came to him through his wife, who was a Methodist. The master was an outsider, so far as the church was concerned. Once in a great while Lucinda was allowed to go to church, when she could be spared from her daily routine of cooking, washing, etc. Twice a week she was permitted the special favor of seeing her husband. These simple privations not being of a grave character, no serious fault was found with them. Yet Lucinda was not without a strong ground of complaint. Not long before escaping, she had been threatened with the auction block. This fate she felt bound to avert if possible, and the way she aimed to do it was by escaping on the Underground Railroad. Charlie, a bright little fellow only 3 years of age, was contented and happy enough. Lucinda left her father, Moses Edgar Wright, and 2 brothers, both slaves. One belonged to Francis Crookshanks, and the other to Captain Jim Mitchell. Her mother, who was known by the name of Betsy Wright, escaped when she, Lucinda, was 7 years of age. Of her whereabouts nothing further had ever been heard. Lucinda entertained strong hopes that she might find her in Canada. Charles Henry Gross began life in Maryland, and was made to bear the heat and burden of the day in Baltimore under Henry Slaughter, proprietor of the Ariel steamer. Owing to hard treatment, Charles was induced to fly to Canada for refuge. A woman with 2 children, one in her arms, and the other 2 years of age, names, etc., not recorded, came from the District of Columbia. Mother and children appealed loudly for sympathy. John Brown, being at the beck of a man filling the situation of a common clerk in the shoe store of McGrunder's, became dissatisfied. Asking himself what right Benjamin Thorne, his professed master, had to his hire, he was led to see the injustice of his master, and made up his mind that he would leave by the first train, if he could get a genuine ticket via the Underground Railroad. He found an agent, and soon had matters all fixed. He left his father, mother, and 7 sisters and 1 brother, all slaves. John was a man small of stature, dark, with homely features, but he was very determined to get away from oppression. John and Lamby Roach had been eating bitter bread under bondage near Seaford. John was the so-called property of Joshua O'Bear, a fractious, hard-swearing man, and when mad would hit one of his slaves with anything he could get in his hands. John and his companion made the long journey on foot. The former had been trained to farm labor and the common drudgery of slave life. Being a man of 33 years of age, with more than ordinary abilities, he had given the matter of his bondage considerable thought, and seeing that his master got worse the older he got, together with the fact that his wife had recently been sold, he was strongly stirred to make an effort for Canada. While it was a fact that his wife had already been sold, as above stated, the change of ownership was not to take place for some months, consequently John took out in a hurry. His wife was the property of Dr. Shipley, of Seaford, who had occasion to raise some money, for which he gave security in the shape of this wife and mother. Horsey was the name of the gentleman from whom it was said that he obtained the favor, so when the time was up for the payment to be made, the doctor was not prepared. Horsey, therefore, claimed the collateral, the wife, and thus she had to meet the issue, or make a timely escape to Canada with her husband. No way but walking was open to them. Deciding to come this way, they prosecuted their journey with uncommon perseverance and success. Both were comforted by strong faith in God, and believed that He would enable them to hold out on the road until they should reach friends. Henry Smallwood saw that he was working every day for nothing, and thought that he would do better. He described his master, Washington Bonifant, as a sort of rowdy, who drank pretty hard, leaving a very unfavorable impression on Henry's mind, as he felt almost sure such conduct would lead to a sale at no distant day. So he was cautious enough to take the hint in time. Henry left in company with 9 others, but after 2 days on the journey they were routed and separated by their pursuers. At this point Henry lost all trace of the rest. He heard afterwards that 2 of them had been captured, but received no further tidings of the others. Henry was a fine representative for Canada, a tall, dark, and manly-looking individual, 36 years of age. He left his father and mother behind. Arrival from Richmond, 1859. Henry Jones and Turner Foster. Henry was left free by the will of his mistress, Elizabeth Mann, but the heirs were making desperate efforts to overturn this instrument. Of this there was so much danger with a Richmond court that Henry feared that the chances were against him, that the court was not honest enough to do him justice. Being a man of marked native foresight, he concluded that the less he talked about freedom, and the more he acted, the sooner he would be out of its difficulties. He was called upon, however, to settle certain minor matters before he could see his way clear to move in the direction of Canada. For instance, he had a wife on his mind to dispose of in some way, but how he could not tell. Again, he was not in the secret of the Underground Railroad movement. He knew that many got off, but how they managed it he was ignorant. If he could settle these 2 points satisfactorily, he thought that he would be willing to endure any sacrifice for the sake of his freedom. He found an agent of the Underground Railroad, and after surmounting various difficulties, this point was settled. As good luck would have it, his wife, who was a free woman, although she heard the secret with great sorrow, had the good sense to regard his step for the best, and thus he was free to contend with all other dangers on the way. He encountered the usual suffering, and on his arrival experienced the wonted pleasure. He was a man of 41 years of age, spare made, with straight hair and Indian complexion, with the Indian's aversion to slavery. Turner, who was a fellow passenger with Henry, arrived also from Richmond. He was about 21, a bright, smart, prepossessing young man. He fled from A. Mosen, a lawyer represented to be one of the first in the city, and a firm believer in slavery. Turner differed widely with his master with reference to this question, although, for prudential reasons, he chose not to give his opinion to said Mosen. Arrival from Maryland, 2 young mothers, each with babes in their arms, Anna Elizabeth Young and Sarah Jane Bell, whipped till the blood flowed. The appearance of these young mothers at first produced a sudden degree of pleasure, but their story of suffering quite as suddenly caused the most painful reflections. It was hardly possible to listen to their tales of outrage and wrong with composure. Both came from Kent County, Maryland, and reported that they fled from a man by the name of Massey, a man of low stature, light complexioned, with dark hair, dark eyes, and very quick temper, given to hard swearing as a common practice. Also, that the said Massey had a wife, who was a very tall woman, with blue eyes, chestnut-colored hair, and a very bad temper. That, conjointly, Massey and his wife were in the habit of meting out cruel punishment to their slaves, without regard to age or sex, and that they themselves, Anna Elizabeth and Sarah Jane, had received repeated scourgings at the hands of their master. Anna and Sarah were respectively 24 and 25 years of age. Anna was of a dark chestnut color, while Sarah was 2 shades lighter. Both had good manners and a fair share of intelligence, which afforded a hopeful future for them in freedom. Each had a babe in her arms. Sarah had been a married woman for 3 years. Her child, a boy, was 8 months old, and was named Garrett Bell. Elizabeth's child was a girl, 19 months old, and named Sarah Catherine Young. Elizabeth had never been married. They had lived with Massey 5 years up to the last March, prior to their escape, having been bought out of the Baltimore slave pen, with the understanding that they were to be free at the expiration of 5 years' service under him. The 5 years had more than expired, but no hope or sign of freedom appeared. On the other hand, Massey was talking loudly of selling them again. Threats and fears were so horrifying to them that they could not stand it. This was what prompted them to flee. "As often as 6 or 7 times," said Elizabeth, "I have been whipped by master, once with the carriage whip, and at other times with a rawhide trace. The last flogging I received from him was about 4 weeks before last Christmas. He then tied me up to a locust tree standing before the door, and whipped me to his satisfaction." Sarah had fared no better than Elizabeth, according to her testimony. "3 times," said she, "I have been tied up. The last time was in planting corn time this year. My clothing was all stripped off above my waist, and then he whipped me till the blood ran down to my heels." Her back was lacerated all over. She had been plowing with 2 horses, and unfortunately had lost a hook out of her plow. This, she declared, was the head and front of her offending, nothing more. Thus, after all their suffering, utterly penniless, they reached the committee, and were in every respect in a situation to call for the deepest commiseration. They were helped and were thankful. End of Section 16. Recording by Denise Nordell, Modesto, California.
Section 17 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Dorr. The Underground Railroad, Part 4, by William Still. Section 17. Arrival from Maryland, Virginia, and the District of Columbia. John Wesley Smith, Robert Murray, Susan Stewart, and Josephine Smith. Daniel Hubert was fattening on John Wesley's earnings contrary to his, John's idea of right. For a long time John failed to see the remedy, but as he grew older and wiser the scales fell from his eyes, and he perceived that the Underground Railroad ran near his master's place, Cambridge, Maryland, and by a very little effort, and a large degree of courage and perseverance, he might manage to get out of Maryland and on to Canada, where slaveholders had no more rights than other people. These reflections came seriously into John's mind at about the age of 26. Being about this time threatened with the auction block, he bade slavery good night, jumped into the Underground Railroad car, and off he hurried for Pennsylvania. His mother, Betsy, one brother, and one sister were left in the hands of Hubert. John Wesley could pray for them and wish them well, but nothing more. Robert Murray became troubled in mind about his freedom while living in London County, Virginia, under the heel of Eliza Brooks, a widow woman who used him bad, according to his testimony. He had been knocked about a good deal. A short while before he fled, he stated that he had been beat brutally, so much so that the idea of escape was beat into him. He had never before felt as if he dared hope to try to get out of bondage. But since then his mind had undergone such a sudden and powerful change, he began to feel that nothing could hold him in Virginia. The place became hateful to him. He looked upon a slaveholder as a kind of living, walking, talking Satan, going about as a roaring lion, seeking whom he may destroy. He left his wife with one child. Her name was Nancy Jane, and the name of the offspring was Elizabeth. As Robert had possessed but rare privileges to visit his wife, he felt it less a trial to leave than if it had been otherwise. William Seatham owned the wife and child. Susan Stewart and Josephine Smith fled together from the District of Columbia. Running away had been for a long time a favorite idea with Susan, as she had suffered much at the hands of different masters. The main cause of her flight was to keep from being sold again, for she had been recently threatened by Henry Harley, who followed droving, and not being rich, at any time when he might be in want of money, she felt that she might have to go. When a girl only 12 years of age, her young mind strongly revolted against being a slave, and at that youthful period she tried her fortune at running away. While she was never caught by her owners, she had the misfortune to fall into the hands of another slaveholder no better than her old master. Indeed, she thought that she found it even worse under him, so far as severe floggings were concerned. Susan was of a bright brown color, medium size, quick and active intellectually and physically, and although she had suffered much from slavery, as she was not far advanced in years, she might still do something for herself. She left no near kin that she was aware of. Josephine fled from Miss Anna Maria Warren, who had previously been deranged from the effects of paralysis. Josephine regarded this period of her mistress's sickness as her opportunity for planning to get away before her mistress came to her senses. Sundry Arrivals from Maryland and Virginia: Henry Fields, Charles Ringgold, William Ringgold, Isaac Newton, and Joseph Thomas. 5 other cases were attended to by Dilwyn Parrish and J.C. White. Other than this, no note was made of them. Henry Fields took the benefit of the Underground Railroad at the age of 18. He fled from the neighborhood of Port Deposit while being broke in by a man named Washington Glasby, who was wicked enough to claim him as his property and was also about to sell him. This chattel was of a light yellow complexion, hardy-looking, and wide awake. Charles Ringgold took offense at being whipped like a dog, and the prospect of being sold further south, consequently in a high state of mental dread of the peculiar institution, he concluded that freedom was worth suffering for, and although he was as yet under 20 years of age, he determined not to remain in Perrymanville, Maryland, to wear the chains of slavery for the especial benefit of his slaveholding master, whose name was inadvertently omitted. William Ringgold fled from Henry Wallace of Baltimore. A part of the time, William said he had had it pretty rough, and a part of the time kinder smooth, but never had had matters to his satisfaction. Just before deciding to make an adventure on the Underground Railroad, his owner had been talking of selling him. Under the apprehension that this threat would prove no joke, Henry began to study what he had better do to be saved from the jaws of hungry Negro traders. It was not long before he came to the conclusion that he had best strike out upon a venture in a northern direction, and do the best he could to get as far away as possible from the impending danger threatened by Mr. Wallace. After a long and weary travel on foot, by night, he found himself at Columbia, where friends of the Underground Railroad assisted him on to Philadelphia. Here his necessary wants were met, and directions given him how to reach the land of refuge, where he would be out of the way of all slaveholders and slave traders. 6 of his brothers had been sold. His mother was still in bondage in Baltimore. Isaac Newton hailed from Richmond, Virginia. He professed to be only 30 years of age, but he seemed to be much older. While he had had an easy time in slavery, he preferred that his master should work for himself, as he felt that it was his bounden duty to look after number 1. So he did not hesitate about leaving his situation vacant for anyone who might desire it, whether white or black, but made a successful took-out. Joseph Thomas was doing the work of a so-called master in Prince George's County, Maryland. For some cause or other, the alarm of the auction block was sounded in his ears, which at first distracted him greatly. Upon sober reflection, it worked greatly to his advantage. It set him to thinking seriously on the subject of immediate emancipation, and what a miserable hard lot of it he should have through life if he did not pick up courage and resolution to get beyond the terror of slaveholders. So under these reflections he found his nerves gathering strength, his fears leaving him, and he was ready to venture on the Underground Railroad. He came through without any serious difficulty. He left his father and mother, Shadrach and Lucinda Thomas. Arrival from Seaford, 1859. Robert Bell and 2 others. Robert came from Seaford, where he had served under Charles Wright, a farmer of considerable means, and the owner of a number of slaves, over whom he was accustomed to rule with much rigor. Although Robert's master had a wife and 5 children, the love which Robert bore them was too weak to hold him, and well adapted as the system of slavery might be to render him happy in the service of young and old masters, it was insufficient for him. Robert found no rest under Mr. Wright, no privileges, scantily clad, poor food, and a heavy yoke was the policy of this superior. Robert testified that for the last 5 years matters had been growing worse and worse. The times had never been so bad before. Of nights, under the new regime, the slaves were locked up and not allowed to go anywhere. Flogging, selling, etc., were of everyday occurrences throughout the neighborhood. Finally, Robert became sick of such treatment, and he found that the spirit of Canada and freedom was uppermost in his heart. Slavery grew blacker and blacker until he resolved to pull up stakes upon a venture. The motion was right and succeeded. 2 other passengers were at the station at the same time, but they had to be forwarded without being otherwise noticed on the book. Arrival from Tapp's Neck, Maryland, 1859. Lewis Wilson, John Waters, Alfred Edwards, and William Quinn. Lewis's gray hairs signified that he had been for many years plodding under the yoke. He was about 50 years of age, well set, not tall, but he had about him the marks of a substantial laborer. He had been brought up on a farm under H. Lynch, whom Lewis described as a mean man when drunk, and very severe on his slaves. The number that he ruled over as his property was about 20. Said Lewis about 2 years ago, he shot a free man, and the man died about 2 hours afterwards. For this offense he was not even imprisoned. Lynch also tried to cut the throat of John Waters, and succeeded in making a frightful gash on his left shoulder, mark shown, which mark he will carry with him to the grave. For this he was not even sued. Lewis left 5 children in bondage: Horace, John, Georgiana, Louisa, and Lewis Jr., owned by Basil and John Benson. John was 40 years of age, dark, medium size, and another of Lynch's articles. He left his wife, Anna, but no children. It was hard to leave her, but he felt that it would be still harder to live and die under the usage that he had experienced on Lynch's farm. Alfred was 22 years of age. He was of a full dark color and quite smart. He fled from John Bryant, a farmer. Whether he deserved it or not, Alfred gave him a bad character, at least with regard to the treatment of his slaves. He left his father and mother, 6 brothers and sisters. Traveling under doubts and fears with the thought of leaving a large family of his nearest and dearest friends was far from being a pleasant undertaking with Alfred, yet he bore up under the trial and arrived in peace. William is 22. Black, tall, intelligent, and active are the words of the record. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Dorr. The Underground Railroad, Part 4, by William Still. Section 18. Arrival from Maryland, 1859. Anne Maria Jackson and her 7 children, Mary Ann, William Henry, Frances Sabrina, Wilhelmina, John Edwin, Ebenezer Thomas, and William Albert. The coming of the above named was duly announced by Thomas Garrett, Wilmington, 11th month, 21st, 1858. Dear friends McKim and Still, I write to inform you that on the 16th of this month we passed on 4 able-bodied men to Pennsylvania, and they were followed last night by a woman and her 6 children, from 3 or 4 years of age up to 16 years. I believe the whole belonged to the same estate, and they were to have been sold at public sale. I was informed yesterday, but preferred seeking their own master. We had some trouble in getting those last safe along, as they could not travel far on foot, and could not safely cross any of the bridges on the canal, either on foot or in carriage. A man left here 2 days since, with carriage, to meet them this side of the canal, but owing to spies they did not reach him till 10 o'clock last night. This morning he returned, having seen them about 1 or 2 o'clock this morning in a second carriage on the border of Chester County, where I think they are all safe, if they can be kept from Philadelphia. If you see them, they can tell their own tales, as I have seen one of them. May He who feeds the ravens care for them. Yours, Thomas Garrett. The fire of freedom obviously burned with no ordinary fervor in the breast of this slave mother, or she never would have ventured with the burden of 7 children to escape from the hell of slavery. Anne Maria was about 40 years of age, good-looking, pleasant countenance, and of a chestnut color, height medium, and intellect above the average. Her bearing was humble, as might have been expected, from the fact that she emerged from the lowest depths of Delaware slavery. During the fall prior to her escape, she lost her husband under most trying circumstances. He died in the poorhouse, a raving maniac. 2 of his children had been taken from their mother by her owner, as was usual with slaveholders, which preyed so severely on the poor father's mind that it drove him into a state of hopeless insanity. He was a free man in the eye of Delaware laws, yet he was not allowed to exercise the least authority over his children. Prior to the time that the 2 children were taken from their mother, she had been allowed to live with her husband and children independently of her master, by supporting herself and them with the whitewash brush, washtub, etc. For this privilege the mother doubtless worked with double energy, and the master, in all probability, was largely the gainer, as the children were no expense to him in their infancy. But when they began to be old enough to hire out or bring high prices in the market, he snatched away 2 of the finest articles, and the powerless father was immediately rendered a fit subject for the madhouse. But the brave-hearted mother looked up to God, resolved to wait patiently until in a good providence the way might open to escape with her remaining children to Canada. Year in and year out she had suffered to provide food and raiment for her little ones. Many times in going out to do day's work she would be compelled to leave her children, not knowing whether during her absence they would fall victims to fire or be carried off by the master. But she possessed a well-tried faith which in her flight kept her from despondency. Under her former lot she scarcely murmured, but declared that she had never been at ease in slavery a day after the birth of her firstborn. The desire to go to some part of the world where she could have the control and comfort of her children had always been a prevailing idea with her. It almost broke my heart, she said, when he came and took my children away as soon as they were big enough to hand me a drink of water. My husband was always very kind to me, and I had often wanted him to run away with me and the children, but I could not get him in the notion. He did not feel that he could, and so he stayed, and died broken-hearted, crazy. I was owned by a man named Joseph Brown. He owned property in Milford, and he had a place in Vicksburg, and some of his time he spends there, and some of the time he lives in Milford. This fall he said he was going to take 4 of my oldest children and 2 other servants to Vicksburg. I just happened to hear of this news in time. My master was wanting to keep me in the dark about taking them for fear that something might happen. My master is very sly. He is a tall, slim man, with a smooth face, bald head, light hair, long and sharp nose, swears very hard, and drinks. He is a widower and is rich. On the road the poor mother, with her travel-worn children, became desperately alarmed, fearing that they were betrayed. But God had provided better things for her. Her strength and hope were soon fully restored, and she was lucky enough to fall into the right hands. It was a special pleasure to aid such a mother. Her arrival in Canada was announced by Rev. H. Wilson as follows: Niagara City, November 30th, 1858. Dear Brother Still, I am happy to inform you that Mrs. Jackson and her interesting family of 7 children arrived safe and in good health and spirits at my house in St. Catharines on Saturday evening last. With sincere pleasure I provided for them comfort quarters till this morning, when they left for Toronto. I got them conveyed there at half fare, and gave them letters of introduction to Thomas Henning, Esquire, and Mrs. Dr. Willis, trusting that they will be better cared for in Toronto than they could be at St. Catharines. We have so many coming to us, we think it best for some of them to pass on to other places. My wife gave them all a good supply of clothing before they left us. James Henry, an older son, is, I think, not far from St. Catherine, but has not as yet reunited with the family. Faithfully and truly yours, Hiram Wilson. Sundry Arrivals from Virginia, Maryland, and Delaware. Lewis Lee, Enoch Davis, John Brown, Thomas Edward Dixon, and William Oliver. Slavery brought about many radical changes, some in one way and some in another. Lewis Lee was entirely too white for practical purposes. They tried to get him to content himself under the yoke, but he could not see the point. A man by the name of William Watkins, living near Fairfax, Virginia, claimed Lewis, having come by his title through marriage. Title or no title, Lewis thought that he would not serve him for nothing, and that he had been hoodwinked already a great while longer than he should have allowed himself to be. Watkins had managed to keep him in the dark and doing hard work on the no-pay system up to the age of 25. In Lewis's opinion, it was now time to strike out on his own hook. He took his last look of Watkins. He was a tall, slim fellow, a farmer, and a hard drinker, and made the first step in the direction of the North. He was sure that he was about as white as anybody else, and that he had as good a right to pass for white as the white folks. So he decided to do so with a high head and a fearless front. Instead of skulking in the woods, in thickets and swamps, under cover of the darkness, he would boldly approach a hotel and call for accommodations, as any other Southern gentleman. He had a little money, and he soon discovered that his color was perfectly orthodox. He said that he was treated first-rate in Washington and Baltimore. He could recommend both of these cities, but destitute of education, and coming among strangers, he was conscious that the shreds of slavery were still to be seen upon him. He had, moreover, no intention of disowning his origin once he could feel safe in assuming his true status. So as he was in need of friends and material aid, he sought out the Vigilance Committee, and on close examination they had every reason to believe his story throughout, and gave him the usual benefit. Enoch Davis came from within 5 miles of Baltimore, having been held by one James Armstrong, an old gray-headed man, and a farmer living on Huckstown Road. Judged from Davis's standpoint, the old master could never be recommended unless someone wanted a very hard place and a severe master. Upon inquiry, it was ascertained that Enoch was moved to leave on account of the riot, John Brown's Harper's Ferry raid, which he feared would result in the sale of a good many slaves, himself among the number. He therefore laid down the shovel and the hoe and quit the place. John Brown, this was an adopted name, the original one not being preserved, left to get rid of his connection with Thomas Stevens, a grocer living in Baltimore. John, however, did not live in the city with said Stevens, but on the farm near Frederick's Mills, Montgomery County, Maryland. This place was known by the name of Whitehall Farm, and was under the supervision of James Edward Stevens, a son of the above-named Stevens. John's reasons for leaving were not noted on the book, but his eagerness to reach Canada spoke louder than words, signifying that the greater the distance that separated him from the old Whitehall Farm, the better. Thomas Edward Dixon arrived from near the Trap in Delaware. He was only about 18 years of age, but as tall as a man of ordinary height, dark, with a pleasant countenance. He reported that he had had trouble with a man known by the name of Thomas W.M. McCracken, who had treated him bad. As Thomas thought that such trouble and bad treatment might be of frequent occurrence, he concluded that he had better go away and let McCracken get somebody else to fill his place, if he did not choose to fill it himself. So off Thomas started, and as if by instinct, he came direct to the committee. He passed a good examination and was aided. William Oliver, a dark, well-made young man with the best of country manners, fled from Mrs. Marshall, a lady living in Prince George's County, Maryland. William had recently been in the habit of hiring his time at the rate of $10 per month, and find himself everything. The privilege of living in Georgetown had been vouchsafed him, and he preferred this locality to his country situation. Upon the whole, he said he had been treated pretty well. He was, nevertheless, afraid that times were growing very critical, and as he had a pretty good chance, he thought he had better make use of it. And his arrangements were wisely made. He had reached his 26th year and was apparently well settled. He left one child, Jane Oliver, owned by Mrs. Marshall. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The Underground Railroad, Part 4, by William Still. Section 19. Arrival from different points. Jacob Brown, James Harris, Benjamin Piney, John Smith, Andrew Jackson, William Hughes, Wesley Williams, Rosanna Johnson, John Smallwood, and Henry Townsend. Jacob Brown was eating the bread of slavery in North Carolina. A namesake of his, by the name of Lewis Brown, living in Washington, according to the slave code of that city, had Jacob in fetters, and was exercising about the same control over him that he exercised over cattle and horses. While this might have been a pleasure for the master, it was painful for the slave. The usage which Jacob had ordinarily received made him anything but contented. At the age of 20 he resolved that he would run away if it cost him his life. This purpose was made known to a captain who was in the habit of bringing passengers from the South to Philadelphia. With an unwavering faith he took his appointed place in a private part of the vessel, and as fast as wind and tide would bring the boat, he was wafted on his way Canada-ward. Jacob was a dark man and about full size, with hope large. James Harris escaped from Delaware. A white woman, Catherine Odine by name, living near Middletown, claimed James as her man. But James did not care to work for her on the unrequited labor system. He resolved to take the first train on the Underground Railroad that might pass that way. It was not a great while ere he was accommodated, and was brought safely to Philadelphia. The regular examination was made, and he passed creditably. He was described in the book as a man of yellow complexion, good looking, and intelligent. After due assistance, he was regularly forwarded on to Canada. This was in the month of November, 1856. Afterwards nothing more was heard of him until the receipt of the following letter from Professor L.D. Mansfield, showing that he had been reunited to his wife, under amusing as well as touching circumstances. Auburn, December 15th, '56. Dear Brother Still: A very pleasant circumstance has brought you to mind, and I am always happy to be reminded of you, and of the very agreeable though brief acquaintance which we made at Philadelphia 2 years since. Last Thursday evening, while at my weekly prayer meeting, our exercises were interrupted by the appearance of Brother Loguen of Syracuse, who had come on with Mrs. Harris in search of her husband, whom he had sent to my care 3 weeks before. I told Brother L. that no such man had been at my house, and I knew nothing of him. But I dismissed the meeting, and went with him immediately to the African church, where the colored brethren were holding a meeting. Brother L. looked through the door, and the first person whom he saw was Harris. He was called out, when Loguen said, in a rather reproving and excited tone, "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to be off to Canada? Don't you know they are after you? Come get your hat and come with us. We'll take care of you." The poor fellow was by this time thoroughly frightened, and really thought he had been pursued. We conducted him nearly a mile to the hotel where his wife was waiting for him, leaving him still under the impression that he was pursued, and that we were conducting him to a place of safety, or were going to box him up to send him to Canada. Brother L. opened the door of the parlor and introduced him, but he was so frightened that he did not know his wife at first, until she called him James, when they had a very joyful meeting. She is now a servant in my family, and he has work, and doing well, and boards with her. We shall do all we can for them, and teach them to read and write, and endeavor to place them in a condition to take care of themselves. Loguen had a fine meeting in my tabernacle last night, and made a good collection for the cause of the fugitives. I should be happy to hear from you and your kind family, to whom remember me very cordially. Believe me ever truly yours, L.D. Mansfield. Mr. and Mrs. Harris wish to be gratefully remembered to you and yours. Benjamin Piney reported that he came from Baltimore county, Maryland, where he had been held in subjection to Mary Hawkins. He alleged that he had very serious cause for grievance, that she had ill-treated him for a long time, and had of late threatened to sell him to Georgia. His brothers and sisters had all been sold, but he meant not to be if he could help himself. The sufferings that he had been called upon to endure had opened his eyes, and he stood still to wait for the Underground Rail Road car, as he anxiously wished to travel north with all possible speed. He waited but a little while ere he was on the road, under difficulties, it is true, but he arrived safely and was joyfully received. He imagined his mistress in a fit of perplexity, such as he might enjoy could he peep at her from Canada or some safe place. He, however, did not wish her any evil, but he was very decided that he did not want any more to do with her. Benjamin was 20 years of age, dark complexion, size ordinary, mental capacity good considering opportunities. John Smith was a yellow boy, 19 years of age, stout build, with marked intelligence. He held Dr. Abraham Street responsible for treating him as a slave. The doctor lived at Marshall District, Harford County, Maryland. John frankly confessed, to the credit of the doctor, that he got a plenty to eat, drink, and wear. Yet he declared that he was not willing to remain a slave. He had higher aims. He wanted to be above that condition. "I left," said he, "because I wanted to see the country. If he had kept me in a hogshead of sugar, I wouldn't stayed," said the bright-minded slave youth. "They told me anything, told me to obey my master, but I didn't mind that. I am going off to see the Scriptures," said John. Andrew Jackson took out from near Cecil, Delaware, where he had been owned by a man calling himself Thomas Palmer, who owned 7 or 8 others. His manners were by no means agreeable to Andrew. He was quite too blustery, and was dangerous when in one of his fits. Although Andrew was but 23 years of age, he thought that Palmer had already had much more of his valuable services than he was entitled to, and he determined that if he, the master, ever attempted to capture him, he would make him remember him the longest day he lived. William Hughes was an Eastern Shore piece of property belonging to Daniel Cox. William had seen much of the dark doings of Slavery, and his mind had been thoroughly set against the system. True, he had been but 22 years under the heel of his master, but that was sufficient. Wesley Williams, on his arrival from Warwick, Maryland, testified that he had been in the hands of a man known by the name of Jack Jones, from whom he had received almost daily floggings and scanty food. Jones was his so-called owner. These continual scourgings stirred the spirit of freedom in Wesley to that degree that he was compelled to escape for his life. He left his mother, a free woman, and 1 sister in Slavery. Rosanna Johnson, alias Catherine Beige. the spot that Rosanna looked upon with most dread, and where she had suffered as a slave, under a man called Dr. Street, was near the rock of Deer Creek, in Harford county, Maryland. In the darkness in which Slavery ordinarily kept the fettered and free niggers, it was a considerable length of time ere Rosanna saw how barbarously she and her race were being wronged and ground down, driven to do unrequited labor, deprived of an education, obliged to receive the cuffs, kicks, and curses of old or young who might happen to claim a title to them. But when she did see her true condition, she was not content until she found herself on the Underground Rail Road. Rosanna was about 30 years of age, of a dark color, medium stature, and intelligent. She left 2 brothers and her father behind. The committee forwarded her on north. From Albany, Rose wrote back to inquire after particular friends, and to thank those who had aided her, as follows: Albany, January the 30th, 1858. Mrs. William Still: I sit down to write you a few lines, in saying, have you heard of John Smith or Benjamin Pina? I have sent letters to them, but I have no word from them. John Smith was owned by Dr. Abe Street, Benjamin owned by Mary Hawkins. I wish to know if you know, and if you will let me know as soon as you get this. My love to Ms. Still. I am much obliged for those articles. My love to Mrs. George, and very thankful to her. Roseanne Johnson, owned by Dr. Street. When you send the letter, send it 63 Grand Street, in the care of Andrew Cunningham. Write soon, delay it not. Write my name Catherine Bryce. Let me know soon as you can. Smallwood reported that he came from Ellicott's Mills, Maryland; that he had been restrained of his liberty all his life by one Samuel Simons, who had treated him bad all the time that he had held him in his possession. He had therefore persuaded himself that Ellicott's Mills was a poor neighborhood for a colored man who wanted his freedom, and that all Maryland was no better. He had heard but little of Canada, but what he had heard pleased him. As to how he should get there, he knew not. A whisper pointed him to the Underground Rail Road, and told him to be fearless and take the first train. Sam considered the matter carefully, and concluded that that would be the only way to get off. Unfortunately, his mother and 2 brothers were left behind in the hands of Simons. Henry Townsend ran away from Caroline county, near Purnell Post Office, Maryland. The name of his reputed owner, according to his statement, was E. Townsend, a farmer. Against him Henry harbored a very heavy grudge, and will long hold said Townsend in remembrance for the injury he had received at his hands on his naked back. The back was shown, and a most frightful picture was presented. It had been thoroughly cut in all directions. Henry was about 21 years of age, dark chestnut color, build substantial. He left behind 2 brothers and 1 sister in Slavery. The committee comforted him with the usual hospitality. These passengers arrived the latter part of 1856 and the beginning of 1857. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The Underground Railroad, Part 4, by William Still. Section 20. Sundry Arrivals from Maryland, 1860. William Cheon and his wife Emma, Evan Graff, and 4 others. William and Emma came from Dorchester county, Maryland. The cords of Slavery had been tightly drawn around them. William was about 27 years of age, of a dark hue, and of a courageous bearing. On the score of treatment he spake thus: I have been treated as bad as a man could be. Emma, his wife, had seen about the same number of years that he had, and her lot had been similar to his. Emma said, "My master never gave me the second dress, never attempted such a thing." The master was called Bushong Blake. William was owned by a Mr. Tubman. After leaving Slavery, William changed his last name to Williams, and if he and his wife are now living, they are known only by their adopted names. Evan Graff was of square, solid build, dark and smart, age 25. He fled in company with 4 others, whose narratives were not written, from Frederick county, Maryland. Henry Hart, residing at Sam's Creek, exercised authority over Evan. "With this master," said Evan, "I have known hard times. I have been treated as bad as a man could be. I have been married 3 years, and have not received $5 in money since towards supporting my family." "How have you lived then?" inquired one who sympathized. "My wife has kept house for a colored gentleman, and got her board for her services," said Evan. "In what other particulars have you been treated hard?" was next asked. "Sometimes I hadn't half clothes enough to keep me warm through all weathers," answered Evan. "What put it into your head to leave?" was the third query. "Well, sir," said Evan, "I thought to try and do better." "How did you make up your mind to leave your wife and child in Slavery?" "Well, sir, I was very loath to leave my wife and child, but I just thought in this way. I had a brother who was entitled to his freedom, but he fell out with one of his young masters, and was just taken up and sold South, and I thought I might be taken off too. So I thought I would stand as good a chance in leaving as if I stayed." "Had you a mother and father, brothers and sisters?" inquired a member of the Committee. "Yes, sir," was the prompt reply. Evan then gave their names thus: "My father's name was Sam Graff, my mother's name was Becky. Ruth Ann Dorsey, Isaac Hanson, and 2 brothers of Evan, Grafton and Allen, accompanied him in his flight. James, Harriet, Charles Albert, Thomas Ephraim, Adeline Matilda, John Israel, and Daniel Buchanan, brothers and sisters of Evan, all were left in Slavery." Polly Poole was their mistress, rather had owned them up to within a short time before the flight of Evan and his comrades, but she had lately been unfortunate in business, which resulted in a thorough scattering of the entire family. Some fell into the hands of the mistress's children, and some into the hands of the grandchildren. In Evan's opinion she was a tolerable good mistress. His opportunities of judging, however, had not been very favorable, as he had not been in her hands a great while. Luke Goines came from Harper's Ferry, where he was owned by Mrs. Carroll. Luke first made his way to Baltimore, and afterwards to Philadelphia. Henson Kelly was owned by Reason Hastel of Baltimore. Slavery did not agree with him, and he left to better his condition. Stafford Smith fled from Westmoreland county, Virginia, where he was owned by Harriet Parker, a single woman, advanced in years, and the owner of many slaves. As a mistress she was very hard. I have been hired to first one and then another, bad men all along. My mistress was a Methodist, but she seemed to know nothing about goodness. She was not in the habit of allowing the slaves any chance at all. Arrival from Virginia, 1860. Jenny Buchanan. A kind master. Jenny chastised one of his sons for an insult, and as a punishment she was sold, seized for debt, sold a second time. Jenny was about 45 years of age, a dark mulatto, stature medium, manners modest and graceful. She had served only in high life, thus she had acquired a great deal of information. She stated that she was born a slave under James Bower of Rockbridge, Virginia, and that he was the owner of a large plantation with a great number of slaves. He was considered to be a good man to his servants, and was generally beloved by them. Suddenly, however, he was taken ill with paralysis, which confined him to his bed. During this illness, one of the sons, a young gentleman, offered an insult to Jenny, for which she felt justified in administering to him a severe chastisement. For this grave offence she was condemned to be sold to a trader by the name of William Watts, who owned a place in Mississippi. The conditions of sale were that she was to be taken out of the state and never to be allowed to return. It so happened, however, before she was removed, that Watts, the trader, failed, in order to cheat his creditors, it was supposed. Governor McDowell of Virginia was one of those to whom he was largely indebted for a number of slaves which he, the governor, had placed in his hands for disposal some time before the trader took the benefit. Therefore, as the governor was anxious to recover his loss as much as possible, he seized on Jenny. It was through this interference that the condition relative to her being sent out of the state was broken. The governor said Jenny was a very fine gentleman, as good as I could expect of Virginia. He allowed his slaves to raise fowl and hogs, with many privileges of one kind and another. Besides, he kept them all together. But he took sick and died. There was a great change shortly after that. The slaves were soon scattered like the wind. The governor had 9 sons and daughters. After his death, Mrs. McDowell, alias Mrs. Sally Thomas, took possession, and employed an overseer by the name of Henry Morgan. He was a very good man in his looks, but a very rascally man; would get drunk, and sell her property to get whiskey. Mrs. McDowell would let him do just as he pleased. For the slightest complaint the overseer might see fit to make against any of the slaves, she would tell him to sell them. Sell, Mr. Morgan. He would treat them worse than he would any dog. He would beat them over the head with great hickory sticks, the same as he would beat an ox. He would pasture cows and horses on the plantation and keep the money. We slaves all knew it, and we told her, but our words would not go in court against a white man. And until she was told by Mr. White and her cousin Dr. Taylor and Mr. Barclay, she would not believe how shamefully this overseer was cheating her. But at last she was convinced, and discharged him, and hired another by the name of John Moore. The new one, if anything, was worse than the old one, for he could do the most unblushing acts of cruelty with pleasure. He was a demon. Finally the estate had to be settled and the property divided. At this time it was in the hands of the oldest daughter, Mistress Sally, who had been married to Frank Thomas, the governor of Maryland. But the governor had discarded her for some reason or other, and according to his published account of her, it might seem that he had good reason for doing so. It was understood that he gave her a divorce, so she was considered single for life. It was also understood that she was to buy in the homestead at a moderate price, with as many slaves as she might desire. Said Jenny, I was sold at this settlement sale, and was bought in by the grass widow for $400. The place and a number of slaves were bought in on terms equally as low. After this the widow became smitten with a reverend gentleman by the name of John Miller, who had formerly lived north. He had been a popular preacher. After a courtship which did not last very long, they were married. This took place 3 years ago, prior to the writing of this narrative. After the marriage, Reverend Mr. Miller took up his abode on the old homestead, and entered upon his duties as a slaveholder in good earnest. "How did you like him?" inquired a member of the committee. "I despised him," was Jenny's prompt answer. "Why did you despise him?" "Because he had such mean ways with him," said Jenny. She then went on to remark as follows: "Coming here, taking so much authority over other people's servants, he was so mean that he broke up all the privileges the servants had before he came. He stopped all hands from raising chickens, pigs, etc. He don't like to see them hold up their heads above their shoulders." Didn't he preach? She was asked. Yes, but I never heard him preach. I have heard him pray, though. On Thursday nights, when he would not want the servants to go into town to meeting, he would keep up until it would be too late for them to go. He is now carrying on the farm, and follows butchering. He has not yet sold any of the slaves, but has threatened to sell all hands to the trader. Jenny once had a husband, but he went to Canada, and that was all she could tell about him, as she had never had a letter or any direct information from him since he left. That she was childless, she regarded as a matter of great satisfaction, considering all the circumstances. Arrival from Baltimore, 1860. William Brown and James Henson. Considering themselves trampled upon by their fellow men, unitedly resolved to seek a better country. William was pained with the idea that so much of his time had already been used up, as he was then 36 years of age. Yet he thought that it would do no good to mourn over the past, but do what he intended to do quickly. The master whom he had served he called Master Lyncham. He was a farmer, and knew full well how to use severity with the slaves, but had never practiced showing favors or allowing privileges of any kind. True, he did not flog, but he resorted to other means of punishment when he desired to make the slaves feel that he was master. William left his mother, Harriet Brown, 3 sisters, and 1 brother, Francis, Mary, Eliza, and Robert. They were all free but Eliza. 7 weeks William and James were under the painful anxiety of trying to escape, but conscious of the snares and dangers on the road, and desirous of success, they did not feel at liberty to move, save as they saw their way clear. This well-exercised sagacity was strongly marked in the intellectual region of William's head. James Henson was a man of rather slender build. From exposure in traveling, he took a severe cold, and was suffering with sore throat. He and Mrs. Maria Thomas disagreed. She set herself up to be Jim's mistress and owner. For some cause or other, Jim was unwilling to fill this station longer. He had been hired out by his mistress, who received $100 per annum, and for aught Jim knew, she was pretty well pleased with him and the money also. She coolly held 11 others in the same predicament. While Jim found no fault with the treatment received at the hands of his mistress, he went so far as to say that she was a right fine woman, yet the longer he lived her slave, the more unhappy he became. Therefore he decided that he would try and do better, and accordingly, in company with William, he started, success attending their efforts. James left 3 sisters and 1 brother, Charlotte, Susan, Ellen, and Johnson, all slaves. End of section 20. Section 21 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The Underground Railroad, Part 4, by William Still. Section 21. Arrival from Maryland. Philip Stanton, Randolph Nichols, and Thomas Douglas. Philip had a master by the name of John Smith, whom he was very anxious to get rid of, but hardly knew how. For a long time Philip was annoyed in various ways. Being the only slave on the place, there was no rest for him. Said Smith was a bachelor, and his mother, who kept house for him, was quite aged. She was worse than the old boy wanted her to be. A more contrary woman never was. She was bad in this way: she was quarrelsome, and then again she would not give you as much to eat as you ought to have, and it was pretty rough. Nothing but cornbread and the fattest pork, that was about all. She was a Catholic, and was known by the name of Mary Eliza Smith. This was Philip's testimony against his master and mistress. Working on a farm, driving carriage, etc., had been Philip's calling as a slave. His father and mother were free. His father had been emancipated, and afterwards had purchased his wife. One sister, however, was still in slavery. Philip had scarcely reached his 22nd year. He was nevertheless wide awake and full of courage. Randolph was still younger. He had only just reached his 20th year, was nearly 6 feet high, athletic, and entertained quite favorable notions of freedom. He was owned by Mrs. Caroline Brang, a widow. He had never lived with her, however. Notwithstanding the fact that he had been held in such unpleasant relations, Randolph held the opinion that she was a tolerable good woman. He had been hired out under Isaac Howard, a farmer, who was described by Randolph as a rough man to everybody around him. He was the owner of slaves, and a member of the Methodist Church in the bargain. As if actuated by an evil spirit continually, he seemed to take delight in knocking and beating the slaves, and would compel them to be out in all weathers not fit to be out in. Randolph declared that he had never been allowed a day's schooling in his life. On the contrary, he had often been threatened with sale, and his mind had finally become so affected by this fearful looking for of evil, that he thought he had better make tracks. He left his mother, Louisa, 3 brothers and 3 sisters, namely Andrew, Mary, Charity, Margaret, Lewis, and Samuel, all slaves. His desire to escape brought the thought home to his mind with great emphasis that he was parting with his kinfolk, to see them perhaps no more on earth; that however happily he might be situated in freedom, he would have the painful reflection ever present with him, that those he most loved in this world were slaves, knocked and beat about, and made to work out in all weathers. It was this that made many falter and give up their purpose to gain their freedom by flight. But Randolph was not one of this class. His young heart loved freedom too well to waver. True to his love of liberty, he left all, followed the North Star, and was delivered. Thomas, an older companion of Philip and Randolph, was 25 years of age, full black, and looked as if he could appreciate the schoolroom and books, and take care of himself in Canada or any other free country. Mary Howard was the name of the individual that he was compelled to address as mistress. He said, however, that she was a very good woman to her servants, and she had a great many. She had sons, but they turned out to be drunkards and followed no business. At one time each of them had been set up in business, but as they would not attend to it, of course they failed. Money was needed more than ever, through their intemperate course. Consequently, the mistress was induced to sell her large household, as well as her plantation slaves, to Georgia. Thomas had seen the most of them take up their sorrowful march for said state, and the only reason that he was not among them was attributable to the fact that he had once been owned and thought pretty well of by the brother of his mistress, who interceded in Thomas's behalf. This interference had the desired effect, and Thomas was not sold. Still his eyes were fairly opened to see his danger, and to learn a valuable lesson at the same time. He therefore profited by it in escaping at the first chance. He left his mother, Ann Williams, and one brother, James Douglas, both slaves. Arrival from Fredericksburg, 1860. Henry Tuttle and wife, Mary Williams. Henry affirmed that for the last 20 years his freedom had been promised him, and during all these long years hardly a month had passed that he had not fixed his hopes upon a definite time when his bondage would end and his freedom commence. But he had been trusting the word of a slaveholder, who had probably adopted this plan simply with a view of drawing more willing toil out of him than he could have accomplished in any other way. Mary complained that she had suffered severely for food and likewise for privileges. Ezra Haupt was the name of Henry's master, and the name of his mistress was Catherine, She was hasty and passionate. Slaves were shown no quarter under her. Mary was owned by Christian Thomas. He was said to be not so hard, but his wife was very hard, so much so that she would rule both master and slaves. Her name was Mary Elizabeth. Sundry Arrivals from Maryland, 1860. Sam Archer, Lewis Peck, David Edwards, Edward Casting, Joe Henry, George and Albert White, Joseph C. Johnson, David Snively, and Henry Dunmore. Sam Archer was to become free at 35 years of age. He had already served 30 years of this time. 5 years longer seemed an age to him. The dangers from other sources presented also a frightful aspect. Sam had seen too many who had stood exactly in the same relations to slavery and freedom, and not a few were held over their time, or cheated out of their freedom altogether. He stated that his own mother was kept over her time, simply that her master might get all her children. 2 boys and 2 girls were thus gained, and were slaves for life. These facts tended to increase Sam's desire to get away before his time was out. He therefore decided to get off via the Underground Railroad. He grew very tired of Belleair, Harford County, Maryland, and his so-called owner, Thomas Hayes. He said that Hayes had used him rough, and he was tired of rough treatment. So when he got his plans arranged, one morning when he was expected to go forth to an unrequited day's labor, he could not be found. Doubtless his excited master thought Sam a great thief to take himself away in the manner he did. But Sam was not concerned on this point. All that concerned him was as to how he could get to Canada the safest and the quickest. When he reached the Philadelphia station, he felt that the day dawned. His joy was full, despite the fugitive slave law. Lewis Peck was a man 6 feet high, and of the darkest hue. He reported that he fled from Joseph Bryant, a farmer, who lived near Patapsco River. Bryant was in the habit of riding around to look after the slaves. Lewis had become thoroughly disgusted with this manner of superintending. "I got tired of having Bryant riding after me, working my life out of me," said Lewis. He was also tired of Bryant's wife. He said she was always making mischief, and I didn't like a mischief maker. Thus he complained of both master and mistress, seeming not to understand that he had no rights which they were bound to respect. David Edwards broke away from the above named Bryant at the age of 24. His testimony fully corroborated that of his comrade Lewis Peck. He was also a man of the darkest shade, tall, intellect good, and wore a pleasant countenance. The ordinary difficulties were experienced, but all were surmounted without serious harm. Edward Casting and Joseph Henry were each about 17 years of age. Boys as they were, with no knowledge of the world, they had wisely resolved not to remain in that condition. Edward fled from Robert Moore, who lived at Duck Creek. He gave his master the name of being a bad man, and refused to recommend him for anything. Being a likely looking chattel, he would have doubtless brought $700 in the market. Joseph Henry came from Queen Anne County, Maryland. He was a well-grown lad, and showed traces of having been raised without proper care or training. For deficiencies in this direction, he charged Greenberry Parker, his claimant, who he said had treated him bad. Friends had helped these boys along. George and Albert White were brothers. They fled from Cecil County, Maryland. They escaped from William Parker. What kind of a man was William Parker, they were asked. He was a big, bad man, no goodness in him, quickly replied one of the brothers. Their lot in slavery had not been different from that of numbers coming from that section of the State. Joseph G. Johnson fled from William Jones of Baltimore. He said that his master kept a grocery store in Pratt Street, and owned 6 head of slaves; that he was a good man, and always treated his servants very well, until about 3 weeks before he escaped. For some reason unknown to Joseph, within the time just alluded to, he had sold all his slaves, with the exception of himself. Joseph was far from being at ease, as he hourly felt oppressed with the fear that he was to be sold at an early day. Summoning courage, he started by the Baltimore and Wilmington Railroad. In this way he reached Wilmington, where he unfortunately fell into the hands of his master's son, who resided in Wilmington, and happened to discover Joseph in the cars (most likely he had been telegraphed to), and had him arrested and returned. But Joseph did not allow a week to pass over him before he was ready to make even a still more daring adventure for his liberty. This time he concluded to try the water. By great economy he had saved up $25. This was a great deal to him, but he resolved to give it all willingly to any man who would secret him or procure him a passage to Philadelphia. The right man was soon found, and Joseph was off again. Good luck attended him, and he reached the Committee safely. He was in his 23rd year, a man of medium size, copper colored, and of a prepossessing countenance. David Snively ran away from Frederick, Maryland. He was moved to escape solely by the love of freedom. His services had been required in the blacksmith shop, and on the farm under Charles Preston, who claimed to own him. He had been sold once, and brought $900. He resolved that a similar fate should never overtake him, unless his owner moved very suddenly in that direction. While Joseph was working daily in the blacksmith shop, he was planning how to make good his escape. No way was open but the old route, which led hard by many dangers, and was only accessible now and then through regions where friends were few and far between. Howbeit he possessed the faith requisite, and was victorious. Joseph was 26 years of age, of unmixed blood, ordinary size, and had a commendable share of courage and intellect. He could recommend no good traits as his master's. Henry Dunmore had served as a slave up to the age of 35, and was then on the eve of being sold. As he had endured severe hardship under his old master, John Malden, he was unwilling to try another. While he gave Malden credit for being a member of the Methodist Church, he charged him with treating himself in a most unchristian-like manner. He testified that Malden did not allow him half enough to eat, and once he kept him out in the cold until his toes were frozen off. Consequently, it was not in the heart of Henry to give his master any other than a bad name. He lived about 16 miles from Elkton, near Charleston, Maryland. He was of a dark chestnut color, well made, and active. End of Section 21. Section 22 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The Underground Railroad, Part 4, by William Still. Section 22. Crossing the bay in a batteau. Sharp contest with pursuers on water. Fugitives victorious. Thomas Sipple and his wife Mary Ann, Henry Burkett and Elizabeth his wife, John Purnell and Hale Burton. This party were slaves living near Kunkletown in Worcester County, Maryland, and had become restive in their fetters. Although they did not know a letter of the alphabet, they were fully persuaded that they were entitled to their freedom. In considering what way would be safest for them to adopt, they concluded that the water would be less dangerous than any other route. As the matter of freedom had been in their minds for a long time, they had frequently counted the cost, and had been laying by trifling sums of money which had fallen perchance into their hands. Among them all they had about $30. As they could not go by water without a boat, one of their number purchased an old batteau for the small sum of $6. The Delaware Bay lay between them and the Jersey shore, which they desired to reach. They did not calculate, however, that before leaving the Delaware shore they would have to contend with the enemy, that in crossing they would lose sight of the land they well understood. They managed to find out the direction of the shore, and about the length of time that it might take them to reach it. Undaunted by the perils before them, the party repaired to the bay, and at 10 o'clock p.m. embarked direct for the other shore. Near Kate's Hammock, on the Delaware shore, they were attacked by 5 white men in a small boat. One of them seized the chain of the fugitives' boat and peremptorily claimed it. "This is not your boat. We bought this boat and paid for it," spake one of the brave fugitives. "I am an officer and must have it," said the white man, holding on to the chain. Being armed, the white men threatened to shoot. Manfully did the black men stand up for their rights, and declared that they did not mean to give up their boat alive. The parties speedily came to blows. One of the white men dealt a heavy blow with his oar upon the head of one of the black men, which knocked him down and broke the oar at the same time. The blow was immediately returned by Thomas Sipple, and one of the white men was laid flat on the bottom of the boat. The white men were instantly seized with a panic and retreated. After getting some yards off, they snapped their guns at the fugitives several times, and 1 load of small shot was fired into them. John received 2 shot in the forehead, but was not dangerously hurt. George received some in the arms. Hale Burton got one about his temple, and Thomas got a few in one of his arms, but the shot being light, none of the fugitives were seriously damaged. Some of the shot will remain in them as long as life lasts. The conflict lasted for several minutes, but the victorious bondmen were only made all the more courageous by seeing the foe retreat. They rowed with a greater will than ever, and landed on a small island. Where they were, or what to do, they could not tell. 1 whole night they passed in gloom on this sad spot. Their hearts were greatly cast down. The next morning they set out on foot to see what they could see. The young women were very sick, and the men were tried to the last extremity. However, after walking about 1 mile, they came across the captain of an oyster boat. He gave them the desired information, and even offered to bring them to the city if they would pay him for his services. They had about $25 in all. This they willingly gave him, and he brought them according to agreement. When they found the captain, they were not far from Cape May lighthouse. Taking into account the fact that it was night when they started, that their little boat was weak, combined with their lack of knowledge in relation to the imminent danger surrounding them, any intelligent man would have been justified in predicting for them a watery grave long before the bay was half crossed. But they crossed safely. They greatly needed food, clothing, rest, and money, which they freely received, and were afterwards forwarded to John W. Jones, Underground Railroad agent at Elmira. The subjoined letter, giving an account of their arrival, was duly received. Elmira, June 6, 1860. Friend William Still. All 6 came safe to this place. The 2 men came last night about 12 o'clock. The man and woman stopped at the depot and went east on the next train, about 18 miles, and did not get back till tonight, so that the 2 men went this morning and the 4 went this evening. Oh, old master, don't cry for me, for I am going to Canada, where colored men are free. P.S. What is the news in the city? Will you tell me how many you have sent over to Canada? I would like to know. They all send their love to you. I have nothing new to tell you. We are all in good health. I see there is a law passed in Maryland not to set any slaves free. They had better get the consent of the Underground Railroad before they passed such a thing. Good night from your friend, John W. Jones. Arrival from Dorchester County, 1860. Harriet Tubman's last trip to Maryland. Stephen Ennetts and wife Maria, with 3 children, whose names were as follows: Harriet, aged 6 years, Amanda, 4 years, and a babe in the arms of its mother, 3 months old. The following letter from Thomas Garrett throws light upon this arrival: Wilmington, 12th month, 1st, 1860. Respected friend, William Still: I write to let thee know that Harriet Tubman is again in these parts. She arrived last evening from one of her trips of mercy to God's poor, bringing 2 men with her as far as Newcastle. I agreed to pay a man last evening to pilot them on their way to Chester county. The wife of one of the men, with 2 or 3 children, was left some 30 miles below, and I gave Harriet $10 to hire a man with carriage to take them to Chester county. She said a man had offered for that sum to bring them on. I shall be very uneasy about them till I hear they are safe. There is now much more risk on the road till they arrive here than there has been for several months past, as we find that some poor worthless wretches are constantly on the lookout on the 2 roads, that they cannot well avoid, more especially with carriage. Yet as it is Harriet who seems to have had a special angel to guard her on her journey of mercy, I have hope. Thy friend, Thomas Garrett. N.B. We hope all will be in Chester county tomorrow. These slaves from Maryland were the last that Harriet Tubman piloted out of the prison house of bondage, and these came through great tribulation. Stephen, the husband, had been a slave of John Cager, who would not allow him to live with his wife, if there was such a thing as a slave's owning a wife. She lived 8 miles distant, hired her time, maintained herself, and took care of her children until they became of service to their owner, and paid $10 a year for her hire. She was owned by Alger Percy. Both mother and father desired to deliver their children from his grasp. They had too much intelligence to bear the heavy burdens thus imposed without feeling the pressure a grievous one. Harriet Tubman, being well acquainted in their neighborhood, and knowing of their situation, and having confidence that they would prove true as passengers on the Underground Rail Road, engaged to pilot them within reach of Wilmington, at least to Thomas Garrett's. Thus the father and mother, with their children and a young man named John, found aid and comfort on the way, with Harriet for their Moses. A poor woman, escaping from Baltimore in a delicate state, happened to meet Harriet's party at the station, and was forwarded on with them. They were cheered with clothing, food, and material aid, and sped on to Canada. Notes taken at the time were very brief. It was evidently deemed prudent in those days not to keep as full reports as had been the wont of the Secretary prior to 1859. The capture of John Brown's papers and letters, with names and plans in full, admonished us that such papers and correspondence as had been preserved concerning the Underground Rail Road might perchance be captured by a pro-slavery mob. For a year or more after the Harper's Ferry battle, as many will remember, the mob spirit of the times was very violent in all the principal northern cities, as well as southern, to save the Union. Even in Boston, abolition meetings were fiercely assailed by the mob. During this period the writer omitted some of the most important particulars in the escapes and narratives of fugitives. Books and papers were sent away for a long time, and during this time the records were kept simply on loose slips of paper. Arrival from Maryland, 1860. Jerry Mills and wife Diana, son Cornelius, and 2 daughters, Margaret and Susan. The father of this family was 65 years of age, and his working days were apparently well nigh completed. The mother was 57 years of age, son 27, daughters 17 and 15 years of age. The old man was smart for his years, but bore evidence that much hard labor had been wrung out of him by slavery. Diana said that she had been the mother of 12 children. 5 had escaped to Canada, 3 were in their graves, and 3 accompanied her. 1 was left in Maryland. They had seen hard times, according to the testimony of the old man and his companion, especially under David Snively, who, however, had been removed by the Lord a number of years prior to their escape. But the change proved no advantage to them, as they found slavery no better under their mistress, the widow, than under their master. Mistress Snively was said to be close and stingy, and always unfriendly to the slave. She never thought you were doing enough. For her hardness of heart, they were sure she would repent sometime, but not while she could hold slaves. The belief was pretty generally entertained with the slaves that the slaveholder would have to answer for his evil doings in another world. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The Underground Railroad, Part 4, by William Still. Section 23. 12 Months in the Woods, 1860. Henry Cotton. As a slave, subjected to the whims and passions of his master, Henry made up his mind that he could not stand it longer. The man who mastered it over him was called Nathaniel Dixon, and lived in Somerset County, near Newtown. This Dixon was not content with his right to flog and abuse Henry as he saw fit, but he threatened to sell him as he would sell a hog. At this time Henry was about 24 years of age, but a man of more substantial parts physically was rarely to be seen. Courage was one of his prominent traits. This threat only served to arouse him completely. He had no friends, save such as were in the same condition with himself. Nevertheless, he determined not to be sold. How he should escape this fate did not at first present itself. Everything looked very gloomy. Slavery he considered as death to him, and since his master had threatened him, he looked upon him as his greatest enemy, and rather than continue a slave, he preferred living in the swamps with wild animals. Just 1 year prior to the time that he made his way north, determined not to be a slave any longer, he fled to a swamp and made his way to the most secluded spot that he could find, to places that were almost impenetrable, so dense were the trees and undergrowth. This was all the better for Henry. He wanted to get safety. He did not wish company. He made known his plans to a dear brother, who engaged to furnish him occasionally with food. Henry passed 12 months in this way, beholding no human soul save his brother. His brother faithfully took him food from time to time. The winter weather of 1859 was very hard, but it was not so hard to bear as his master Nathaniel Dixon. The will of Henry's old master entitled him to his freedom, but the heirs had rendered said will null and void. This act, in addition to the talk of selling, had its effect in driving him to the woods. For a time he hid in the hollow of a tree, which went very hard with him, yet he was willing to suffer anything rather than go back to his so-called master. He managed finally to make good his escape, and came to the committee for aid and sympathy, which he received. Arrival from Maryland, William Pierce. But few passengers expressed themselves in stronger terms in regard to their so-called masters than William Pierce, from Long Green. "I fled," said he, "from John Hickle, a farmer, about 50 years old, gray-headed, and drinks whiskey very hard, was always a big devil, ill-grained. He owned 15 head. He owns 3 of my brothers. He has a wife, a big devil, red head. Her servants, she wouldn't feed 'em none, except on cornbread. She would fight and swear too when she got ready. She and her husband would quarrel too. A slave man, a deceitful fellow, who had been put up to watch on one occasion, when the rest of the slaves had helped themselves to a chicken, and cooked and ate it about midnight, though he was allowed to share a portion of the feast, was ready enough to betray them by times next morning. This made master and mistress cuss all hands at a great rate, and master beat all hands, except the one that told. I was caned so badly that it laid me up for several weeks. I am a little lame yet from the beating." Such was William's story. He was 23 years of age, of a light brown color, well made. Judging from his expressions and apparent feelings against his master and mistress, he would be willing to endure many years of suffering in Canada snows before he would apply to them for care and protection. A slave catcher caught in his own trap. George F. Alberti, personated by a member of the Vigilance Committee. A lady frightened by a placard. One afternoon, the quiet of the Anti-Slavery Office was suddenly agitated by the contents of a letter, privately placed in the hands of J. Miller McKim by one of the clerks of the Philadelphia Ledger Office. Said letter, it would seem, had been dropped into the box of the Ledger Office instead of the U.S. box, one of which was also in the Ledger Office, through a mistake, and seeing that it bore the name of a well-known slave catcher, Alberti, the clerk had a great desire to know its import. Whether it was or was not sealed, the writer cannot say. It certainly was not sealed when it reached the Anti-Slavery Office. It stated that a lady from Maryland was then in Philadelphia, stopping at a boarding house on Arch Street, and that she was very desirous of seeing the above-mentioned Alberti, with a view of obtaining his services to help catch an Underground Railroad sojourner, whom she claimed as her property. That she wrote the letter could not be proved, but that it was sent by her consent there was no doubt. In order to save the poor fellow from his impending doom, it seemed that nothing would avail but a bold strategical movement. Mr. McKim proposed to find someone who would be willing to answer for Alberti. Cyrus Whitson, a member of the committee, in Mr. McKim's judgment could manage the matter successfully. At that time C. Whitson was engaged in the Free Labor store at the corner of Fifth and Cherry streets, near the Anti-Slavery Office. On being sent for, he immediately answered the summons, and Mr. McKim at once made known to him his plan, which was to save a fellow man from being dragged back to bondage, by visiting the lady and ascertaining from her in conversation the whereabouts of the fugitives, the names of the witnesses, and all the particulars. Nothing could have delighted the shrewd Whitson better. He saw just how he could effect the matter, without the slightest probable failure. So off he started for the boarding house. Arriving, he rang the bell, and when the servant appeared, he asked if Miss Wilson from Maryland was stopping there. "She is," was the answer. "I wish to see her." "Walk in the parlor, sir." In went Mr. W. with his big whiskers. Soon Miss Wilson entered the parlor, a tall and rather fine-looking, well-dressed lady. Mr. Whitson, bowing, politely addressed her, substantially thus: "I have come to see you instead of Mr. George F. Alberti, to whom you addressed a note this morning. Circumstances over which Mr. A. had no control prevented his coming, so I have come, madam, to look after your business in his place. Now, madam, I wish it to be distinctly understood in the outset, that whatever transpires between us, so far as this business is concerned, must be kept strictly confidential. By no means must this matter be allowed to leak out. If it does, the darned abolitionists, excuse me, may ruin me. At any rate, we should not be able to succeed in getting your slave. I am particular on this point, remember." "You are perfectly right, sir. Indeed, I am very glad that your plan is to conduct this matter in this manner, for I do not want my name mixed up with it in any way." "Very well, madam. I think we understand each other pretty well. Now, please give me the name of the fugitive, his age, size, and color, and where he may be found, how long he has been away, and the witness who can be relied on to identify him after he is arrested." Miss Wilson carefully communicated these important particulars, while Mr. Whitson faithfully penciled down every word. At the close of the interview he gave her to understand that the matter should be attended to immediately, and that he thought there would be no difficulty in securing the fugitive. "You shall hear from me soon, madam. Good afternoon." In 5 minutes after this interview, Whitson was back at the anti-slavery office with all Miss Wilson's secrets. The first thing to be attended to was to send a messenger to the place where the fugitive was at work, with a view of securing his safety. This was a success. The man was found, and frightened almost out of his wits, he dropped all, and followed the messenger who bore him the warning. In the meanwhile, Mr. McKim was preparing with great dispatch the subjoined document for the enlightenment and warning of all. To whom it may concern, beware of slave catchers. Miss Wilson, of Georgetown Crossroads, Kent County, Maryland, is now in the city, in pursuit of her alleged slave man Butler. J.M. Cummings and John Wilson, of the same place, are understood to be here on a similar errand. This is to caution Butler and his friends to be on their guard. Let them keep clear of the above-named individuals. Also let them have an eye on all persons known to be friends of Dr. High, of Georgetown Crossroads, and Mr. D.B. Cummings, who is not of Georgetown Crossroads. It is requested that all parties to whom a copy of this may be sent will post it in a public place, and that the friends of freedom and humanity will have the facts herein contained openly read in their respective churches. Hide the outcast, betray not him that wandereth. Isaiah chapter 16, verse 3. Thou shalt not deliver unto his master the servant that has escaped from his master unto thee. Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 15. This document was printed as a large poster about 3 feet square, and displayed in large numbers over the city, attracted much attention and comment, which facts were quickly conveyed to Miss Wilson at her boarding house. At first, as it was understood, she was greatly shocked to find herself in everybody's mouth. She unhesitatingly took her baggage and started for my Maryland. Thus ended one of the most pleasant interviews that ever took place between a slave hunter and the Vigilance Committee of Philadelphia. End of section 23. Section 24 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The Underground Railroad, Part 4, by William Still. Section 24. Arrival from Richmond, 1858. Henry Langhorne, alias William Scott. This chattel from Richmond, Virginia, was of a yellow complexion, with some knowledge of the arts of reading and writing. He was about 23 years of age, and considered himself in great danger of being subjected to the auction block by one Charles L. Hobson. Hobson and Henry had grown up from boyhood together. For years they had even occupied the same room, Henry as a servant boy and protector of his prospective young master. Under these relations quite strong affinities were cemented between them, and Henry succeeded in gaining a knowledge of the alphabet, with an occasional lesson in spelling. Both reached their majority. William was hired out at the American Hotel, and being a smart, likely-looking boy, commanded good wages for his young master's benefit, who had commenced business as a tobacco merchant, with about 7 head of slaves in his possession. A year or two's experiment proved that the young master was not succeeding as a merchant, and before the expiration of 3 years he had sold all his slaves except Henry. From such indications Henry was fully persuaded that his time was well nigh at hand, and great was his anxiety as he meditated over the auction block. In his heart he resolved time and again that he would never be sold. It behooved him therefore to avert that ill fate. He at first resolved to buy himself, but in counting the cost he found that he would by no means be able to accumulate as much money as his master would be likely to demand for him. He therefore abandoned this idea and turned his attention straightway to the Underground Rail Road, by which route he had often heard of slaves escaping. He felt the need of money, and that he must make and save an extra quarter whenever he could. He soon learned to be a very rigid economist, and being exceedingly accommodating in waiting upon gentlemen at the hotel and at the Springs, he found his little pile increasing weekly. His object was to have enough to pay for a private berth on one of the Richmond steamers, and also to have a little left to fall back on after landing in a strange land and among strangers. He saved about $200 in cash. He was then ready to make a forward move, and he arranged all his plans with an agent in Richmond to leave by one of the steamers during the Christmas holidays. "You must come down to the steamer about dark," said the agent, "and if all is right you will see the Underground Rail Road agent come out with some ashes as a signal, and by this you may know that all is ready." "I will be there, certain," said Henry. Christmas week, he was confident, would be granted as usual as a holiday week. A few days before Christmas he went to his master and asked permission to spend said holiday with his mother in Cumberland County, adding that he would need some spending money, enough at least to pay his fare, etc. Young master freely granted his request, wrote him a pass, and doled him out enough money to pay his fare thence, but concluded that Henry could pay his way back out of his extra change. Henry expressed his obligations, etc., and returned to the American Hotel. The evening before the time appointed for starting on his Underground Rail Road voyage, he had occasion to go out to see the Underground Rail Road agent, and asked the clerk to give him a pass. This favor was peremptorily refused. Henry, not willing to give it up so, sat down to write a pass for himself. He found it all that was necessary, and was thus enabled to accomplish his business satisfactorily. Next day his Christmas holiday commenced, but instead of his enjoying the sight of his mother, he felt that he had seen her for the last time in the flesh. It was a sad reflection. That evening at dark he was at the wharf according to promise. The man with the ashes immediately appeared and signaled him. In his 3 suits of clothing, all on his back, he walked on the boat, and was conducted to the coal covering, where Egyptian darkness prevailed. The appointed hour for the starting of the steamer was 10 o'clock the following morning. By the aid of prayer he endured the suffering that night. No sooner had the steamer got under way than a heavy gale was encountered. For between 3 and 4 days the gale and fog combined threatened the steamer with a total loss. All the freight on deck, consisting of tobacco and cotton, had to be thrown overboard to save the passengers. Henry, in his state of darkness, saw nothing, nor could he know the imminent peril that his life was in. Fortunately he was not seasick, but slept well and long on the voyage. The steamer was 5 days coming. On landing at Philadelphia, Henry could scarcely see or walk. The spirit of freedom, however, was burning brightly in the hidden man, and the free gales of fresh air and a few hours on free soil soon enabled him to overcome the difficulties which first presented themselves, and he was soon one of the most joyful mortals living. He tarried 2 days with his friends in Philadelphia, and then hastened on to Boston. After being in Boston 2 months, he was passing through the market one day, when to his surprise he espied his young master, Charles L. Hobson. Henry was sure, however, that he was not recognized, but suspected that he was hunted. Instantly Henry pulled up his coat collar and drew his hat over his face, to disguise himself as much as possible. But he could not wholly recover from the shock he had thus sustained. He turned aside from the market, and soon met a friend, formerly from Richmond, who had been in servitude in the tobacco factory owned by his master. Henry tried to prevail on him to spot out said Hobson in the market, and see if there possibly could be any mistake. Not a step would his friend take in that direction. He had been away for several years, still he was a fugitive, and didn't like the idea of renewing his acquaintance with old or new friends with a white skin from Virginia. Henry, however, could not content himself until he had taken another good look at Mr. Hobson. Disguising himself, he again took a stroll through the market, looking on the right and left as he passed along. Presently he saw him, seated at a butcher's stall. He examined him to his satisfaction, and then went speedily to headquarters, the anti-slavery office, made known the fact of his discovery, and stated that he believed his master had no other errand in Boston than to capture him. Measures were at once taken to ascertain if such a man as Charles L. Hobson was booked at any of the hotels in Boston. On finding that this was really a fact, Henry was offered and accepted private quarters with the well-known philanthropist and friend of the fugitive, Francis Jackson. His house as well as his purse was always open to the slave. While under the roof of Mr. Jackson, as Hobson advertised and described Henry so accurately, and offered a reward of $250 for him, Henry's friends thought that they would return him the compliment by publishing him in the Boston papers quite as accurately, if not with as high a reward for him. They advertised him after this manner: Charles L. Hobson, 22 years of age, 6 feet high, with a slouched hat on, mixed coat, black pants, with a goatee, is stopping at the Tremont Hotel, etc., etc. This was as a bombshell to Mr. Hobson, and he immediately took the hint, and with his trunks steered for the sunny South. In a day or two afterwards, Henry deemed it advisable to visit Canada. After arriving there, he wrote back to his young master to let him know where he was, and why he left, and what he was doing. How his letter was received, Henry was never informed. For 5 years he lived in Boston, and ran on a boat trading to Canada East. He saved up his money and took care of himself creditably. He was soon prepared to go into some business that would pay him better than running on the boat. 2 of his young friends agreed with him that they could do better in Philadelphia than in Boston. So they came to the city of brotherly love, and opened a first-class dining saloon near 3rd and Chestnut streets. For a time they carried on the business with enterprise and commendable credit. But one of the partners, disgusted with the prejudices of the city passenger railway cars, felt that he could no longer live here. Henry, known after leaving slavery only by the name of William Scott, quitted the restaurant business and found employment as a messenger under Thomas A. Scott, Esquire, Vice President of the Pennsylvania Central Railroad, where he has faithfully served for the last 4 years, and has the prospect of filling the office for many years to come. He is an industrious, sober, steady, upright, and intelligent young man, and takes care of his wife and child in a comfortable 3-story brick house of his own. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The Underground Railroad, Part 4, by William Still. Section 25. Arrival from Richmond, 1859. Miles Robinson was the slave of Mrs. Roberts, a widow lady living in York County, Virginia. He did not live with her, however, but was hired out in the city of Richmond. He had been fortunate in falling into hands that had not treated him harshly. He was not contented, however. Much of the leisure falling incidentally to his lot from hours of duty he devoted to the banjo. As a player on this instrument he had become quite gifted. But music in Richmond was not liberty. The latter he craved, and in thought was often far beyond Mason and Dixon's line, enjoying that which was denied him in Virginia. Although but 22 years of age, Miles was manly, and determination and intelligence were traits strongly marked in his unusually well-shaped visage. Hearing that he was to be sold, he conferred not with his mother, brothers, or sisters, for such he had, living as slaves in Richmond, but resolved to escape by the first convenience. Turning his attention to the Underground Railroad, he soon found an agent who communicated his wishes to one of the colored women running as cook or chambermaid on one of the Philadelphia and Richmond steamers, and she was bold enough to take charge of him, and found him a safe berth in one of the closets where the pots and other cooking utensils belonged. It was rather rough and trying, but Miles felt that it was for liberty, and he must pass through the ordeal without murmuring, which he did, until success was achieved and he found himself in Philadelphia. Boston being the haven on which his hopes were fixed, after recruiting a short while in the city, he steered for said place. Finding liberty there as sweet as he had fondly hoped to find it, he applied himself unceasingly to industrial pursuits, economy, the improvement of his mind, and the elevation of his race. 4 years he passed thus, under the shadow of Bunker Hill, at the end of which time he invested the earnings which he had saved in a business with 2 young friends in Philadelphia. All being first-class waiters and understanding catering, they decided to open a large dining saloon. Miles was one of the 2 friends mentioned in William Scott's narrative, and as his success and consequent fortunes have been already referred to, it will suffice here to mention him simply in connection with 2 contests that he sustained with the prejudice that sought to drive colored people from the passenger cars. At the corner of 4th and Walnut streets, Miles, in company with 2 other young men, Wallace and Marshall, one evening in a most orderly manner entered the cars and took their seats. The conductor ordered them on the front platform. They did not budge. He stopped the car and ordered them out. This did no good. He read rules, and was not a little embarrassed by these polite and well-dressed young men. Finally he called for the police, who arrested all 3. Miles did not yield his seat without a struggle. In being pulled out, his resistance was such that several window lights were broken in the car. The police being in strong force, however, succeeded in marching their prisoners to the mayor's police station at the corner of 5th and Chestnut streets, where they were locked up to await further investigation. The prisoners thought they were back in old Virginia again. Miles gritted his teeth and felt very indignant, but what could he do? The infamous prejudice against which they had borne testimony was controlling all the lines of city passenger railways in Philadelphia. While Miles and his friends were willing to suffer for a principle, the dirt, filth, cold, and disagreeableness of the quarters that they most likely would be compelled to occupy all night and the following day, Sunday, forbade submission. Added to this, Miles felt that his young wife would hardly be able to contain herself while he was locked up. They sent for the writer to intercede for them. At a late hour of the night, after going from the alderman's boarding house to a fire engine house and other places where it was supposed that he might probably be found, on going a 3rd time to his hotel a little before midnight, he was discovered to be in bed, and it was then ascertained that he had not been out all the evening. The night was very stormy. We could not tell whether or not the fruitless chase on which we had been sent in search of the alderman was in keeping with the spirit that had locked the men up, designed to mislead us. He condescended at last to appear, and accepted our offer to go bail for all of them, and finally issued a discharge. This was hastily delivered at the station, and the prisoners were released. But Miles was not satisfied. He had breathed free air in Massachusetts for 4 years, and being a man of high spirit, he felt that he must further test the prejudices of the cars. Consequently, one very cold night, when a deep snow covered the pavements, he was out with his wife, and thought that he would ride. His wife being fair, he put her on the car at the corner of 3rd and Pine streets, and walked to the corner of 4th and Pine streets, where he stepped into the car and took his seat. The conductor straightway ordered him out on the plea of color. God had shaded him a little too much. "How is this? My wife is in this car," spake Miles. All eyes gazed around to see who his wife was. By this time the car had been stopped, and the wrath of the conductor was kindled prodigiously. He did not, however, lay violent hands upon Miles. A late decision in court had taught the police that they had no right to interfere, except in cases where the peace was actually being broken. So in order to get rid of this troublesome customer, the car was run off the track, the shivering passengers all leaving it as though flying from a plague, with the exception of Miles, his wife, and another colored gentleman who got on with Miles. The conductor then hoisted all the windows, took out the cushions, and unhitched the horses. But Miles and his party stood it bravely, Miles burning all the time with indignation at this exhibition of prejudice in the city of brotherly love. The war was then raging fiercely, and as Miles then felt, he was almost prepared to say he didn't care which beat, as the woman said when she saw her husband and the bear wrestling. He was compelled to admit that this prejudice was akin to slavery, and gave to slavery its chief support. The occupants of the horseless car, which was being aired so thoroughly, remained in it for a length of time, until they had sufficiently borne their testimony, and then they too quietly forsook it. Prior to this event, by his industry and hard-earned savings, Miles had become the owner of a comfortable brick house, and had made up his mind to remain a citizen of Philadelphia. But the spirit which prompted the aforesaid treatment called up within him reflections somewhat similar to those aroused by slavery, and it was not a great while before he offered his property for sale, including his business stand, resolving to return to Boston. He received an offer for his property, accepted it, pulled up stakes, and again hopefully turned his face thitherward. The ambitious Miles commenced business in Chelsea, near Boston, where he purchased himself a comfortable home, and he has ever since been successfully engaged in the sale of kerosene oil. Instead of seeking pleasure in the banjo, as he was wont to do in Virginia, he now finds delight in the Baptist Church, Reverend Mr. Grimes's, of which he is a prominent member, and in other fields of usefulness tending to elevate and better the condition of society generally. End of section 25.
Section 26 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry. The Underground Railroad, Part 4 by William Still, Section 26. Arrival from Richmond. John William Dungy brought a pass from ex-Governor Gregory. "He ought to be put in a cage and kept for a show," said Anna Brown, daughter of the hero John Brown, at the house of the writer, where she happened to meet the above-named Underground Railroad passenger. He had then just returned from Canada, after being a refugee 4 years. In the meantime, through the war and the proclamation of Father Abraham, the fetters had been torn from the limbs of the slave, and the way to Richmond was open to all. John William, on this occasion, was on his way thither to see how his brethren, together with their old oppressors, looked facing each other as free men. Miss Anna Brown was en route to Norfolk, where she designed to teach a school of the unfettered bondman. The return of the refugee was as unexpected as it was gratifying. Scarcely had the cordial greetings of the writer and his family ended, and the daughter of Brown been introduced, before the writer was plying his refugee guest with a multiplicity of questions relative to his sojourn in Canada, etc. "How have you been getting along in Canada? Do you like the country?" "First rate," said John William. "You look as though you had neither been starved nor frozen. Have you had plenty of work, made some money, and taken care of yourself?" "Yes." "When you were on the Underground Railroad on your way to Canada, you promised you were going to keep from all bad habits. How about the critter? Do you take a little sometimes?" "No, I have not drunk a drop since I left the South," replied John William with emphasis. "Good! I suppose you smoke and chew at any rate?" "No, neither. I never think of such a thing." "Now, don't you keep late hours at night and swear occasionally?" "No, sir. All the leisure that I have of evenings is spent over my books as a general thing. I have not fallen into the fashionable customs of young men." Miss Brown, who had been an attentive listener, remarked, "He ought to be put in a cage," etc. He was 27 years of age when he first landed in Philadelphia in the month of February, 1860, per steamer Pennsylvania, in which he had been stowed away in a storeroom containing a lot of rubbish and furniture. In this way he reached City Point. Here a family of Irish immigrants, very dirty, were taken on board, and orders were given that accommodations should be made for them in the room occupied by J.W. Here was trouble, but only for a moment. Those into whose charge he had been consigned on the boat knew that the kettle and pot closet had often been used for Underground Railroad purposes, and he was safely conducted to quarters among the pots. The room was exceedingly limited, but he stood it bravely. On landing he was not able to stand. It required not only his personal efforts, but the help of friends to get him in a condition to walk. No sooner had he stepped on shore, however, than he began to cry aloud for joy. "Thank God!" rang out sonorously from his overflowing soul. Alarmed at this indication of gratitude, his friends immediately told him that that would never do, that all hands would be betrayed, that he was far from being safe in Philadelphia. He suppressed his emotion. After being delivered into the hands of the acting committee, where he was in more private quarters, he gave full vent to the joy he experienced on reaching this city. He said that he had been trying earnestly for 5 years to obtain his freedom. For this special object he had saved up $68.15, all of which but the 15 cents he willingly paid for his passage on the boat. 15 cents, the balance of his entire capital, was all that he had when he landed in Philadelphia. Before leaving the South, he was hired in the family of ex-Governor Gregory. Of the governor and his wife he spoke very highly, said that they were kind to him and would readily favor him whenever he solicited them to do so. He stated that after making his arrangements to start, in order that he might be away several days before being missed, he told Mrs. Gregory that he would be glad to spend a week with his mother. She lived some distance in the country. As he was not feeling very well, she kindly acceded to his request and told him to ask the governor for a pass and some money. The governor was busy writing, but he at once granted the prayer, wrote him a pass, gave John $5, adding that he was sorry that he had no more in his pocket, and John bowed and thanked the governor and soon got ready for his visit. But his route lay in a far different direction than that contemplated by the governor and his lady. He was aiming for the Underground Railroad. As has already been intimated, he was not owned by the governor, but by the Farrell heirs, 5 children who had moved from Virginia to Alabama years back. "Every Farrell that lives is down on slaves. They are very severe," said John. Yet he had not suffered as many others had who belonged to them, as he had been a dining-room servant. At one time they had owned large numbers of slaves, but latterly they had been selling them off. Contrary to John's wishes, his Alabama owners had notified him as well as the governor that in a short while he was to be taken to Alabama. This induced John to act with great promptness in leaving at the time that he did. After passing several years in Canada, as has already been noticed, he returned to Richmond and paid a visit to his old home. He found that the governor and his wife had both departed, but 2 of the daughters, young ladies, still lived. They were both glad to see him, the younger especially. She told him that she was glad that he escaped, and that she prayed for him. The elder remarked that she had always thought he was too good a Christian to run away. Another thing which she referred to, apparently with much feeling, was this. On his way to Canada, he wrote to the governor from Rochester that he need put himself to no trouble in hunting him up, as he had made up his mind to visit Canada. She thought that John was rather naughty to write thus to her papa. Nevertheless, she was disposed to forgive him after she had frankly spoken her mind. John found Richmond, which so long had held him in chains, fully humbled, and her slave power utterly cast down. His wondering eyes gazed until he was perfectly satisfied that it was the Lord's doings, and it was marvelous in his eyes. He was more than ever resolved to get an education and to go back to Virginia, to help teach his brethren who had been so long denied the privilege. It was not long before he was at Oberlin College, a faithful student, commanding the highest respect from all the faculty for his good deportment and studious habits. After advancing rapidly there, the way opened more fully to pursue his studies with greater facilities and less expense at a college in one of the eastern states. He accepted the favors of friends who offered him assistance, with a view of preparing him for a mission among the freedmen, believing that he possessed in a high degree the elements for a useful worker, preacher, organizer, and teacher. As the friends alluded to were about taking measures to start a college at Harper's Ferry, especially for the benefit of the freedmen, they anticipated making this latitude the field of his future endeavors, at least for a time. Ere he graduated, in view of the fact that the harvest in the South so urgently called for laborers, he was solicited to be an agent for the Storer College, and subsequently to enter upon a mission under the auspices of the Free Will Baptists in Martinsburg, Virginia. For 3 or 4 years he labored in this field with commendable zeal and acceptability, gathering young and old in day and Sunday schools, and also organizing churches. By his constant labors his health became impaired. Receiving a call from a church in Providence, he accepted, not without knowing, however, that his mission was to be left in faithful hands to carry on the good work. Footnote: the appended extract from an official circular issued by the Board of Instruction of Storer College will throw light upon this institution. Storer College, Harper's Ferry, West Virginia. This institution, deriving its name from John Storer, Esquire, late of Sanford, Maine, who gave $10,000 to aid in its establishment, is located at Harper's Ferry, West Virginia, and has been characterized with full powers by a special act of the legislature. The corporation has been regularly organized. A large tract of land has been purchased, ample buildings have been secured, and a normal school has been in successful operation during the last 18 months. The U.S. authorities have repeatedly expressed their confidence in and sympathy with this undertaking by liberal grants of money and buildings, and the agent for the distribution of the Peabody Fund has pledged pecuniary aid to the best of the pupils in attendance who may be in need of such assistance. Reverend J. Calder, D.D., President. Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Harper's Ferry, West Virginia, March 1, 1869. Reverend N. C. Brackett, Acting Secretary. Harper's Ferry, West Virginia. End footnote. There is still need of efficient laborers in the Shenandoah Valley. According to the testimony of Mr. Dungy, scores of places may still be found where the children have no school privileges, and where many, both young and old, have never had the opportunity of entering a meeting house or a church since the war, as the spirit of the white Christians in these regions is greatly embittered against the colored people, owing to the abolition of slavery, and they do not invite them to either church or school. Indeed, the churches are closed against them. At different times, Mr. Dungy has eloquently represented the condition of the colored churches of the South in the city of Philadelphia. As a speaker, Mr. Dungy is able and interesting, of good address, remarkably graceful in his manners, and possessing much general information. The subjoined letters received from him while a fugitive in Canada are characteristic of the man and will repay a perusal. Brantford, March 3rd, 1860. Mr. William Still. Dear Sir, I have seated myself this evening to write you a few lines to inform you that I have got through my journey and landed safely in Brantford, where I found my friend Stepney Brown, and we expressed great joy at meeting each other and had a great shaking of hands, and have not got done talking yet of the old times we had in Virginia. I thank God I am enjoying vigorous health, and hope you all are well, as it is written in the first Psalm, Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. I wish you may think of me often, and pray for me that I may grow a man, one of the followers of our meek and lowly Savior. Give my love to Mrs. Still, the family, and the Reverend Mr. Gibbs, that was residing with you when I was there. I must now inform you a little about Canada, at least as much of it as I have seen and heard. I arrived in the city of Hamilton on the 15th of February, 1860, at 9 o'clock in the evening, and the weather was dreary and cold, and the cars laid over there until 10 o'clock next day, and I went up into the city and saw a portion of it. I then started for Toronto, arrived there the same day at 12 o'clock. There I met friends from Richmond, remained there several days. During the time we had a very extensive snowstorm, and I took the opportunity of walking around the city looking at the elephants and other great sights. I liked it very much. But upon hearing that my friend and brother Stepney Brown was in Brantford, I became dissatisfied and left for Brantford on the 21st of February, 1860. I have found it very pleasant, and have been told it is the prettiest place in Canada. It is built upon the Grand River, which is 200 miles long and empties into Lake Erie. It rises to a great height every spring, and great masses of ice come down, bringing bridges, saw logs, trees, and fairly sweeps everything before it. The people who live upon the flats are in great danger of being drowned in their houses. I got a situation immediately at the Kirby House by the influence of my friend and brother, Stepney Brown, who I must say has been very kind to me, as also have the people of Brantford. The Kirby House is the largest hotel in the town, about 250 rooms, and a stable at the back, with a gas house of its own. No more at present, but remain, yours very respectfully, John William Dungy. P.S. Write at your earliest convenience, and oblige your friend, J.W.D. Brantford, April 20th. Mr. Still. Dear Sir, I feel myself quite lonesome this evening, and not hearing from you lately, I take this opportunity to drop you a few lines. I have not much to say. Brother Brown has left for the Falls, and expects to return next winter. The weather is mild and warm at this time. The grass is putting up and begins to look like spring. I thank the Lord I am enjoying good health at this time. I hope this letter will find you and your family well. Give my compliments to them all, and Mr. Gibbs, and the young lady that was at your house when I was there. Times has been hard this winter, but they are increasing for the better. I wrote to you a few days ago. I don't know whether you got my letter. I asked in my letter if Mr. Williams was on the Pennsylvania that runs from there to Richmond, Virginia. I should have written to him, but I did not know his number. I also named a friend of mine, Mr. Plummer. If he arrives there, please tell him to come to Brantford, where I am, for there are good chances for business. I think a great deal about my colored brethren in the South, but I hope to be a benefit to them one of these days. We have quite a melancholy affair about one of our colored brothers who made his escape from the South. Those who took him up have gone back to obtain witness to convict him for murder. These witnesses to be here on Monday 23rd instance, but the defendants of the law says they shan't take him back unless they bring good witness and men of truth. I will write you more about it after the trial comes of. I must say a little about myself. I want to devote myself to study if I can for the next 12 months. I expect to leave the Kirby House on the 5th of May. I have taken a barber shop, which is a very good situation, and one hand employed with me. I would be much obliged if you would give me some advice what to do. I sent you the Morning Herald yesterday, which contained an accident which occurred on the G trunk R.W. You will see in it that we don't have much politics here. The late destructive fire we had, I thought it would have kept Brantford back this summer, but it is increasing slowly. I have nothing more to say at this time. I hope the Lord may bless you all and take care of you in this world, and after time receive you in his everlasting kingdom, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Answer this as soon as convenient. Goodbye. Yours respectfully, J.W. Dungy. Brantford, C.W., January 11th, '61. Mr. William Still, Dear Sir, I take this opportunity to drop you a few lines to let you hear from me. I am well at this time, hoping this will find you the same. I acknowledge my great neglectedness of you with great regret that I have not answered your letter before this. I hope you will excuse me, as I have succeeded in getting me a wife since I wrote to you last. My mind has been much taken up in so doing for several months past. Give my compliments to your wife and your family and Mr. Gibbs, also hoping they are all well. Tell Mrs. Still to pray for me, that I may grow in grace and the knowledge of the truth as it is in Jesus. I often think of you all. I pray that the time may come when we will all be men in the United States. We have read here of the great disturbance in the South. My prayer is that this may be a death blow to slavery. Do you ever have any Underground Railroad passengers now? Times have been very prosperous in Canada this year. The commercial trade and traffic on the railways has been very dull for these few months back. Business on the Buffalo and Lake Huron Railway has been so dull that a great number of the hands have been discharged on account of the panic in the South. Canada yet cries, "Freedom! Freedom! Freedom!" I must now say a little about my friend and brother, Stepney Brown. He lived about 6 months at the Niagara Falls, and is now going to school here in Brantford. He sends his best respects to you all. He and I often sit together at night after the labor of the day is over, talking about our absent friends, wishing we could see them once more. Mr. Brown and myself have been wishing for 1 or 2 of your slavery standards, and would be much obliged to you if you would send some of the latest. Please let me hear from you as soon as possible. I must now bring my letter to a close, and remain your affectionate friend, J.W. Dungy. P.S. May the Lord be with you. J.W. Dungy. Address your letter to John W. Dungy, Brantford, C.W. End of section 26.
Section of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joanne Rochon. The Underground Railroad, Part 4, by William Still, Section 27. Aunt Hannah Moore. In 1854, in company with her so-called mistress, Mary Moore, Aunt Hannah arrived in Philadelphia from Missouri, being en route to California, where she, with her mistress, was to join her master, who had gone there years before to seek his fortune. The mistress, having relatives in this city, tarried here for a short time, not doubting that she had sufficient control over Aunt Hannah to keep her from contact with either abolitionists or those of her own color, and that she would have no difficulty in taking her with her to her journey's end. If such were her calculations, she was greatly mistaken. For although Aunt Hannah was destitute of book learning, she was nevertheless a woman of thought and natural ability. And while she wisely kept her counsel from her mistress, she took care to make her wants known to an abolitionist. She had passed many years under the yoke, under different owners, and now, seeing a ray of hope, she availed herself to the opportunity to secure her freedom. She had occasion to go to a store in the neighborhood where she was stopping, and to her unspeakable joy, she found the proprietor, an abolitionist, and a friend who inquired into her condition and proffered her assistance. The storekeeper quickly made known her condition at the anti-slavery office, and in double-quick time J.M. McKim and Charles Wise, as abolitionists and members of the Vigilance Committee, repaired to the stopping place of the mistress and her slave to demand, in the name of humanity and the laws of Pennsylvania, that Aunt Hannah should no longer be held in fetters, but she should be immediately proclaimed free. In the eyes of the mistress, this procedure was so extraordinary that she became very much excited, and for a moment threatened them with the broomstick. But her raving had no effect on Messrs. McKim and Wise, who did not rest contented until Aunt Hannah was safely in their hands. She had lived a slave in the Moore's family in the state of Missouri about 10 years, and said she was treated very well, had plenty to eat, plenty to wear, and a plenty of work. It was prior to her coming into the possession of Moore that Aunt Hannah had been made to drink the bitter waters of oppression. From this point, therefore, we shall present some of the incidents of her life, from infancy, and very nearly word for word as she related them. Moore bought me from a man named Macaulay, who owned me about a year. I fared dreadful bad under Macaulay. One day in a rage, he undertook to beat me with the limb of a cherry tree. He began at me and tried in the first place to snatch my clothes off, but he did not succeed. After that he beat the cherry tree limb all to pieces over me. The first blow struck me on the back of my neck and knocked me down. His wife was looking on, sitting on the side of the bed, crying him to lay on. After the limb was worn out, he then went out to the yard and got a lathe, and he came at me again and beat me with that until he broke it all to pieces. He was not satisfied then. He went to the fence and tore off a paling, and with that he took both hands, cursing me all the time as hard as he could. With an oath he would say, "Now, don't you love me?" "Oh, master, I will pray for you," I would cry, and then he would cuss harder than ever. He beat me until he was tired and quit. I crept out of doors and throwed up blood. Some days I was hardly able to creep. With this beating I was laid up several weeks. Another time Mistress Macaulay got very angry. One day she beat me as bad as he did. She was a woman who would get very mad in a minute. One day she began scolding and said the kitchen wasn't kept clean. I told her the kitchen was kept as clean as any kitchen in the place. She spoke very angry, and said she didn't go by other folks, but had rules of her own. She soon ordered me to come in to her. I went in as she ordered me. She met me with a mule rope, and ordered me to cross my hands. I crossed my hands, and she tied me to the bedstead. Here her husband said, "My dear, now let me do the fighting." In her mad fit, she said he shouldn't do it. She told him to stand back and keep out of the way, or I'll give you the cowhide, she said to him. And then he sot down in a chair and looked like a man condemned to be hung, and she whipped me with the cowhide until I slunk to the floor. He then begged her to quit. He said to his wife, "She has begged, and you have whipped her enough." She only raged wuss. Then she turned the butt end of the cowhide and struck me 5 or 6 blows over my head as hard as she could. Then she throwed the cowhide down and told a little girl to untie me. The little girl was not able to do it. Mr. Macaulay then untied me himself. Both times that I was beat, the blood run down from my head to my feet. They wouldn't give you anything to eat hardly. Macaulay bore the name of comin' by free colored children without buying them and selling them afterwards. One boy on the place always said he was free, but had been kidnapped from Arkansas. He could tell all about it, how he was kidnapped, but could not find anybody to do anything for him. So he had to content himself. Macaulay bought me from a man by the name of Landers. Well, in Landers' hands I had the rheumatism and was not able to work. He was afraid I was going to die, or he would lose me, and I would not be of any service to him. So he took and traded me off for a wagon. I was something better when he traded me off, well enough to be about. My health remained bad for about 4 years, and I never got my health until Moore bought me. Moore took me for a debt. Macaulay owned Moore for wagons. I was not born in Missouri, but was born in Virginia. From my earliest memory, I was owned by Conrad Hackler. He lived in Grayson County. He was a very poor man and had no other slave but me. He bought me before I was quite 4 years old for $100. Hackler bought me from a man named William Scott. I must go back by good rights to the beginning and tell all. Scott bought me first from a young man he met one day in the road with a bundle in his arms. Scott, wishing to know of the young man what he had in his bundle, was told that he had a baby. "What are you going to do with it?" said Scott. The young man said he was going to take it to his sister, that its mother was dead, and it had nobody to take care of it. Scott offered the young man a horse for it, and the young man took him up. This is the way I was told that Scott came by me. I never knowed anything about my mother or father, but I've always believed that my mother was a white woman, and that I was put away to save her character. I've always thought this. Under Hackler, I was treated more like a brute than a human being. I was fed like the dogs. I had a trough cut out of a piece of wood for a plate. And after I growed up to 10 years old, they made me sleep in an old house standing off some distance from the main house where my master and mistress lived. A bed of straw and old rags was made for me in a big trough called the tan trough, a trough having been used for tanning purposes. The cats about the place came and slept with me, and was all the company I had. I had to work with the hoe in the field and help do everything indoors and out in all weathers. The place was so poor that some seasons he would not raise 20 bushels of corn and hardly 3 bushels of wheat. As for shoes, I never knowed what it was like to have a pair of shoes until I was growed up. After I growed up to be a woman, my master thought nothing of taking my clothes off, and would whip me till the blood would run down to the ground. After I was 25 years old, they did not treat me so bad. They both professed to get religion about that time, and my master said he would never lay the weight of his finger on me again. Once after that, mistress wanted him to whip me, but he didn't do it, nor never whipped me any more. After a while my master died. If they had gone according to law, I would have been hired out or sold, but my mistress wanted to keep me to carry on the place for her support. So I was kept for 7 or 8 years after his death. It was understood between my mistress and her children and her friends, who all met after master died, that I was to take care of mistress. and after mistress died, I should not serve anybody else. I done my best to keep my mistress from suffering. After a few years, they all became dissatisfied and moved to Missouri. They scattered and took up the government land. Without means, they lived as poor people commonly live, on small farms in the woods. I still lived with my mistress. Some of the heirs got dissatisfied and sued for their rights or a settlement. Then I was sold with my child, a boy. Thus Aunt Hannah reviewed her slave life, showing that she had been in the hands of 6 different owners and had seen great tribulation under each of them. Showing that she had been in the hands of 6 different owners and had seen great tribulation under each of them, except the last, and that she had never known a mother's or father's care, that slavery had given her one child, but no husband as a protector or a father. The half of what she passed through in the way of suffering has scarcely been hinted at in this sketch. 57 years were passed in bondage before she reached Philadelphia. Under the good providence through which she came in possession of her freedom, she found a kind home with a family of abolitionists, Mrs. Gillingham's, whose hearts had been in deep sympathy with the slave for many years. In this situation, Aunt Hannah remained several years honest, faithful, and obliging, taking care of her earnings, which were put out at interest for her by her friends. Her mind was deeply imbued with religious feeling and an unshaken confidence in God as her only trust. She connected herself with the AME Bethel Church of Philadelphia, where she has walked blameless and exemplary up to this day. Probably there is not a member in that large congregation whose simple faith and whose walk and conversation are more commendable than Aunt Hannah's. Although she has passed through so many hardships, she is a woman of good judgment and more than average in intellect. She enjoys good health, vigor, and peace of mind in her old days, with a small income just sufficient to meet her humble wants without having to live in service. After living in Philadelphia for several years, she was married to a man about her own age, possessing all her good qualities, had served a lifetime in a highly respectable Quaker family of this city, and had so won the esteem of his kind employer that at his death he left him a comfortable house for life, so that he was not under the necessity of serving another. The name of the recipient of the good Quaker friend's bounty and Aunt Hannah's companion was Thomas Todd. After a few years of wedded life, Aunt Hannah was called upon to be left alone again in the world by the death of her husband, whose loss was mourned by many friends, both colored and white, who knew and respected him. End of section 27.
Section 28 of The Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Underground Railroad, Part 4, by William Still. Section 28. Kidnapping of Rachel and Elizabeth Parker. Murder of Joseph C. Miller in 1851 and 1852. Those who were interested in the anti-slavery cause, and who kept posted with reference to the frequent cases of kidnapping, occurring in different free states, especially in Pennsylvania, during the 20 years previous to emancipation, cannot fail to remember the kidnapping of Rachel and Elizabeth Parker and the murder of Joseph C. Miller, who resided in West Nottingham Township, Chester County, Pennsylvania, in the latter part of 1851 and the beginning of 1852. Both the kidnapping and the murder at the time of the occurrence shocked and excited the better thinking and humane classes largely, not only in Pennsylvania, but to a considerable extent over the northern states. It may be said, without contradiction, that Chester County, at least, was never more aroused by any one single outrage that had taken place within her borders than by these occurrences. For a long while the interest was kept alive, and even as lately as the past year, 1870, we find the case still agitating the citizens of Chester County. Judge Benjamin I. Passmore, of said county, in defense of truth in an exhaustive article published in the Village Record, Westchester, October 12, 1870, gives a reliable version of the matter, from beginning to end, which we feel constrained to give in full, as possessing great historical value, bearing on kidnapping in general, especially in Pennsylvania. Tom McCreary. Friend Evans: I noticed in the Village Record, a short time since, an article taken from the Delaware Transcript, an obituary notice of the death of the noted character, whose name heads this article, in which false statements were made, relative to the outrage he committed in kidnapping Rachel and Elizabeth Parker, two colored girls, who were then, 1851, residing in the southern portion of Chester County. In your paper of the 13th, I also read an answer to the charges and insinuations made in the transcript against Joseph C. Miller, whose life was basely destroyed, and other citizens of Chester County, as the occurrence took place in my immediate neighborhood, and I was familiar with all the facts and circumstances. I propose to give a truthful history of that vile and wicked transaction. In the winter of 1851, the said McCreary, in some unexplained way, took Elizabeth Parker, one of the said colored girls, from the house of one Donnelly, not McDonald, in the township of East Nottingham, where she was living, but little was said about it by Donnelly or anyone else. Soon after, McCreary, with 2 or 3 others of like proclivities, called at the house of Joseph C. Miller in West Nottingham, where Rachel was living, and seized her, gagged her, and placed her in a carriage, and drove off. The screams of Mrs. Miller and her children soon brought the husband and father to the rescue. He pursued them on foot, and at a short distance overtook them in a narrow private road, disputing with James Pollock, the owner of the land, whose wagon prevented them from passing. They turned and took another road, and came out at Stubbs' Mill, making for the Maryland line with all possible speed. They arrived at Perryville before the train for Baltimore. Eli Haynes and a young man named Wiley, who lived near Rising Sun, Maryland, about 2 miles from Joseph C. Miller's, arrived at the same place soon after, intending to go to Philadelphia. Mr. Haynes knew Rachel, and seeing McCreary there, and her so overwhelmed in sorrow, at once guessed the situation of affairs, and he and Wiley changed their intentions of going to Philadelphia, and went in the same car with McCreary and his victim to Baltimore, and quietly watched what disposition would be made of her, as they felt certain pursuit would be made. As soon as possible after McCreary had escaped from West Nottingham, Joseph C. Miller, William Morris, Abner Richardson, Jesse B. Kirk, and H. G. Coates started in pursuit on horseback. When they arrived at Perryville, the train had gone. With the kidnapper and the girl, they followed in the next train. Soon after they arrived in Baltimore. They were met by Haynes and Wiley, who had been on the lookout for a pursuing party, and they gave the information that Rachel was deposited in Campbell's slave pen. They were directed by an acquaintance of one of the party to Francis S. Cochran, a prominent member of the Society of Friends. Francis informed them he was well acquainted with Campbell, and he at once accompanied them. Campbell assured friend Cochran that whilst he approved of slavery and catching runaway slaves, he despised kidnapping and kidnappers, and on the arrival of McCreary, he ordered him to remove Rachel forthwith, which he proceeded to do. Friend Cochran insisted on going with them, and saw the girl deposited in jail to await a legal investigation. By this time it was evening, and the Chester County men all went home with Cochran, where they had their suppers. The excitement being great, friend Cochran did not consider it safe for them to go to the depot direct. He procured their tickets and had them drive by a circuitous route to the depot, charging them to keep together, and take their seats in the cars at once. Soon after they were seated, and before the cars started, Miller stepped out on the platform to smoke. Against the expostulations of his friends, Jesse B. Kirk, his brother-in-law, and Abner Richardson followed immediately, and although they were right at his heels, he was gone. They called him by name, and stepped down into the crowd, but soon became alarmed for their own safety, and returned to their seats. A consultation was held, and it was agreed that Wiley, who was least known, and not directly identified with the affair, should pass through the train when it started, and see if Miller had not mistakenly got into another car. At Stedman's Run station, Wiley returned to the party with the sad tidings that Joseph C. Miller was not in that train. On consultation, it was agreed that Jesse B. Kirk and Abner Richardson should return from Perryville in the next train, and prosecute further search for Miller. They did so return, and McCreary also returned to Baltimore in the same car, he having left Baltimore in the car in the evening with the Chester County men. They arrived late in the night, and locked themselves up in a room in the first hotel they came to. Their search was fruitless, and they were forced to return home with the sad tidings that Miller could not be found. This intelligence aroused the whole neighborhood. Public meetings were held to consult about what was best to be done. The writer presided at one of those meetings, which was largely attended, and it was with difficulty that the people could be restrained from organizing an armed force to kidnap and lynch McCreary. Better counsels, however, finally prevailed, and it was resolved to send a party to Baltimore to prosecute further the search for Miller. About 20 men volunteered for the service. I went to the house of Joseph C. Miller the morning they were to start, but they had met at Lewis Melrath's, a brother-in-law of Miller. I was there endeavoring to console the aged mother and distracted wife and children of Joseph C. Miller, when word came that he had been found hanging to a limb in the bushes near the Stedman's Run station. And such a scene of distress I hope may never again be my lot to witness. It was heartrending in the extreme. The party went to Baltimore, and such was the excitement that it was considered unsafe for the party to go out in a body in daytime. Levi K. Brown, who then resided in Baltimore, went with them by moonlight, and they disinterred the body, which they found about 2 feet underground, in a rough box, with a narrow lid that freely admitted the dirt to surround his body in the box. No undertaker in Baltimore could be found that would allow the body left at his place of business whilst the coffin was prepared, and it was deposited in Friend's vault. A coffin was finally procured, and William Morris and Abner Richardson started with it for his home. When they arrived at Perryville, no one would render them any assistance, and they were compelled to leave the corpse in an old sawmill and walk up to Port Deposit, a distance of 5 miles, in the night, the weather being extremely cold and deep snow on the ground. There they procured horses and a sled and started with the body, but when within a short distance of the Pennsylvania line, they were overtaken by a messenger with a requisition from the governor of Maryland to return the body to Baltimore County, in order that an inquisition and post-mortem examination might be held in legal form. With sorrowful hearts they turned back. One of these young men told me that at no place south of Port Deposit could they get anyone to assist them in handling the corpse. By this time the affair had created a great excitement, both in Chester County and the city of Baltimore. Rev. John M. Dickey, Hon. Henry S. Evans, then a member of the Senate, Brinton Darlington, then sheriff of Chester County, and very many of the leading men took a deep interest in the matter. We all did our part. The Society of Friends in Baltimore took the matter in hand, and many other worthy citizens belonging to the Presbyterian Church and others lent their aid and influence. Hon. Henry S. Evans, who was then in the Senate of Pennsylvania, brought the matter before the legislature, and the result was that the governor appointed Judges Campbell and Bell, the latter of our county, to defend these 2 poor colored girls thus foully kidnapped. The body of Miller underwent a post-mortem examination in Baltimore County, in which a great number of rowdies attended, who occupied their time drinking whiskey and cursing the Pennsylvania abolitionists. The body finally reached its distressed home for interment. Doctors Hutchinson and Dickey were called upon to make an examination, at which I was present, and all were clearly of opinion that he had been foully murdered. His wrists and ankles bore the unmistakable marks of manacles. Across the abdomen was a black mark, as if made by a rope or cord. The end of his nose bore marks as if held by some instrument of torture. His funeral took place, and his remains were followed to the grave by an immense concourse of sympathizing friends and neighbors. Such, however, was the excitement, that the public demanded a further examination. He was disinterred again, and the same two eminent physicians made a thorough post-mortem examination, and one of them told the writer that there were not 2 ounces of contents in his stomach and bowels, and that there was abundant evidence of the presence of arsenic. His remains were again interred, and suffered to remain undisturbed. The theory of his friends was that he had been suddenly snatched from the platform of the car in the Baltimore depot, gagged, stripped, and lashed down by the ankles and wrists, and a rope across his abdomen, that his nose had been held by some instrument, that he was in this situation drenched with arsenic, and puked and purged to death, and that McCreary, or someone for him, had heard Wiley repeat at Stedman's Run station that he was not on the train, conceived the idea of taking his body there and hanging it to a tree, to convey the idea that he had committed suicide at that place, and such was the statement published by some of the Maryland newspapers. His companion said he ate a very hearty supper that evening at Francis S. Cochran's, which, with the other facts that his clothing were not soiled, and his stomach and bowels were empty, go strongly to substantiate the theory that he had been stripped and foully murdered, as above indicated. Never was there a more false assertion, then, that the broad-brimmed Quakers in Pennsylvania were accomplices of McCreary, as it is well known that opposition to slavery has been a cardinal principle of the Society of Friends for a century, and that Joseph C. Miller committed suicide because of his being implicated in the kidnapping is a base fabrication. I knew Joseph C. Miller from boyhood intimately, and I here take pleasure in saying that he was an honest, unassuming man of good moral character and stern integrity, and would have spurned the idea of any complication, directly or indirectly, with slavery or kidnapping. It appears his foul murder was not sufficient to satisfy the friends of slavery and kidnapping, but an attempt is now made, after the victim has slumbered near 20 years in the grave, to blast his good name by insinuating that he was a party or implicated in the vile transactions here narrated. Rachel remained in jail. Elizabeth, who had been sold to parties in New Orleans, was sent for by Campbell, ample security having been given that she should be returned if proved to be a slave. Their trial finally came on, and after a long and tedious investigation they were both proven, by hosts of respectable witnesses, to be free. They returned to their mother in Chester County, who was still living. The grand jury of Chester County found a true bill against McCreary for kidnapping. A requisition was obtained, and B. Darlington, Esquire, then High Sheriff, proceeded with it to Annapolis, but the governor of Maryland refused to allow McCreary to be arrested in that state. Thus terminated this terrible affair, which cost the state of Pennsylvania nearly $3,000, as well as a heavy expense to many citizens of Baltimore, and those of this county who take an active part, and whilst it is to be hoped that the principal actor in this sad transaction fully atoned for his evil deeds whilst living, and his friends may have had a right to eulogize him after death, they should not have gone out of their way to introduce other parties, dead and alive, whose reputations were known by living witnesses to be beyond reproach. End of section 28. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 29 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Dorr. The Underground Railroad, Part 4, by William Still. Section 29. Arrival from Virginia, 1854. Tucker White. Tucker reported that he fled from Major Isaac Roney of Dinwiddie Courthouse, Virginia, in the Christmas week prior to his arrival, that he reached Petersburg and then encountered difficulties of the most trying nature. He next stopped at City Point and was equally unfortunate there. From exposure in the cold he was severely frostbitten. While suffering from the frost he was kept in the poorhouse. After partial recovery he made his way to Baltimore and thence to Philadelphia, Once or twice he was captured and carried back. The committee suspected that he was a cunning impostor who had learned how to tell a tale of suffering simply to excite the sympathies of the benevolent. Yet, with the map of Virginia before them, he proved himself familiar with localities adjacent to the neighborhood in which he was raised. Although not satisfied with his statement, the committee decided to aid him. Passmore Williamson, who had taken a deep interest in the examination of his case in order to ascertain the facts, addressed the following note to Major Roney, using as his signature the name of his friend William J. Canby. Philadelphia, June 24th, 1854. Major Isaac Roney. Dear Sir, within a few days past, a colored man has been traversing the streets of this city, exciting the sympathies of the benevolent by the recital of a tale of the hardships he has lately passed through. He represents himself to be Tucker White, your slave, a carpenter by trade, and that he escaped from your service last Christmas. He is quite dark in complexion, rather over the medium size, and a little lame, the latter probably from the effects of frost on his feet, from which he alleges he suffered severely. He seems to be well acquainted with the adjoining localities, but altogether his narrative is almost incredible, and I am therefore induced to make the inquiry whether such a man has escaped from your service, or lately left your neighborhood. We are perfectly flooded with such vagrants. It would be a great relief if some measures could be resorted to keep them under legal restraint. An answer addressed to number 73 South 4th Street, above Walnut, will reach me, and oblige, yours, etc., William J. Canby. Weeks passed, but no answer came from the Major. All hope was abandoned of obtaining a more satisfactory clue to the history of Tucker White. About 3 months, however, after Mr. Williamson had written, the appended note came as an answer. Mr. Canby, Major Roney received a letter from you relative to his boy, Tucker White, and has sent me here to inquire of you his whereabouts now. If you know anything concerning him, and will give me such information so I can get him, you will be rewarded for your trouble. You will please address number 147 American Hotel. The Major would have sent on sooner, but he has been sick, and the letter laid in office several days. Mr. Canby was at the time ill, and no attention was paid to the communication. After a day's delay, the following note came to hand, but, as in the former instance, no answer was returned. Mr. Canby, you will confer a great favor on me by writing me whether you were really the author of a letter for Major Isaac Roney, of Dinwiddie Court House, Virginia, relative to his boy Tucker White. And if you were the author, please let me know when you last saw him, and where. I called at your office yesterday to see you, but your cousin, I think he said he was, told me you had the cholera, and if you felt well enough, you are going to the country tomorrow. I hope you will excuse my writing to you today on that account. I would not know where to direct a letter if I were to wait until tomorrow. If you know anything concerning him, and will let me know it, so that I can find and arrest him, you will very much oblige. Yours, etc., I. M. Tucker. Number 147 American Hotel. Please write me an answer today, so I may know how to proceed tomorrow. If I find him, I will be very happy to see you before I leave in behalf of Major Roney, in whose business I am now engaged. I. M. T. Someone, however, who had a hand in the first letter, referred the Major to Passmore Williamson, 7th and Arch Streets. To Mr. Williamson's surprise, the individual who had addressed Mr. C. appeared at his office with the identical letter in his hand that had been addressed him by Mr. W., with W.J.C.'s signature. On addressing Mr. W., he held out the letter and inquired, "Are you the author of this letter, sir?" Mr. W. looked at it and remarked that it appeared to have been written by a man named Canby. "My name is Williamson, but if you will walk in and take a seat, I will attend to you in a few moments." Accordingly, after occupying a little time in adjusting some papers, he signified to the stranger that he was ready to answer any of his questions. Said Mr. W., "I say frankly that I am the author of that letter." He then paused for a reply. The stranger then said, "I have come from Virginia in behalf of Major Roney, in search of his boy Tucker White. The Major was very anxious to recover him, and he would gladly reward Mr. W. or anybody else who would aid him in the matter." He then asked Mr. W. if he knew anything of his whereabouts. Mr. W. replied, "I do not at present. For a long time I have heard nothing of him. I must tell you that I am very sorry that Major Roney gave himself the trouble to send all the way to Philadelphia to recapture his boy Tucker White. And with regard to giving information or assistance, I know of but 1 or 2 men in this city who would be mean enough to stoop to do such dirty work. George F. Alberti, a notorious kidnapper, and E.D. Ingram, equally as notorious as a council of slave hunters whom everybody here despises, might have served you in this matter. I know no others to recommend. If anybody can find the boy, they can. But should they find him, they will be obliged to take legal steps in arresting him before they can proceed. In such a case, instead of assisting Major Roney, I should feel bound to assist Tucker White by throwing every obstacle that I possibly could in the way of his being carried back to Virginia. And to close the matter, I wish it to be understood that I do not desire to hold any further correspondence with Major Roney of Dinwiddie, Virginia, about his boy, Tucker White. End of section 29. Section 30 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Dorr. The Underground Railroad, Part 4, by William Still. Section 30. Arrival from Norfolk. Mary Milburn, alias Louisa F. Jones, escaped in male attire. Neither in personal appearance, manners, nor language were any traces of the peculiar institution visible in Mary Milburn. On the contrary, she represented a young lady with a passable education and very refined in her deportment. She had eaten the white bread of slavery under the Mrs. Chapman, and they had been singularly kind to her, taking special pains with her in regard to the company she should keep, a point important to young girls so liable to exposure as were the unprotected young females of the South. She being naturally of a happy disposition, obliging, competent, there was but little room for any jars in the household, so far as Mary was concerned. Notwithstanding all this, she was not satisfied. Slavery, in its most dreaded aspect, was all around her, continually causing the heart to bleed and eyes to weep of both young and old. The auction block and slave pen were daily in view. Young girls as promising as herself, she well knew, had to be exposed, examined, and sold to the vilest slaveholders living. With her knowledge of the practical wickedness of the system, how could she be satisfied? It was impossible. She determined to escape. She could be accommodated, but with no favored mode of travel. No flowery beds of ease could be provided in her case any more than in the case of others. Mary took the Underground Railroad enterprise into consideration. The opportunity of a passage on a steamer was before her to accept or refuse. The spirit of freedom dictated that she should accept the offer and leave by the first boat. Admonished that she could reach the boat and also travel more safely in male attire, she at once said, "Any way so I succeed." It is not to be supposed for a moment that the effort could be made without encountering a great fight of affliction. When the hour arrived for the boat to start, Mary was nicely secreted in a box, place, where she was not discovered when the officers made their usual search. On arriving in Philadelphia, she mingled her rejoicings with the committee in testifying to the great advantage of the Underground Railroad, and to the carefulness of its agents in guarding against accidents. After remaining a short time in Philadelphia, she made choice of Boston as her future residence, and with a letter of introduction to William Lloyd Garrison, she proceeded thitherward. How she was received, and what she thought of the place and people, may be gleaned from this letter, written by herself. Boston, May 15th, 1858. Dear Friend, I have selected this opportunity to write you a few lines, hoping they may find you and yours enjoying health and happiness. I arrived here on Thursday last, and had a letter of introduction given to me by one of the gentlemen at the Anti-Slavery Office in New York, to Mr. Garrison in Boston. I found him and his lady both to be very clever. I stopped with them the first day of my arrival here. Since that time I have been living with Mrs. Hilliard. I have met with so many of my acquaintances here, that I almost imagine myself to be in the old country. I have not been to Canada yet, as you expected. I had the pleasure of seeing the letter that you wrote to them on the subject. I suffered much on the road with headache, but since that time I have no reason to complain. Please do not forget to send the daguerreotypes in the champagne basket with Dr. Lundy's. Mr. Leslie said he will send them by express. Tell Julia Kelly that through mistake I took one of her pocket handkerchiefs that was laying on the table. but I shall keep it in remembrance of the owner. I must bring my letter to a close, as I have nothing more to say, and believe me to be your faithful friend, Louisa P. Jones. P.S. Remember me to each and every member of your family and all inquiring friends. Being of an industrious turn, she found a situation immediately, and from that day to present she has sustained an excellent character in every respect, and as a fashionable dressmaker does a good business. End of section 30.
Section 31 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The Underground Railroad, Part 4, by William Still. Section 31. Arrival of 15 from Norfolk, Virginia, per schooner, twice searched, landed at League Island. Isaac Foreman, Henry Williams, William Seymour, Harriet Taylor, Mary Bird, Mrs. Louis, Sarah Saunders, Sophia Gray, Henry Gray, Mary Gray, Winfield Scott, and 3 children. About the 4th of July, 1856, a message reached the Secretary that a schooner containing 15 Underground Railroad passengers from Norfolk, Virginia, would be landed near League Island, directly at the foot of Broad Street, that evening at a late hour, and a request accompanied the message to the effect that the committee would be on hand to receive them. Accordingly, the Secretary procured 3 carriages, with trustworthy drivers, and between 10 and 11 o'clock at night arrived on the banks of the Schuylkill, where all was quiet as a country graveyard. The moon was shining, and soon the mast of a schooner was discovered. No sign of any other vessel was then in sight. On approaching the bank, in the direction of the discovered mast, the schooner was also discovered. The hearts of those on board were swelling with unutterable joy. Yet, even at that dead hour of night, far away from all appearance of foes, no one felt at liberty to give vent to his feelings other than in a whisper. The name of the captain and schooner being at once recognized, the first impulse was to jump down on the deck. Upon second view, it was seen that the descent was too great to admit of such a feat. In a moment we concluded that we could pull them up the embankment from the deck by taking hold of their hands as they stood on tiptoe. One after another was pulled up, and warmly greeted, until it came the turn of a large object weighing about 260 pounds, full large enough to make 2 ordinary women. The captain, who had experienced much inconvenience with her on the voyage, owing to the space she required, chuckled over the fact that the committee would have their hands full for once. Poor Mrs. Walker, however, stretched out her large arms. We seized her hands vigorously, the captain laughing heartily, as did the other passengers, at the tug now being made. We pulled with a will, but Mrs. Walker remained on the deck. A 1 horsepower was needed. The pullers took breath, and again took hold, this time calling upon the captain to lay to a helping hand. The captain prepared to do so, and as she was being raised, he having a good foothold, placed himself in a position for pushing to the full extent of his powers, and thus she was safely landed. All being placed in the carriages, they were driven to the station and comfortably provided for. On the voyage they had encountered more than the usual dangers. Indeed, troubles began with them before they had set sail from Norfolk. The first indication of danger manifested itself as they stood on the bank of the river, awaiting the arrival of a small boat which had been engaged to row them to the schooner. Although they had sought, as they supposed, a safe place, sufficiently far from the bounds usually traversed by the police, still, in the darkness, they imagined they heard watchmen coming. Just on the edge of the river, opposite where they were waiting, a boat under repairs was in the stocks. In order to evade the advancing foe, they all marched into the river, the water being shallow, and with the vessel for a breastwork, hiding them from the shore, There they remained for an hour and a half. They were thoroughly soaked, if nothing more. However, about 10 o'clock a small oyster boat came to their relief, and all were soon placed aboard the schooner, which was loaded with corn, etc. All, with the exception of the large woman above referred to, and one other female, were required to enter a hole apparently leading through the bottom of the boat, but in reality only a department which had been expressly constructed for the Underground Rail Road business, at the expense of the captain, and in accordance with his own plan. The entrance was not sufficiently large to admit Mrs. Walker, so she, with another female who was thought too fat to endure the close confinement, was secreted behind some corn back of the cabin, a place so secluded that none save well experienced searchers would be likely to find it. In this way the captain put out to sea. After some 15 hours he deemed it safe to bring his passengers up on deck, where they could inhale pure air, which was greatly needed, as they had been next door to suffocation and death. The change of air had such an effect on one of the passengers, Scott, that in his excitement he refused to conform to the orders required. For prudential reasons the captain threatened to throw him overboard, whereupon Scott lowered his tone. Before reaching the lock, the captain, supposing that they might be in danger from contact with boats, men, etc., again called upon them to go into their hole under the deck. Not even the big woman was excused now. She pleaded that she could not get through. Her fellow sufferers said that she must be got through, urging the matter on the ground that they would have great danger to face. The big woman again tried to effect an entrance, but in vain. Said one of the more resolute sisters, she must take off her clothes then. It will never do to have her staying up on deck to betray all the rest. Thus, this resolute stand being unanimous, the poor woman had to comply, and except a single garment she was as destitute of raiment as was Mother Eve before she induced Adam to eat of the forbidden fruit in the Garden of Eden. With the help of passengers below she was squeezed through, but not without bruising and breaking the skin considerably where the rub was severest. All were now beneath the deck. The well-fitting oilcloth was put over the hole, covering the cabin floor snugly, and a heavy table was set over the hole. They are within sight of the lock, but no human beings are visible about the schooner, save the captain, the mate, and a small boy, the son of the captain. At the lock, not unexpectedly, 3 officers came on board of the boat and stopped her. The captain was told that they had received a telegraphic dispatch from Norfolk to the effect that his boat was suspected of having slaves secreted thereon. They talked with the captain and mate separately for a considerable while, and more closely did they examine the boy, but gained no information except that the yellow fever had been raging very bad in Norfolk. At this fever news the officers were not a little alarmed, and they now lost no time in attending to their official errand. They searched the cabin, where the 2 fat women were first secreted, and other parts of the boat pretty thoroughly. They then commenced taking up the hatchways, but the place seemed so shockingly perfumed with foul air that the men started back, and declared that nobody could live in such a place, and swore that it smelt like the yellow fever. The captain laughed at them, and signified that they were perfectly welcome to search to their hearts' content. The officers concluded that there were no slaves on that boat, that nobody could live there, etc., etc., asked for their charges, $3, and discharged the captain. The children had been put under the influence of liquor to keep them still, so they made no noise. The others endured their hour of agony patiently until the lock was safely passed and the river reached. Fresh air was then allowed them, and the great danger was considered overcome. The captain, however, far from deeming it advisable to land his live cargo at the wharves of Philadelphia, delivered them at League Island. The passengers testified that Captain B. was very kind. They were noticed thus: Isaac, who was about 50 years of age, dark, tall, well made, intelligent, and was owned by George Brown, who resided at Deep Creek. Isaac testified that said Brown had invariably treated him cruelly. For 30 years Isaac had hired his time, found himself in food, clothing, and everything. Yet as he advanced in years, neither his task nor his hire was diminished, but on the contrary, his hire of late years had been increased. He winced under the pressure, and gave himself up to the study of the Underground Rail Road. While arrangements for fleeing were pending, he broke the secret to his wife, Polly, in whom he trusted, she being true to freedom, although sorrowing to part with him, threw no obstacle in his way. Besides his wife, he had also 2 daughters, Amanda A. and Mary Jane, both slaves. Nevertheless, having made up his mind not to die a slave, he resolved to escape at all hazards. Henderson belonged to the estate of A. Briggs, which was about to be settled, and knowing that he was accounted on the inventory as personal property, he saw that he too would be sold with the rest of the movables, if he was not found among the missing. He began to consider what he had endured as a slave, and came to the conclusion that he had had a rugged road to hoe all the way along, and that he might have it much worse if he waited to be sold. The voice of reason admonished him to escape for his life. In obeying this call, he suffered the loss of his wife, Julia, and 2 children, who were fortunately free. Henderson was about 31 years of age, stout, and of healthy appearance, worth in cash perhaps $1,200. William was 34 years of age, of a chestnut color, substantial physical structure, and of good faculties. The man who professed to own him he called William Taylor, and he was a very hard man, one of the kind which could not be pleased, nor give a slave a pleasant answer one time in 50. Being thoroughly sick of William Taylor, he fell in love with the Underground Rail Road and Canada. Mrs. Walker, the big fat woman, was 38 years of age, and a pleasant looking person, of a very dark hue. Besides the struggles already alluded to, she was obliged to leave her husband. Of her master she declared that she could say nothing good. His name was Arthur Cooper, of Georgetown. She had never lived with him, however. For 20 years she had hired her time, paying $5 per month. When young, she scarcely thought of the gross wrongs that were heaped upon her, but as she grew older, and thought more about her condition, she scouted the idea that God had designed her to be a slave, and decided that she would be one to leave Dixie in the first Underground Rail Road train that might afford her the chance. She determined not to remain even for the sake of her husband, who was a slave. With such a will, therefore, she started. Upon leaving Philadelphia, she went with most of her company to Boston, and thence to New Bedford, where she was living when last heard from. Rebecca Louis was the wife of a man who was familiarly known by the name of Bluebeard, his proper name being Henry Louis. For a long time, although a slave himself, he was one of the most dexterous managers in the Underground Rail Road agency in Norfolk. No single chapter in this work could be more interesting than a chapter of his exploits in this respect. The appearing of Mrs. Louis was a matter of unusual interest. Although she had worn the yoke, she was gentle in her manners, and healthy looking, so much so that no life insurance agent would have had need to subject her to medical examination before insuring her. She was 28 years of age, but had never known personal abuse as a slave. She was none the less anxious, however, to secure her freedom. Her husband, Bluebeard, judging from certain signs that he was suspected by slaveholders, and might at any time be caged, indeed he had recently been in the lion's den, but got out, in order to save his wife, sent her on in advance, as he had decided to follow her soon in a similar manner. Rebecca was not without hope of again meeting her husband. This desire was gratified before many months had passed, as he was fortunate enough to make his way to Canada. Mary Knight was a single woman, 26 years of age, Dark, stout, and of pleasing manners, she complained of having been used hard. Sarah Saunders had been claimed as the property of Richard Gatewood, a clerk in the naval service. According to Sarah, he was a very clever slaveholder, and had never abused her, nor was she aware that he had ever treated any of his servants cruelly. Sarah, however, had not lived in Gatewood's immediate family, but had been allowed to remain with her grandmother, rather as a privileged character. She was young, fair, and prepossessing. Having a sister living in Philadelphia, who was known to the agent in Norfolk, Sarah was asked one day if she would not like to see her sister. She at once answered yes. After further conversation, the agent told her that if she would keep the matter entirely private, he would arrange for her to go by the Underground Rail Road. Being willing and anxious to go, she promised due obedience to the rules. She was not told, however, how much she would have to pass through on the way, else, according to her own admission, she never would have come as she did. Her heart would have failed her. But when the goal was gained, like all the others, she soon forgot her sufferings, and rejoiced heartily at getting out of Slavery, even though her condition had not been so bad as that of many others. Sophia Gray, with her son and daughter, Henry and Mary, was from Portsmouth. The mother was a tall, yellow woman, with well-cut features, about 33 years of age, with manners indicative of more than ordinary intelligence. The son and daughter were between 12 and 14 years of age, well developed for their age, modest, and finely formed mulattoes. All the material necessary for a story of great interest might have readily been found in the story of the mother and her children. They were sent with others to New Bedford, Massachusetts. It was not long after being in New Bedford before the boy was put to a trade, and the daughter was sent to Boston, where she had an aunt, a fugitive, living in the family of the Hon. George S. Hilliard. Mr. and Mrs. Hilliard were so impressed by Mary's intelligent countenance, and her appearance generally, that they decided that she must have a chance for an education, and opened their hearts and home to her. On a visit to Boston in 1859, the writer found Mary at Mr. Hilliard's, and in an article written for the Anti Slavery Standard, upon the condition of fugitive slaves in Boston and New Bedford, allusion was made particularly to her and several others under this hospitable roof, in the following paragraph: "On arriving in Boston, the first persons I had the pleasure to converse with were 4 or 5 uncommonly interesting Underground Rail Road passengers, who had only been out of bondage between 3 and 5 years. Their intelligent appearance contradicted the idea that they had ever been an hour in Slavery or a mile on the Underground Rail Road. 2 of them were filling trustworthy posts, where they were respected and well paid for their services. 2 others were young people, one 2 and the other 3 years out of Slavery, a girl of 15 and a boy of 12, whose interesting appearance induced a noble-hearted anti slavery lady to receive them into her own family, expressly to educate them, and thus, almost ever since their arrival, they have been enjoying this lady's kindness, as well as the excellent equal free school privileges of Boston. The girl in the grammar school, chiefly composed of whites, has already distinguished herself, having received a diploma, with an excellent certificate of character, and the boy, naturally very apt, has made astonishing progress." The boy of 12 alluded to was not Mary's brother. He was quite a genius of his age, who had escaped from Norfolk, stowed away in a schooner, and was known by the name of Dick Page. On arriving in Philadelphia, Dick was delivered, as usual, into the hands of the Committee. The extraordinary smartness of the little fellow, only 10 years old, astonished all who saw him. The sympathies of a kind-hearted gentleman and his wife, living in Philadelphia, had been deeply awakened in his behalf, through their relative and friend, Mrs. Hilliard, in whose family, as has been already stated, the boy's aunt lived. So much were these friends interested to secure Dick's freedom, that they often contemplated buying him, although they did not like the idea of buying, as the money would go into the pocket of the master, who they considered had no just right to deprive any individual of his freedom. So when Dick arrived, the Committee felt that it was as little as they could do to give these friends the pleasure of seeing the little Underground Rail Road passenger. He was therefore conveyed to the residence of Professor J.P. Leslie. He could not have been sent to a house in the great city of brotherly love where he would have found a more cordial and sincere reception. After passing an hour or so with them, Dick was brought away, but he had been so touched by their kindness that he felt that he must see them again before leaving the city. So, just before sundown one evening, he was missed. Search was made for him, but in vain. Great anxiety was felt for him, fearing that he was lost. During the early part of the evening, the writer, with a bell in hand, passed up one street and down another, in quest of the stranger, but no one could give any information of him. Finally, about 10 o'clock, the mayor's office was visited, with a view of having the police stations telegraphed. Soon the mystery was solved. One of the policemen stated that he had noticed a strange colored boy with Professor Leslie's children. Hastening to the residence of the professor, sure enough, Dick was there, happy, in bed and asleep. From that time to this, it has been a mystery to know how a boy, a perfect stranger, could make his way alone, having passed over the route but once, without getting lost. So circuitous was the road that he had to travel in order to reach Professor Leslie's house. Having said this much, the way is now open to refer to him again. In Boston, at school, he was generously assisted through his education and trade, and was prepared to commence life at his majority, an intelligent mechanic and a man of promise. End of Section 31. Section 32 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The Underground Railroad, Part 4, by William Still. Section 32. The Case of Euphemia Williams, claimed as a fugitive slave under the Fugitive Slave Law, after having lived in Pennsylvania for more than 20 years. Scarcely had the infamous statute been in existence 6 months, ere the worst predictions of the friends of the slave were fulfilled in different northern states. It is hardly too much to say that Pennsylvania was considered wholly unsafe to 9/10 of her colored population. The kidnapper is fully shown in the case of Rachel and Elizabeth Parker, as he appeared on the soil of Pennsylvania, doing his vile work in the dead of night, entering the homes of unprotected females and children. Therefore, the case of Euphemia Williams will serve to represent the milder form of kidnapping in open day, in the name of the law, by professed Christians, in the city of brotherly love and the home of William Penn. February 6, 1851. Euphemia Williams, the mother of 6 children, the youngest at the breast, was arrested in the upper part of the city, Philadelphia, and hurried before Edward D. Ingraham, a United States Commissioner, upon the charge of being a fugitive from labor. She was claimed by William T. J. Purnell, of Worcester County, Maryland, who admitted that she had been away from him for 22 years, or since 1829. Her offspring were born on the soil of Pennsylvania, and the eldest daughter was 17 years of age. Euphemia was living in her own house, and had been a member of church, in good and regular standing, for about 17 years, and was about 40 years of age. When the arrest was made, Euphemia had just risen from her bed, and was only partly dressed, when a little after daylight several persons entered her room and arrested her. "Murder! murder!" was cried lustily, and awakened the house. Her children screamed lamentably, and her eldest daughter cried, "They've got my mother! They've got my mother!" "For God's sake, save me!" cried Euphemia to a woman in the second story, who was an eye witness to this monstrous outrage. but despite the piteous appeals of the mother and children, the poor woman was hastened into a cab and borne to the marshal's office. Through the vigilance of J.M. McKim and Passmore Williamson, a writ of habeas corpus returnable forthwith was obtained at about 1 o'clock. The heartbroken mother was surrounded by 5 of her children, 3 of whom were infants. It was a dark and dreadful hour. When her children were brought into the room where she was detained, great drops of sweat standing on her face plainly indicated her agony. By mutual arrangement between the claimants and the prisoner's counsel, the hearing was fixed for the next day at the hour of 3 o'clock. According to said arrangement, at 3 o'clock, Euphemia was brought face to face with her claimant, William T.J. Purnell. The news had already gone out that the trial would come off at the time fixed. Hence a multitude were on hand to witness the proceedings in the case. The sympathy of anti-slavery ladies was excited, and many were present in the court room to manifest their feelings in behalf of the stricken woman. The eloquent David Paul Brown, the terror of slave hunters, and William S. Pierce, Esquires, appeared for Euphemia, R.C. McMurtry, Esquire, for the claimant. Mr. McMurtry, in the outset, arose and said that it was with extreme regret that he saw an attempt to influence the decision of this case by tumult and agitation. The sympathy shown by so many friendly ladies was not a favorable sign for the slaveholder. Notwithstanding, Mr. McMurtry said that he would prove that Mahala, sometimes called Mahala Purnell, was born and bred a slave of Dr. George W. Purnell, of Worcester county, Maryland, who was in the habit of hiring her to the neighbors, and while under a contract of hiring she escaped with a boy with whom she had taken up, belonging to the person who hired her. The present claimant claimed her as the administrator of Dr. George W. Purnell. In order to sustain this claim, many witnesses and much positive swearing were called forth. Robert F. Bowen, the first witness, swore that he knew both Mahala and her master perfectly well, that he had worked as a carpenter in helping to build a house for the latter, and also had hired the former directly from her owner. Definite time and circumstances were all harmoniously fixed by this leading witness. One of the important circumstances which afforded him ground for being positive was, as he testified on cross-examination, that he was from home at a camp meeting when she run away. "Our camp meetings," said the witness, "are held in the last of August or the 1st of September. The year I fix by founding it upon knowledge. The year before she ran away I professed religion. I have something at home to fix the year. She was with me a part of a year. I hired her for the year 1848 as a house servant. I hired her directly from Dr. George W. Purnell. When she ran away I proceeded after her. I advertised in Delaware in written advertisements, in Georgetown, Milford, and Millsboro, and described her and the boy, her general features. I have not the advertisement, and can't tell how she was described. Dr. George Purnell united with me in the advertisement. I followed her to Delaware City. That's all I have done since, about inquiring after them. I came, after 22 years' absence, to seek my own rights, and as an evidence for my friend. I have not seen her more than once since she ran away, until she was arrested. I saw her 2 or 3 times in court. I saw her first in a wretched-looking room at 5th and Germantown Road. It was yesterday morning. It was the evening before at Congress Hall. I arrived here last Tuesday a week. A man told me where she was. I beg the court." Here Mr. McMurtry interposed an objection to his mentioning the person. The court, however, said the question could be put. Witness: I pledged not to tell the name. The person signed her name Louisa Truitt. The information was got by letter. The reason I did not tell, because I thought she might be murdered. I have not the letters, and can't tell the contents. The letter that I received required a pledge that I would not tell. I was directed to send my letter to the post office without any definite place. The representative of Louisa Truitt was a man. I saw him in Market street between 3rd and 4th, at Taylor and Paulding's store, in the course of last week. I was brought into contact with the representative of Louisa by appointment in the letter to get the information. I never heard him tell his name. He was neither colored nor white. We call them with us mixed blood. I should take you to be colored," said the witness to Mr. Brown. "I suppose he lives somewhere up there. I saw him at my room the next morning. I did not learn from him who wrote the letter. He did not describe the person of the woman in the letter written to me, only her general appearance. Purnell said he burnt the letter." Mr. Brown demanded the letter or the proof of its destruction. "I never wrote myself, but my friend Mr. Henry did. He said so. I never received a letter. It was written to Robert J. Henry. Part of the letter was written to me, but not directed to me. The Louisa Truitt who wrote stated that for the information he wanted $100 for one of the fugitives. He was referred to the store of Taylor and Paulding, and Mr. Henry would meet him there. When I got to the store, some of the concern let Mr. Henry know that a man wanted to see him. I heard this at the store. The man was there. He was a mulatto man, middle-aged and middling tall. He is not here, that I know of. Can't tell when I last saw him. His name I understood to be Gloucester." Under the severe cross-examination that the witness had been subjected to under D.P. Brown, he became very faint and called for water. Large drops of sweat stood upon his forehead, and he was obliged to sit down lest he should fall down. "Take a seat," said Mr. Brown tauntingly, "and enjoy yourself while I proceed with my interrogations." But the witness was completely used up, and was allowed to withdraw to another room where fresh air was more plentiful. The cause of the poor slave woman was greatly strengthened by this failure. Another witness, named Zachariah Bowen, for the claimants, swore positively that he knew the prisoner well, that she had been hired to his brother for 3 years by Dr. Purnell, whose slave she was. Also he swore that he knew her parents, who were slaves to the said Dr. P., that he last saw her in 1827, etc. On cross-examination he swore thus: "I last saw her in 1827. She was about 16 or 17. She was about an ordinary size, not the smallest size nor the largest. She was neither thick nor thin. There was nothing remarkable in her more than is common, nothing in her speech. She was about the same color as the woman here. I never saw a great deal of change in a nigger from 16 to 35 or 40. Sometimes they grow fatter and sometimes leaner. As to recognizing her in Philadelphia, he had not the slightest difficulty. He went on to swear that he first saw her in a cab in the city. I knew her yesterday. If you could see the rest of the family, you could pick her out yourself in 30. I knew her by her general favor, and have no particular mark. I would not attempt to describe features. Her favor is familiar to me. I never saw any marks upon her." Here Mr. Brown said he would not examine this witness further until he had concluded the examination of the witness who had become sick. The court then adjourned till 9 o'clock the next morning. The avenues to the court were filled with anxious persons, and in the front and rear of the State House the crowd was very great. End of Section 32. Section 33 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The Underground Railroad, Part 4, by William Still. Section 33. Case of Euphemia Williams, Part 2. The next morning, at an early hour, the courtroom and all the avenues to it were densely crowded by people interested in behalf of the woman whose case was under trial. A large number of respectable ladies formed a part of that large gathering. Robert F. Bowen, the witness who became sick, was recalled. Witness: I saw the colored person who gave the information the next evening. After, I saw him in Market Street, at Congress Hall, in our room. The gentleman who keeps the hotel we did not wish to place under any responsibility, as he might be accused of carrying on the business." "Of kidnapping," suggested Mr. Brown. "No," said witness, "that is what you call it. The woman would have run away if it had gone out. I heard his name was Gloucester, that gave the information. I saw him 3 times, once on the street. I have never been in his house. I have been to a house where I heard he lived. I gave a pledge not to disclose the matter. I made a personal pledge to Gloucester in our room last week at Congress Hall. He said he was afraid of being abused by the population of his own color for telling that this girl run away from Dr. Purnell. I understood that Louisa Truitt was Gloucester's wife." Under this searching cross-examination, Mr. Brown constrained him not only to tell all and more than he knew in favor of his friend the claimant, but wrung from him the secrets which he stood pledged never to disclose. Witness: "I know no Marks. She was in the condition of a married woman when she left me. It was the particular favor of her father and mother that made me recognize her. Nothing else. She was pretty well built for her size." While this witness remembered everything so accurately, occurring in relation to the life and escape of the girl of 16, and was prepared to swear to her identity simply by her favor, as he termed it, he was found sadly deficient in memory touching the owner, whom he had known much longer and more intimately than he had the girl, as will be seen from the following facts in this witness's testimony. Witness: "I don't know when Dr. P. died. I can't tell the year. I should suppose about 14 years ago. I was at the funeral and helped make his coffin. It was in the fall, I think. It was after the camp meeting I spoke of. At that time I went regularly, but not of late. I have no certain recollection of the year he died. I kept a record of the event of my conversion, and have referred to it often. It has been a reference every year, and perhaps 1,000 times a year. It was in the Bible, and I was in the habit of looking into it. I was in the habit of turning over the leaves of this precious book. I think it was 18 years ago. Can't say I'm certain. Can't say it was more than 12 years. Dr. P. left 6 children. 2 remain in our country, and 1 in Louisiana, and the one who is here making 4. I have no interest in the fugitive. I made no contract in regard to this case. There was an offer. Are you waiting for an answer? The offer was this, that I was to come on after my fugitive, and if I did not get him, they were to pay my expenses. I hesitated about coming. It was a long time before I made up my mind. They said they would pay my expenses if I didn't succeed in getting mine out of prison." In this way the above witness completely darkened counsel, and added to the weakness of his cause in a marked degree. The overseer is now examined. Zechariah Bowen recalled: "I didn't come here on any terms. I hardly understand what you mean by terms. I made no contract. I came upon my own book. There was no contract. I have no expectations. I don't know that Dr. P. ever manumitted any female slaves. I never knew that she was in the family way when she ran away. I heard of it about that time. She ran off in the fall of 1828. Dr. P. told me so. In the fall of 1828. In 1825, 26, 27 she lived with my brother. In 1825 I lived there. In 1827 and 28 I lived with Dr. P. I moved there and was overseer for him. I was overseer for 15 years for him, 2 years at his house. I ceased to be his overseer in 1841, I think. He was living in 1841. I am certain of that year, I think. Dr. Purnell died in 1844, I feel certain. I said to Mr. Purnell that I did not know what ailed the other Mr. Bowen, for the doctor died in 1844. He died in the latter part of the spring of 1844. Mr. Bowen made a mistake in saying it was 18 years ago. If you recall him, he will rectify the mistake, I think. Several slaves escaped from Dr. Purnell. A boy that lived with my brother ran away in 1827. The others were not hired to my brother. I don't know that I could tell the exact time nor the year. The doctor used to say to us, 'There is another of my niggers ran away.' The reason that I can tell when Mahala ran away is because she took a husband and ran away. I was married that year. The reason I cannot tell about the others is because they went at different times in 5 years. The first who ran away before Mahala was named Grace. She went in 1827. I don't know when the last went, nor who it was." Gloucester said they had raised a mob on him on account of this case, and he would have to leave the city. The case of this woman or these proceedings was not spoken of there. He stayed but a short time. He said one of the witnesses had betrayed him in court yesterday, and they attacked him last night. I asked him how he escaped from so many. He said very few were in the city who could outrun him. I asked him where he was going. He replied that he had a notion to put for Canada. Some of the gentlemen proposed his going to Baltimore. He said that would not do, as the laws of Maryland would catch him. He was going to get a boat and go to New Jersey and then to New York. Mr. Purnell gave him just $35 last night. He paused a while, and Mr. P. told him to hand it back. Then he took out his money and put some more to it, and said, "Here's $50. Mr. P. said that if he got the slave he would leave $50 more with a person in the city. Question by the Judge: You have spoken of a conversation in which Mr. P. told you of certain letters or correspondence, and that they had reference to this alleged fugitive. I want you to give me, to the best of your recollection, everything he said the letters contained. Witness: Mr. P. told me when he first mentioned it to me that he was going to mention something to me that he did not want anything said in regard to some negroes that had run away from his father. He said he wanted me to come on here, and he did not want me to tell any person before we left our county, that if the negroes heard of it they could get information to the parties before he could get here. I told him I would not tell any person except my wife. He then said he had correspondence with a person here for a month or two, and he had no doubt but that several of his negroes were here, from what he had heard from this correspondent. He asked me if I could recognize the favor of this Mahala. I told him I didn't know. He then said if anybody would know her I would, as she had lived with my brother 3 years. He then said that he would want to start the next week, but he would see me again at that time. That was all he said at that time, only we turned into a hotel, and he said, "Don't breathe this to anybody." On Saturday, before we left home, he came to my house and said, "Well, I shall want you to start for Philadelphia on Monday morning. I suppose you will go?" I told him I would rather not if he could do without me, but as I told him before, I would go if he still requested it. I would go, that's all, sir, except that I said I would be along in the stage. J.T. Hammond was then called, a young man who admitted he had never seen the respondent until he came to the courthouse, but was ready to swear that he would have known her by her resemblance to Dr. Purnell's set of negroes. "His whole set?" said Mr. Brown. "Yes, sir." Derisive laughter. Mr. McMurtry offered to prove, by persons who had known the 2 witnesses who had testified in this case from their youth, that they were respectable and worthy men. D.P. Brown said that if the gentleman found it necessary to sustain his witness's reputation in consequence of the peculiar dilemma they had got into, he would object, and if he supposed that he was about to contradict them in some point in the defense, he was certainly right. But as the case could not be concluded to-day, he would like to have the matter adjourned over until Tuesday next. Mr. McMurtry objected by saying that his client was anxious to have the matter disposed of as soon as possible, as he had been subjected to numerous insults since the matter had been before the court. Judge Kane intimated that no weight was to be attached to this consideration, as the full power of the court was at his disposal for the purpose of protecting his client from insult. Mr. McMurtry replied that he did not know whether words spoken came within the meaning of the act of Congress in such matters. The court took a recess until 2:45. End of section 33. Section 34 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The Underground Railroad, Part 4, by William Still. Section 34. Case of Euphemia Williams, Part 3. The court met again at 2:45. Mr. McMurtry asked that the witnesses for the defense be excluded from the courtroom, except the one upon the stand. This was objected to by Mr. Brown, as the witnesses for the prosecution had not been required so to do, but he afterwards withdrew his objections, and notified Mr. McMurtry that he would require any witnesses he might have in addition should retire also, as he would object to any of them being heard if they remained. The defense. Mr. Pierce opened the case by saying that the testimony for the defense would be clear and conclusive, that the witnesses for the prosecution are mistaken in the identity of the alleged fugitive, that at the time they allege her to have been in Maryland, on the plantation of Dr. Purnell, she was in Chester county, and in the year Lafayette visited this country she was in this city. He would confine the testimony exclusively to these two counties, and show that she is not the alleged slave. Henry C. Cornish, sworn. I live in this city, and am a shoemaker. I came here in the year 1830. Before that, I lived in Chester county, East Whiteland Township, with William Latta. My father lived with Mr. Latta 6 or 8 years. I lived there 3 years before that time, and was familiar with the place for more than 6 years before 1830. I saw the alleged fugitive some 5 years before 1830 at George Amos's, in Uchland Township, some 8 or 10 miles from our house. I fix the time from a meeting being held on the Valley Hill by a minister named Nathan D. Tierney. That must have been in 1825. I am positive it was before the beginning of the year 1828. I have not the least doubt. I joined church about that time. It was the first of my uniting with the church. It was in 1825. I joined the Methodist Episcopal Church. Before they built a church, they held meetings alternately at people's houses. I met her at Amos's house. I recollect my father going to dig the foundation of the church. I saw her there before the church was built. I knew her before she was married, and since I left there I have met her at the annual meetings of the church. I have kept up the acquaintance ever since. I knew that she had 2 children that were buried as long as 21 and 22 years ago. If the boy had lived he would have been 23 or 24 years old. He was the oldest. She was not married when I first saw her in 1827. She did not appear to be anything but a girl, and was not married, and she of course could not be in the condition of a married woman. I was not at her wedding. If I had not continued to know her, I would not now know her. She was then a small person. Age and flesh would change her a little. Her complexion has not changed. I think she worked for Mrs. Amos. A church record is now kept very correct, but when I first went into the church, colored men could not read and write. I acted as the clerk of the church. I united with the church after I first saw her. I have seen her very often since I left Chester, 500 times to speak safely. I worship downtown and she up in Brown Street. To the best of my recollection, they moved over Schuylkill about 12 years ago. She has lived here about 9 years. She has 6 children, I have heard. I have seen 5. The oldest is 18 or 19, the youngest a sucking babe. I have visited her house since I have been here. I was not sent for by my uncle, who was employed by Joseph Smith and Company next to the Girard Bank. I was with Edward Biddle for 4 years. until he was elected president of the Morris Canal and Banking Company, and then I went to learn shoemaking under instructions, since which time I have been in business for myself. My father burnt limestone for Mr. Latta. He and his wife are dead. I was there a day or two ago for witnesses to testify in this case. Cross-examined. I was born in 1814 and am 37 years of age. When I first knew her, I suppose she was 15 years old. She was married about 3 years afterwards. Her husband's name is Micajah Williams. I heard he was in prison for stealing. Her name before marriage was Fanny Coates. I didn't know her husband before they were married. Don't know whether they came from Maryland. I never knew of Mahala Richardson before last evening in court. The difference in her appearance is a natural one that everybody is acquainted with. I mean that a little boy is not a man, and a growing girl is not a woman. Age and flesh and size make a difference. If I had not conversed with her during the 21 years, I would not have known her. I never changed a word with her about the case, except to say I was sorry to see her here. I knew her the moment I saw her. Her arrest could not have been in the newspapers of the morning, as she was not arrested until 7 o'clock that day. I went to Chester to look for witnesses. I came to the court because I am a vigilant man, and my principle is to save any person whose liberty is in danger. I had heard that a woman was arrested. Her business is to get work wherever she can. Deborah Ann Boyer, sworn. I was 33 last January. I live within 1 mile of Westchester. I am a married woman. I have lived there since 1835. I went there with my mother. I can read. I have seen the alleged fugitive before this. I first knew her at Downingtown, when she came to my mother's house. That was before I had gone to Westchester with my mother. You can tell how long it was, for it was in 1826. My brother was born in that year. I was quite small then. Don't know how she came there. She was with my mother during her confinement. My brother is dead. It is written down in our testament, and I took an epitaph from it to put on the tombstone. The last time I saw it is when the fellow killed the schoolmistress. I looked because about 1830 a man killed a woman and was hung, and I wanted to see how long ago it was. I have seen her more or less ever since, until within 2 years. I don't remember when she went from mother, but I saw her at Mr. Latta's afterwards. I have no doubt she is the woman. She was then a slim, tall girl, larger than myself. She is not darker now, but heavier set every way. Sarah Gailey affirmed. I am between 47 and 48 years of age. I live in the city at this time. I was raised in Chester County in 1824, and have been here about 5 years. I lived in Downingtown 9 or 10 years. I lived a while in Westchester, and lived in Chester County until about 5 years ago. I know the alleged fugitive. I first saw her in the neighborhood of Downingtown, at a place they call Downing's old stage office. She worked in the house with me. It was somewhere near 1824, just before Lafayette came about. She worked off and on day's work, to wash dishes. She was a small girl then, very thin, and younger than me. I met with her, as near as I can tell you, down in the valley, at a place called the Valley Inn. I used to see her off and on at church in 1826. I visited her at Mr. Latta's, after she lived at the Valley Inn. I don't know when she left that county. I know the alleged fugitive is the same person. She belonged to the same church, Ebenezer. I know the brothers Cornish, and have whipped them many a time. I lived with Latta myself, and the Cornish, who is now a minister, lived there. He lived there before I did, and so did the alleged fugitive. I was then between 23 and 25 years old. She was a strip of a girl. She was not in the family way when she came there. Cross examined. I have not seen her since 1826, until I saw her here in the courtroom. I recognized her when I first saw her here without anybody pointing her out, and she recognized me. I have reason to know her because she has the same sort of a scar on her forehead that I have. We used to make fun of each other about the marks. She went by the name of Fanny Coates. I know nothing about her husband. She did not do the work of a woman in 1826. She washed dishes, scrubbed, etc. I heard her say her father and mother were dead, and that they'd lived somewhere in that neighborhood. She at that time made her home with a family named Amos. The judge asked to see the scar on the witness's forehead, and that on the forehead of the respondent. They were brought near the bench, and the marks inspected, which were plainly seen on both. During this time the infant of the respondent was entrusted to another colored woman. The child, who up to this time had been quiet, raised a piteous cry and would not be pacified. The whole scene excited a great sensation. Mr. Brown then rose in reply to the plaintiff's counsel, and said: "If I consulted my own views, I should not say one syllable in answer to the arguments of the learned counsel upon the other side, and relying as I do upon the evidence, and out of respect to the convenience of your honor, I shall say very little as it is. The views of the counsel, it appears to me, are most extraordinary indeed. He seems to take it for granted that everything that is said on the part of the witnesses for the claimant is gospel, and that what is said on the part of the witnesses for the respondent is to be considered matter of suspicion. Now, I rate no man by his size, color, or position, but I appeal to you in looking at the testimony that has been produced here on the different sides of the question, and judging it by its intrinsic worth, whether there is the slightest possible comparison between the witnesses on the part of the plaintiff and those of the defendant, either in intelligence, memory, language, thought, or anything else. This is a fine commentary upon the disparagement of color. Looking at the men as they are, as you will, I say that the testimony exhibited on the part of the respondent would outweigh a whole theater of such men as are exhibited on the part of the complainant. I say nothing here about their respectability. It would have been proper for the learned counsel on the part of the plaintiff, if he thought the witnesses on the part of the respondent unworthy of belief, to have proved them so, but instead of that he attempts to bolster up men who, whether respectable or otherwise, from their inconsistency, involutions, and tergiversations in regard to this case, produce no possible effect upon the judicial mind, but that which is unfavorable to themselves. Impartial men, are they? How do they appear before you? They appear under cover from first to last, standing upon their right to resist inquiries legitimately propounded to them, burning up letters since they have arrived, calculated to shed light upon this subject, and before they come here corresponding with and deriving information from a man, an evident kidnapper, who dare not sign his name and gets his wife to sign hers. This is the character these men exhibit here before you, clandestinely meeting together at the tavern, and that to consult in regard to the identity of a person about whom they know nothing. Can they refer to any marks by which to identify this person? Nothing at all of the kind. Do they, with the exception of the first witness examined, state even the time when she left? Have they produced the letter written by this kidnapper showing how he described her? Why, let me ask, is not the full light allowed to shine on this case? But even with the light they have shed upon it, I would have been perfectly content to have rested it, relying upon their testimony alone for a just decision. Now, what man among them professes to have seen this woman for 21 years? Not one. The learned gentleman attempts to sustain his case because one of our witnesses, certainly not more than one, has not seen this woman for about the same length of time. But don't you perceive that in this case they all lived in the same state, if not in the same county? They had intercourse with persons mutually acquainted with her, and 3 out of 4 of them met her for several months at the same church, and one witness, who had long been in her society and in close association with her, knew she had a mark upon her forehead corresponding to the one she bore on her own. And by dint of all these matters, this long continued acquaintance only reviving the impressions received in early life, they had no doubt of the identity of the person. Was there ever a more perfect train of evidence exhibited to prove the identity of a person than on the present occasion? We have called witnesses on this point alone, and have more than counterpoised the evidence produced upon the opposite side. And we have not only made it manifest that she was a free woman, but we have confirmed her charter by separate proof. What does the gentleman say further? Do I understand him to say we have no right to determine this matter judicially? Now, what is this all about? Why is it before you, taking your time day after day? According to this argument, you have nothing to do but give the master the flesh he claims. But you are to be satisfied that you have sufficient reason to believe that these claims are well founded, and if you leave that matter in a state of doubt, it does not require a single witness to be called on the part of the respondent to prove on the opposite side of the question. But we have come in with a weight of evidence demolishing the structure he has raised, restoring the woman to her original position in the estimation of the law. Well, says the gentleman, it is like the case of a fugitive from justice. But it is not, and if it were, it would not benefit his case. The case of a fugitive from justice is one in which the prisoner is remanded to the custody of the law, handed over for legal purposes. The case of a fugitive from labor is a case in which the individual is handed over sometimes to a merciless master, and very rarely to a charitable one. Does the counsel mean to say that in the case of a fugitive from justice he is not bound to satisfy the judge before whom the question is heard? He should prove our witnesses unworthy of belief. As Judge Grier said upon a former occasion, you can choose your own time. You have full and abundant opportunities on every side to prepare against any contingency. Why don't they do so? He is not to come here and force on a case, and say, I suppose you take everything for granted. He is to come prepared to prove the justice of his claim before the tribunal who is to decide it. That he has not done successfully, and I would therefore ask your honor, after the elaborate argument on the part of the plaintiff, to discharge this woman. For after such an abundance of testimony, unbroken and incontestable as that we have exhibited here, it would be a monstrous perversion of reason to suppose that anything more could be required. End of section 34. Section 35 of the Underground Railroad, Part 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Kasper. The Underground Railroad, Part 4, by William Still. Section 35. The Case of Euphemia Williams, Part 4. Mr. McMurtry replied by reasserting his positions. It was a grave question for the court to consider what evidence was required. He thought that this decision might be the turning case to show whether the act of Congress would be carried out, or whether we were to return, in fact, to the state of affairs under the old laws. Judge Kane said, in reference to the remarks at the close of Mr. McMurtry's speech: "So long as I retain my seat on this bench, I shall endeavor to enforce this law without reference to my own sympathies, or the sympathies and opinions of others. I do not think, in the cases under this act of Congress, or a treaty, or constitutional or legal provision for the extradition of fugitives from justice, that it is possible to imagine that conclusive proof of identity could be established by depositions. From the nature of the case and the facts to be proved, proof cannot be made in anticipation of the identity of the party. That being established, it is the office of the judge to determine whether a prima facie case indicates the identity of the party charged with the party before him. On the other hand, the evidence of the claimant has been met, and regarding the bearing of the witnesses for the respondent, met by witnesses who testified with apparent candor and great intelligence. If they are to be believed, then the witnesses for the claimant are mistaken. The question is, whether two witnesses for the claimant, who have not seen the respondent for 23, one for 24 years, are to be believed, in preference to 4 witnesses on the other side, 3 of whom have seen her frequently since 1826, and known her as Euphemia Williams, and the 4th, who has not seen her for a quarter of a century, but testifies that when they were children they used to jest each other about scars which they still bear upon their persons. I am bound to say that the proof by the 4 witnesses has not been overthrown by the contrary evidence of the 2 who only recognized her when they called on her with the marshal. One says he called her Mahala Purnell as soon as he saw her. He might be mistaken. He inferred he would find her at the place to which he went. There were 3 persons in the room. One was Mahala Richardson, whom he knew, a young girl, and the prisoner. If she had been alone, his recognition would have been of no avail. The fact is obvious to this court that the respondent has no peculiar physiognomy or gait. It has been shown she has no peculiarity of voice. I cannot but feel that the fact alleged by the claimant is very doubtful when the witnesses, without mark or peculiarity, testify that they can readily recognize the girl of 15 in the woman of 40. The prisoner is therefore discharged. A slight attempt at applause in the courtroom was promptly suppressed. The intelligence of the discharge of the woman was quickly spread to those without, who raised shouts of joy. The woman with her children were hurried into a carriage, which was driven first to the Anti-Slavery Office, and then to the Philadelphia Institute, in Lombard Street, above 7th. Here she was introduced to a large audience of colored people, who hailed her appearance with lively joy. Several excited speeches were made, and great enthusiasm was manifested in and outside of the building and the adjacent streets. When Euphemia came out, the horses were taken out of the carriage, and a long rope was attached, which was taken by as many colored people as could get hold of it, and the woman and her children thus conveyed to her home. The procession was accompanied by several hundreds of men, women, and boys. They dragged the carriage past the residence of the counsel for the respondent, cheering them by huzzas of the wildest kind, and then took the vehicle and its contents to the residence of the woman, Germantown Road, near 5th Street, beguiling the way with songs and shouts. The whole scene was one of wild, ungovernable excitement, produced by exuberance of joy. The masterly management of abolitionists in connection with the council saved poor Euphemia from being dragged from her children into hopeless bondage. While the victory was a source of great momentary rejoicing on the part of the friends of the slave, it was nevertheless quite manifest that she was only released by the skin of her teeth. A scar on her forehead saved her. Relative to this important mark, a few of Euphemia's friends enjoyed a very pleasing anecdote, which at the time they were obliged to withhold from the public. It is too good to be kept any longer. For a time Euphemia was kept in durance vile up in the dome of Independence Hall, partly in the custody of Lieutenant Gouldy of the Mayor's police, who was the right man in the right place, whose sympathies were secretly on the side of the slave. While his pitying eyes gazed on Euphemia's sad face, he observed a very large scar on her forehead, and was immediately struck with the idea that that old scar might be used with damaging effect by the witnesses and counsel against her. At once he decided that the scar must be concealed, at least until after the examination of the claimant's witnesses. Accordingly, a large turban was procured and placed on Euphemia's head in such a manner as to hide the scar completely, without exciting the least suspicion in the minds of any. So when the witnesses against her swore that she had no particular mark, David Paul Brown made them clinch this part of their testimony irrevocably. Now when Sarah Gailey affirmed on the part of the prisoner that I have reason to know her because she has the same sort of a scar on her forehead that I have. We used to make fun of each other about the marks, etc. If it was not evident to all, it was to some that she had stolen their thunder, as the chop-fallen countenances of the slaveholders' witnesses indicated in a moment. Despair was depicted on all faces sympathizing with the pursuers. With heavy pecuniary losses, sad damage of character, and comfortless, the unhappy claimant and his witnesses were compelled to return to Maryland, wiser if not better men. The account of this interesting trial we have condensed from a very careful and elaborate report of it, published in the Pennsylvania Freeman, January 13th, 1857. Apparently the vigilance of slave hunters was not slackened by this defeat, as the records show that many exciting cases took place in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania, and if the records of the old Abolitionist Society could be published, as they should be, it would appear that many hard-fought battles have taken place between freedom and slavery on this soil. Here, in conclusion, touching the Fugitive Slave Law, arrests under it, etc., as a fitting sequel, we copy two extracts from high authority. The first is from the able and graphic pen of James Miller McKim, who was well known to stand in the front ranks of both the Anti-Slavery Society and the Underground Railroad cause, through all the long and trying contest, during which the country was agitated by the question of immediate emancipation, and shared the full confidence and respect of abolitionists of all classes throughout the United States and Great Britain. The letter from which we have made this extract was written to the Hon. George Thompson, the distinguished abolitionist of England, and speaks for itself. The other quotation is from the pen of a highly respectable and intelligent lady belonging to the Society of Friends, or Quakers, and a most devoted friend of the slave, whose statement obviously is literally true. From Mr. McKim to George Thompson, 1851. The accompanying parcel of extracts will give you a full account of the different slave cases tried in this city under the new Fugitive Slave Law up to this time. Full and accurate as these reports are, they will afford you but a faint idea of the anguish and confusion that have been produced in this part of the country by this infamous statute. It has turned southeastern Pennsylvania into another Guinea coast, and caused a large portion of the inhabitants to feel as insecure from the brutal violence and diabolical acts of the kidnapper as are the unhappy creatures who people the shores of Africa. ruffians from the other side of the slave line, aided by professional kidnappers on our own soil, a class of men whose occupation until lately had been gone, are continually prowling through the community, and every now and then seizing and carrying away their prey. As a specimen of the boldness, though fortunately not of the success, always with which these wretches prosecute their nefarious trade, read the enclosed article, which I cut from the Freeman of January 2nd, and bear in mind that in no respect are the facts here mentioned overstated. This affair occurred in Chester County, one of the most orderly and intelligent counties in the State, a county settled principally by Quakers. A week or two after this occurrence, and not far from the same place, a farmhouse was entered by a band of armed ruffians in the evening, and at a time when all the able-bodied occupants, save one, were known to be absent. This was a colored man who was seated by the kitchen fire and in the act of taking off his shoes. He was instantly knocked down and gagged, but still resisting, he was beaten most unmercifully. There was a woman and also a feeble old man in the house, who were attracted to the spot by the scuffle, but they could neither render any assistance, nor, the light being put out, could they recognize the parties engaged in it. The unhappy victim, being fairly overcome, was dragged like a slain beast to a wagon, which was about 100 yards distant, waiting to receive him. In this he was placed and conveyed across the line, which was about 20 miles further south, and that was the last, so far as I know, that has ever been heard of him. The alarm was given, of course, as soon as possible, and the neighbors were quickly in pursuit, but the kidnappers had got the start of them. The next morning the trail between the house and the place where the wagon stood was distinctly visible and deeply marked with blood. About a fortnight since, a letter was brought to our office from a well-known friend, the contents of which were in substance as follows. A case of kidnapping had occurred in the vicinity of West Cane Township, Chester County, at about 1:30 on Sunday morning, the 16th March. A black man by the name of Thomas Hall, an honest, sober, and industrious individual, living in the midst of a settlement of farmers, had been stolen by persons who knocked at his door, and told him that his nearest neighbor wanted him to come to his house, one of his children being sick. Hall not immediately opening his door, it was burst in, and 3 men rushed into his house. Hall was felled by the bludgeons of the men. His wife received several severe blows, and on making for the door was told that if she attempted to go out or halloo, she would have her brains blown out. She, however, escaped through a back window, and gave the alarm, but before any person arrived upon the ground they had fled with their victim. He was taken without any clothing except his night clothes. A 6-barreled revolver, heavily loaded, was dropped in the scuffle and left. Also a silk handkerchief, and some old advertisement of a bear bait that was to take place in Emmitsburg, Maryland. In how many cases the persons stolen are legally liable to capture, it is impossible to state. The law, you know, authorizes arrests to be made with or without process, and nothing is easier under such circumstances than to kidnap persons who are free born. The very same day that I received the above-mentioned letter, and while our hearts were still aching over its contents, another was brought us from Thomas Garrett, of Wilmington, Delaware, announcing the abduction, a night or two before, of a free colored man of that city. The outrage was committed by an ex-policeman, who, pretending to be acting under the commission which he had been known to hold, entered, near the hour of midnight, the house of the victim, and alleging against him some petty act of disorder, seized him, handcuffed him in the presence of his dismayed family, and carried him off to Maryland. The cheat that had been practiced was not discovered by the family until the next evening, but it was too late, the man was gone. At the time Mr. Garrett's letter was handed to me, narrating the foregoing case of man stealing, I was listening to the sad tales of two colored women who had come to the office for advice and assistance. One of them was an elderly person whose son had been pursued by the marshal's deputies, and who had just escaped with the skin of his teeth. She did not come on her own account, however. Her heart was too full of joy for that. She came to accompany the young woman who was with her. This young woman is a remarkably intelligent, ladylike person, and her story made a strong appeal to my feelings. She is a resident of Washington, and her errand here was to procure the liberation of a sister-in-law, who is confined in that city under very peculiar circumstances. The sister-in-law had absconded from her mistress about 9 months since, and was secreted in the room of an acquaintance, who was cook in a distinguished slave-holding family in Washington, her intention being there to wait until all search should be over, and an opportunity offer of escape to the North. But as yet no such opportunity had presented itself, at least none that was available, and for 9 long months had that poor girl been confined in the narrow limits of the cook's chamber, watched over day and night by that faithful friend, with a vigilance as sleepless as it was disinterested. The time had now come, however, when something must be done. The family in whose house she hid is about to be broken up, and the house to be vacated, and the girl must either be rescued from her peril, or she and all her accomplices must be exposed. What to do under these circumstances was the question which brought this woman to Philadelphia. I advised her to the best of my ability, and sent her away hopeful, if not rejoicing. But in many of these cases we can render no aid whatever. All we can do is to commend them to the God of the oppressed, and labor on for the day of general deliverance. But oh, the horrors of this hell-born system, and the havoc made by this, its last foul offspring, the fugitive slave law! The anguish, the terror, the agony inflicted by this infamous statute must be witnessed to be fully appreciated. You must hear the tale of the broken-hearted mother who has just received tidings that her son is in the hands of man-thieves. You must listen to the impassioned appeal of the wife whose husband's retreat has been discovered, and whose footsteps are dogged by the bloodhounds of slavery. You must hear the husband, as I did a few weeks ago, himself bound and helpless, beg you for God's sake to save his wife. You must see such a woman as Hannah Dellum, with her noble-looking boy at her side, pleading in vain before a pro-slavery judge that she is of right free, that her son is entitled to his freedom, and above all that her babe about to be born should be permitted to open its eyes upon the light of liberty. You must hear the judge's decision, remorselessly giving up the woman with her children, born and unborn, into the hands of the claimants, by them to be carried to the slave prison, and thence to be sold to a returnless distance from the remaining but scattered fragments of her once happy family. These things you must see and hear for yourself before you can form any adequate idea of the bitterness of this cup which the unhappy children of oppression along this southern border are called upon to drink. Manifestations like these have we been obliged either to witness ourselves, or to hear the recital of from others almost daily for weeks together. Our aching hearts of late have known but little respite. A shadow has been cast over our home circles, and a check been given to the wonted cheerfulness of our families. One night, the night that the woman and the boy and the unborn babe received their doom, my wife, long after midnight, literally wept herself to sleep. For the last fortnight we have had no new cases. But even now, when I go home in the evening, if I happen to look more serious than usual, my wife notices it, and asks, "Is there another slave case?" And my little girls look up anxiously for my reply. From Miss Mary B. Thomas. Daring outrage, burglary, and kidnapping. The following letter tells its own startling and most painful story. Every manly and generous heart must burn with indignation at the villainy it describes, and bleed with sympathy for the almost broken hearted sufferers. Downington, 19th, 4th month, 1848. My dear friend, this morning our family was aroused by the screams of a young colored girl, who has been living with us nearly a year past, but we were awakened only in time to see her borne off by 3 white men, ruffians indeed, to a carriage at our door, and in an instant she was on her way to the South. I feel so much excited by the attendant circumstances of this daring and atrocious deed as scarcely to be able to give you a coherent account of it, but I know that it is a duty to make it known, and I therefore write this immediately. As soon as the house was opened in the morning, these men, who were lurking without, having a carriage in waiting in the street, entered on their horrid errand. They encountered no one in their entrance, except a colored boy who was making the fire, and who, being frightened at their approach, ran and hid himself. Taking a lighted candle from the kitchen, and carrying it upstairs, they went directly to the chamber in which the poor girl lay in a sound sleep. They lifted her from the bed and carried her downstairs. In the entry of the 2nd floor they met one of my sisters, who, hearing an unusual noise, had sprung from her bed. Her screams and those of the poor girl, who was now thoroughly awakened to the dreadful truth, aroused my father, who hurried undressed from his chamber on the ground floor. My father's efforts were powerless against the 3. They threw him off, and with frightful imprecations hurried the girl to the carriage. Quickly as possible my father started in pursuit, and reached Westchester only to learn that the carriage had driven through the borough at full speed about half an hour before. They had 2 horses to their vehicle, and there were 3 men besides those in the house. These particulars we gather from the colored boy, Ned, who from his hiding place was watching them in the road. Can anything be done for the rescue of this girl from the kidnappers? We are surprised and alarmed. This deliberate invasion of our house is a thing unimagined. There must be some informer who is acquainted with our house and its arrangements, or they never would have come so boldly through. Truly, there is no need to preach about slavery in the abstract. This individual case combines every wickedness by which human nature can be degraded. Truly thy friend, Mary B. Thomas. In a subsequent letter our friend says, "As to detail, the whole transaction was like a flash to those who saw the miserable ending. I was impelled to write without delay by the thought that it would be in time for the freemen, and that any procrastination on my part might jeopard others of these suffering people who are living, as was this poor girl, in fancied security. Our consternation was inexpressible. Our sorrow and indignation deepen daily, as the thought returns of the awful announcement with which we were awakened. They have carried Martha to the South. To do what will be of most service to the cause, not their cause, ours, that of our race, is our burning desire." End of Section 35.